well, broken into three divisions: Division One, Two, and Three, based on light, middle, and heavy. And yeah, we're happy for you guys to join us here. I'm joined. My name is Landon Rohde, and I'm joined by my dad, Wayne Rohde. Here, welcome this morning, Dad.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here on this nice, brisk.
Brisk
cooler.
is a good way of putting it.
It's a little cooler than it was when we were here for the Guilt show. So it's I didn't even check the temp, but I'm sure it's in the 30s somewhere.
My thermometer said cold, is what it said.
Well, just kind of, if you didn't join us yesterday, we had 787 head yesterday that went through the analysis of our judges. Our two judges are Brandon Ogle and Eric Polick, and they went through the Burks, the Spots, the Poland Chinas, and the Hampshires yesterday. Today, as Landon had said, we are doing the Durocs and Crosses, which today they
dark
will
crosses.
be the dark crosses.
We got light. Was it light crosses?
Light crosses the next way, but they are a cross. So the total they're going to evaluate today is 893 head today. The total amount that came onto the grounds on Friday was 1,675 head. And so with that in mind, that was quite a few head. They're going to analyze quite a few in these 2 days. But kind of a recap, we thought they worked well together. You could follow what they were looking for. If you don't have some power coming out of the gate, down from the top down to the low, down at the feet there, you were maybe in some trouble. It seemed like they've got to really be pulled apart. They got to have some muscle, and they've got to have some fill in them as well. So those are the things that we saw, I thought, really consistently throughout the day. And of course, they've got to walk, of course, but.
Well, first impressions are so huge, kind of like what you said, Wayne. You want to have a really good base width. I know Brandon, when he was judging the Hamps yesterday, if you didn't have that width up front, you got sent to Eric pretty quickly. And that's just what he's looking for, checking those boxes. With this being probably the most competitive pig show, I know in the state of Texas, but probably the world here, with the depth of quality we have here. You've got the top 10 usually check all those boxes. Width of muscle, you got adequate muscle, adequate structure, filled very nicely. Those are things they're looking for. So, for those of you who are coming the second wave, just kind of food for thought, if you don't have a whole lot of base width coming at you, kind of try to come at an angle. Don't show that front end, or kind of hide that front end a little bit as a showman, because if you do, you got a better chance of getting in, I feel like. And that could change, but just something we noticed right off the back. If you didn't have a whole lot of base width, you immediately went to the secondary judge. Looks like we're getting started here, Wayne, with the sort. First one coming out here, a little Duroc coming out. Mr. Ogle is doing the initial sort here. He's the primary judge for the Durocs, and Mr. Polick is the secondary judge here. So he just, for example, those of you watching, he just sent that first pig over to Eric, and Eric will either point to the right, and that pig will go on to greener pastures, and the kid go on to a different show. Or if Eric points straight ahead, it'll go into the big arena for a secondary evaluation after they do the first initial sort. If Brandon, who is the guy in the khaki suit jacket, if he points straight ahead just like he did, it's going to get pinned for a chance to place in the top 10.
As you saw that there, that hog had some really width in that chest floor there. And if you notice, he as soon as he saw that width up front, then he turned and looked at the side and from the back before he made his decision.
Absolutely. Like this one coming out, it definitely has some width up front. So now he's like, okay,
he's going to go around the back. and he
So
sends
checking
him on.
Yeah, he likes it.
So he likes them really pulled apart.
Up front,
You've got to really have some base width, kind of on the edge, to be honest.
Yes. I mean, and if you don't have the most base width up front, it's not the end of the world, guys. You know, there's give and take there. You know, he wants to make sure you have a chest floor, and you're pulled apart down low. And as long as you keep them square and they don't come in at the bottom of their feet, you're fine. You'll get a second look from the back end over here too, just like he did there. He likes that one as well. So it looks like 2 or 3 pulled back so far. Historically, from yesterday, Wayne, I think they pulled in these deeper classes. They pulled between 10, I mean, definitely 12 to 14. That last class of Hamps, I think they ended up pulling 19 total pigs back.
Yeah, that was in the last class of the day of the Hampshire Barrows, and they were like 19 head. It was awful deep. And what I really was impressed with is that, you know, it's not like they, you know, they're giving the kids the fairest look possible, and that is, you know, sorting and putting that many into the pen, and not saying, okay, I got it right the first time in the little pen and stuff. They're putting more in the pen where the depth is deeper, and then they're taking them out, going through them a second sort, and then sometimes a third and fourth sort, depending on the depth of that class.
And that's what we saw in those Hamps. They went through 3 different sorts. They started with 19, made it their way down to 12, made it down to 8, and then, you know, evaluated the class from there. Like we said earlier, for those of you just joining, 10 will get placing rosettes, really nice placing rosettes, and the top 6 of each class in the Duroc division will make the sale here at San Antonio.
And some things that have changed a little bit in the show here at San Antonio on the sale side is, and it was the reasoning behind it was the sale just got so late. I mean, they would be there till midnight or 1 in the morning to get through this barrel sale. So what they've changed is the top 4 will actually go through the auction. The 5th and 6th place, if you're in a class that you make it all the way through 6th place as one of the sale slots, both 5th and 6th will get a $1,500 check, but they also are able to get add-ons from any buyers, and you can do that online. You can do it at the sale, and they do give an extension there to be able to do those add-ons all the way up through March the 1st. So definitely ways of even helping the kids that maybe didn't get to go across the ring, but they're definitely taken care of just like the kids that are going on the auction stage.
So far, I can see they have 4 pulled back for a chance at the top 10 spots. There are 5 in the big arena for a secondary sort. And I'll tell y'all, if you're listening here and you're showing Wednesday and or Thursday, if you go to the big arena, it's not the end of the world. You get a secondary look, allows you to show your pig and let them stretch out a little bit in comparison to the sorting pens over here. So you're able to get it moving and you get both judges to look at you at the same time. There was a young lady yesterday who came out of the big arena, and they had already pulled 10, ended up pulling this young lady back because she didn't get a good evaluation, not a good evaluation, but maybe the hog didn't set up as well, and got to the big arena and ended up placing 4th in the class. So she not only came out of the big arena when they already had 12 pigs pulled back, but she made it to the top 4. So never give up. I guess that's what I'm getting at. Don't give up out there, because you never know what can happen. You do what you can control and do your best, and it will pay off in the long run. And it did. It dang sure did for that young lady.
Yeah, and she wasn't the only one. There was another small young boy the same way. You know, and it's funny. Somebody knew something about that particular pig, and they said, "Oh yeah, that pig was a less than a $500 pig when
$300, I think, is what he said."
I think so. Yes, and he got in the Dead Sea, and they pulled him out, or in the big arena, that is, and got pulled out, and then got worked his way all the way to 4th place. So yes, that's just a life lesson there to teach our kids that it's not over till it's over, and just work hard and don't ever give up.
That's exactly right. And going back to this first class of Durocs, for those of you just tuning in, we're on class number 34 here. The weight range is 250 pounds. That's the minimum weight that you can bring to San Antonio. You cannot weigh any less than that going across the scale. They have to weigh at least 250, and you do a 10-pound weigh back. So if you get pulled, you go through the classification people, and there's 3 judges, the panel of 3 judges to look at you, and they look at the classification of your breed to make sure you meet breed qualifications. In instance here, you've got to be a red pig. You can't have any white on you, and down-eared pig. So you look for what breed characteristics with the Duroc. If all 3 or unanimously vote you in that you said, hey, you do have a Duroc, you go to the scale and there's a 10-pound weigh back. So for instance, if you weigh 250 pounds, your pig can weigh up to 260 the day they go in the ring. So you have 10 pounds on the heavy end in this first class. After that, you can weigh within what? 10 pounds on the heavy end or 10 pounds on the lower end?
Well, basically, it does. How they have it now is the required weight here by what the Packers are wanting is no less than 240. So it only affects the 250 pound on the downside because. And that's the minimum weight that you can have turned in here at San Antonio. So 240, anything under 2, if you are below the 250, you can't be below the 10 pounds. So anything under 240 would disqualify you and send you on. So, but otherwise, the other classes, anything higher in these weights, you can be whatever as long on the down weight side. It's just the upside weight, the 10 pounds, that you've got to be concerned about.
And if you weigh 11 pounds over your turn-in weight, you're disqualified. Is that correct?
That is correct.
1 pound over.
And one thing we give a lot of give a shout out to WW and Bo Sanders. Just he goes and his crew go out and check all the scales and make sure that they're weighing accurately, and then even when they go across the scale here when they're weighed. The scale people that are at the scales weighing them, they'll take them off, clean them. They give them 3 chances in most cases to make sure that the weight is correct, and before they disqualify one based on weighing out.
Proud to be the sponsor of the 2024 Junior Market Trail Show. Linder is excited to offer the Linder Fed Class Champion Scholarship Program. Linder Fed class-winning Barrows are eligible to apply for one of 10 scholarships.
So far, it looks like we have the guys that pulled back 9 total pigs at this point. I have a feeling in these Duroc classes they'll pull at least 10 out of that first sort, maybe a few more from the big arena after they do their first evaluation here, but they're definitely going to probably pull 10 as heavy and deep as these Duroc classes are going to be in quality.
Landon touched on the how tough this Barrow show is, and it's because of the limited amount of sale slots there are, and the fact that they're getting the monies there at a good amount. There's 346 Barrows slots here at San Antonio. Last year, the Barrows auction brought in over $2 million. In fact, it was $2,038,465. That is the second highest amount of dollars brought in of all the species that are shown here at San Antonio. The largest amount of revenue is the steer show at $2.5 million. But just a large amount of revenue, and the Grand Champion Pig brought 76.7 last year, and the Reserve Grand 50,450. So I mean, just a lot riding on this. People come out for this show, and they know it's tough, and so they bring the best of the best here that they can. And you know, the other side of the coin too is they go in, and the breed champion not only gets to go to auction and make his money, but also that person wins a $10,000 scholarship, which is outstanding that San Antonio is able to provide that in addition to going to auction.
Wayne, I think we got a total of 10 pigs, maybe 11. There might be one or two below us right now getting evaluated in the classification and weight part of the evaluation. But the guys are in the big ring now.
Looks like we got a good amount here out in the big ring as well.
Absolutely. And see, look, he just pinned one here. Young lady in the red sweater is going to get classified and weighed. So to my knowledge, that'll make 11 pulled back. Like I said, I don't know if there's anybody else getting weighed or not underneath us, so it could be 11, could be 12 that they pulled back in this first class of Durocs. Started with 45 in the class, and we're going to go down to 1 here shortly.
What they've done kind of in the past, they'll let all the penned ones back out and then pen them back again. And that
If they like them,
if they like them, yes. And that could be, I think, what I'm seeing out here with the numbers that they have.
Went ahead and pinned another young man back too, by the way, Wayne, while you were talking.
Wow. So within that, you know, they could pull back anywhere up to 8, maybe 10, depending. I know in that class of Hampshire, I think they pull back 10 or 12 out of those 19. But I suspect they'll definitely pull back with as many Durocs as I've seen out here. Could pull back up to 8 again and then reevaluate them again.
So what they're doing now is they got all the pigs they want to evaluate for the top end of the class. These young individuals, got to give them a hand for showing their hearts out, and they will now go on to other shows, whether it be their Lake County shows or Houston or Austin, I guess, are the 2 other majors we have left in the pig show for the Barrows. And the pigs will go on to, those of you know this is a market show. You do not get to take your animal back home with you. Those pigs will then go on to greener pastures, per se.
You
11 total pigs pulled back, by the way. I did verify that. Or no, 12. 12 total pigs pulled back, excuse me. Now they're going to pull these animals out here, and if they like them, Brandon will pin them back, and then that means that that animal will be in the top end of the class. Just pin back the young lady in the pink. That makes 2 total.
Really a nice side profile. Really got a good look to her pig.
But all these pigs that you can tell, Wayne, they all have a big chest floor, wide front end. I mean, that's one thing, like I said, that Mr. Ogle is really wanting you to have out of that gate. And every one of these pigs, no matter what, will have a big, wide front end. You know, if you look at, I mean, we have a bird's eye view of these animals here. One thing I can tell you, if you put a rectangle over their back, they all have that in these classes. Very square made. Pin back another young lady in red here. That'll make it 3 total for the top end. Young man just got pinned back here. So far that makes 4. We have 3 more to evaluate, to pull out of the pins. I anticipate them maybe pulling 1 or 2 more back, Wayne.
Yeah, I think from what we're seeing, probably he'll keep 6 back and probably place from 10th on up.
And there was times they would do, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and sometimes they would do 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. There wasn't it depended on how they kind of evaluated the class in front of them.
I think that also depends on depth of class. They were consistent. Like if, say, you didn't have as deep of a class, I feel like they went from 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. But if you had some that looked very similar in kind, they'd start with their bottom end and work their way up, and then release the other kids that weren't in the top 10. They pulled them all out now. They have 4 pulled back, and they're going to probably, like I said, they're talking with each other right now on maybe seeing, okay, what do you think here, Eric? Do you think we need to pull 1 or 2 more back, or which one? So, yeah, young lady right there in the mint color, and then the other young lady with the striped shirt. That makes 6, and I have a feeling they're going to start placing from there. Don't you agree?
I think there's a good possibility. They are conferring, and, that's the good part about a 2-judge system. And, I was back in the days here at San Antonio on the swine committee where there was one judge. We had the sifting and weighing in of every bearer that came to San Antonio, and it was one wave. And there was just so much fatigue on everyone. And so having the 2 waves, having the 2-judge system has been remarkable of giving each and every one of these kids a fair opportunity to make sure that their pigs are being evaluated to the best of their ability. And having 2, you can, share ideas with each other and work together. And, San Antonio works so well as far as picking judges that can work together, that have the same type of values or opinions on what they're looking for, and it's also good. There we go. We got 1 placed here.
We have 2 placed.
And what is it, from the bottom up, Landon?
I don't know yet, Wayne. It's we'll be able to tell you here in a minute.
Oh,
So
well.
I think 7th. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they went from 7th on down to 10th, I believe. Again, if you've just now joined us, we're in our first class of Durocs, class 34. We had 45 head in this class. We're placing the top 10 Barrows. He just got finished placing 7th through 10th. They will all receive rosettes, and then he's going to come bring out the top 6 and reevaluate them, and then place it 6th up to our class winner.
Make sure that you have your chance show card with you.
As they're analyzing these, they've just now called up Class 35, bringing them up behind the barns.
Parents and adult leaders, we do need your cooperation. Once you've escorted your exhibitor through those black gates, please move aside, and let's keep those alleys clear as a courtesy to these other exhibitors coming in behind you.
So what they're doing here is they're analyzing all 6 of these, and both judges are evaluating these, and then they'll probably confer a little bit here to see how they want to put the pattern together on these red ones.
And just verification here, it is, they did play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in that order. And now they're going to work from the bottom up. Looks like Brandon has the button, so he's going to start placing here. Young lady in the teal was 6th, which all 6 of these will make the sale here at San Antonio. So all these kids are happy campers right now because they know for sure they got a sale spot.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you look at what's out here, as you can see, all 4 of those that he's left got tremendous power coming at you. They're right on the edges as far as chest width is concerned. The young lady that they had placed in 6, they're really a pretty side profile, but just not as bold as these 4 that are still out here in the ring.
We got 3 young ladies out here and 1 young man here for the top 4. Here in this first class, we started with 45, and now we're down to 4 here in class number 34.
And all of these pigs weigh 250. Our class coming up will go from 252 to 261, so there we'll have some spread in weight.
In this class, you're going to see a little bit more uniformity, I feel like, in weight size. Once you get to a certain point, it's going to be, there's a couple of them that might be a little bit bigger than other ones depending on weight because you have a little bit more flexibility on your little class breaks. But, Dad, there's really not a looking at this deal.
Lady in the young girl in the blue,
third?
red was 3rd. Young lady. And the young man is 1st. So we'll see what Mr. Ogle has to say this morning.
A real nice way to start off our Duroc show. The young man there hit me hard back in the ring or in the sieve pin, and I kind of pat him on the back. I said, "You're here to mean business," and brought you a good one. And then we get him out here to the big ring, and he sorts himself off in the top end of hogs that have enough to win. Eric and I think, without a doubt, this one's the best built. He's the most relaxed and comfortable there in his spine and has a real good range of motion behind. I think that one's a real nice place to start. Take nothing away from the young lady here in 2nd. That one's tremendously powerful there when you watch this one come at you. He's extremely big-bladed, big forearmed. I like the outward curvature to his rib. You can start to see he's starting to labor out of his front end. That's why he lands 2. Young lady, I really like this dude here in 3. He's heavy-structured. He's big-footed. He's square-chested. He's a barrow that gets out and goes really, really good. Get right in behind him, and he just doesn't have enough for me. If he had just a little more pop, a little more flare back there in his hip and rump, that's one I could move up a minimum spot. Young lady coming out next. I like this one's build, his look. He's square-chested. He's got a good hind leg. You get on top of him, and from shoulder back, he probably offers the least of our top 4. Young lady coming out next in 5th has one that has a lot of shape, a lot of muscle, big chest. You take him to the ground, he gets to be a little more fragile in his makeup. He, too, wants to get his rear 2 tucked up underneath him, a nickel one on the go. The young lady coming out here next in 6, big chest, a lot of spread and shape. He's one that for me, I started to get a little uncoordinated, didn't want to go, didn't balance up there from the side. We round out this particular class with some hogs that I changed structurally probably, or hogs that need to have a little more. But again, a very nice class of Durocs to start off our breed.
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan.
Okay, kind of a recap on our top 10 placings here in the first class of Durocs. Once again, top 6 in each class of the Durocs make the sale here at San Antonio. In 10th place, we had Berkeley Kalick. 9th place went to Parker Jeromesbeck. 8th place went to Abel Zermano. 7th place went to Jaylee Payne. 6th place was awarded to Paige Harder. 5th place went to Emma Perez. 4th place went to Jasmine Hernandez. 3rd place went to Valerie Dema. 2nd place was exhibited by Brinley Edwards. And our class winner in the first class of Durocs of the day went to Graham Smith of Lynn County 4-H. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. The certified Texas bred class champion in that class, so this is a Texas breeder, went to Emma Perez, and the breeder of that hog was HF Genetics of Port Lavaca. Congratulations to HF Genetics and their hard work. That pig was 5th in class, so we want to give them a big shout out and congratulations.
If you've just now joined us, we're on class 35. The weight ranges is from 252 to 261. There's 44 in this class. Today in our Duroc show, we will have 9 total classes. This is the middle class, or the second and middle class of our lightweight division. We have one more class to wrap up our lightweight division. Now, we will not be judging any of the division champions or reserves until the completion of the last class of the Durocs. And then we'll start with the lightweight division winners, class winners, and pick the champion in reserve division, and then go on through the heavyweight division. And after completion of that, then they will pick the overall champion Duroc and reserve champion Duroc. Again, the champion overall Duroc will not only go and compete for the Grand and Reserve Grand title and go to the Ring of Auction Champions, but also will receive a $10,000 scholarship. San Antonio has come a long ways in these scholarships. They had a vision for this, and the first scholarship that was ever given was in 1997, and it was only given to the grand champion, and it was $6,000. It wasn't until 2007 that they began giving the breed champions a scholarship in the amount of $10,000, which they have continued to do throughout each year. And the first winner of that scholarship for the champion Duroc back in 2007 was Cheyenne Hill. She exhibited the champion Duroc that year and received the first $10,000 scholarship. Looks like we've got 3 in the pen so far that have come back through classification and weigh-in to the pens. Out in the big ring, we have, looks like 5 to this point. If you're not sure or this is new to you, once the judge points forward, they then go to classification. At time, you have 3 classifiers with blue or red chips. Of course, you want 2 out of 3 blue chips to get through. You don't want 2 red chips because that'll class you out. And you will not be removed from the show if you are classed out. You just will move to the dark crosses, and they'll put you in the weight class of that. Once you get through classification, they go to the weigh-in area, and from whatever you turned in, you have to weigh within cannot exceed over 10 pounds of what you've turned in. The bottom weight doesn't matter except in your lightweight class, and you can't weigh less than 240 on the downside, but the down weight doesn't matter in any of the other classes. It's just a requirement here that they have to weigh 240 on the light end.
Looks like we have 7 total pigs pulled back for the top end of the class from this initial sort thus far.
Looks like
still
we've
have
got
about
6
15
in the big arena as well.
6 in the big arena. Okay, it looks like we still have about, I'd say about 15 to 20 still to sort through. Back behind us here, kind of see like what he did right there. Mr. Ogle points straight ahead. That means that kid will have a chance at the top 10 spots. If they send it on to Mr. Polick, and Mr. Polick is in the black jacket. If he points straight ahead, it'll go to the big arena for a secondary sort, and if he points to the right side of your screen, that pig will go on to greener pastures. It will not get to go home with the individual, and the individual will move on to bigger and better things at different shows. So we wish them best of luck if they go that way, similar to what this young man just did.
Yeah, everything that's shown here in our market show here it is terminal on all species except the steers. Steers are the only species that if you do not make the sale or that is non-terminal here at San Antonio. And it's pretty much at all the majors here in Texas, as far as on the market show. Now, on the breeding shows are completely different. You get to take all your breeding animals back home, no matter what species they are. But in the market shows here, especially in the state of Texas, they're all terminal except for the steer shows.
We've got 10 total pigs, Wayne, pulled back so far, and still have several to go through. So I have a feeling they'll pin 12 to maybe 14 back in this class potentially.
Well, the possibility looks really good.
Looks like they have one more to sort through here in the back. Then what they'll do is move into the big arena, and we have several kids out here. 11 total Durocs in the big arena. So that tells me that the quality of depth is really deep. They've already pulled 11 back. There's still a lot of good quality still out there in the big ring, and these kids are doing a good job just kind of hanging out. They don't. If you get put in the big ring, get your pig ready to go, let it relax, brush it off, get it ready, but don't keep walking it out there. You don't want to wear your animal out until the judges get out there. There's no sense in driving your animal into the ground when the judges aren't even there. So all these kids are doing a really good job of just kind of hanging out until the judges make their way to the big arena, which is what they're fixing to do here in just a second. While the guys in the big ring seeing if there's anything else they want to keep out here. Going to go and pin this young man back in the kind of a teal turquoise looking shirt. Yeah, he's going to have a chance to at one of the top 10 spots.
So he'll go out and he'll get classified and then weighed and then put in the pen like the others.
Like the rest of them that they pulled back from the initial sort. Want to go and give a shout out to the people behind the webcast, Mr. Taylor Fort and his crew. Do a wonderful job for those of you listening and watching right now. We couldn't make it possible without them. You guys get a front row seat to this show. And also want to give a shout out to all the sponsors. They're going across your screen. They couldn't do it without them, too. They kind of helped make this all possible. So thank you to Taylor Fort and his webcasting crew that make this happen, and also the sponsors. Thank you all very much for your time and dedication. Wayne, I'll let you take it over from here, talk about the San Antonio and what makes it run.
Yes, and just continuing on, without San Antonio having 6,000 volunteers, we couldn't be in operation. I mean, all of these volunteers dedicate their hard-earned time that they accumulate. They give up their vacation time, they give up pay to come out, and many of them spend up to 2 or 3 weeks here at the show, donating all of their time and efforts toward helping these kids out and make this show run. There's only 30 paid people or employees here at San Antonio, so with that, it takes a lot to run this show, and they've worked really hard to put this all together. And and we owe a lot of gratitude to them, and we thank them so much. The other thing is just putting the monies together of raising. The first scholarships were 15, a mere 90,000. Now they've been up to $250 million that they have raised and given kids since 1984. So kudos to how they've put it together. We've got the first one coming out the gate. So we'll be evaluating them all the way, all the ones that they've pinned. I think it's somewhere around 14 approximately. They'll go ahead and evaluate and pin pigs back. It could be anywhere from 6 to 8. And then place up to 10. We have 10 slots or 10 winners. Unfortunately, only 6 of them go to the sale, but the remaining will receive a nice rosette. We've got 4 out here so far.
Hasn't pinned any back yet, so if he really likes one, he'll call on it, and it'll go back to the pin for a chance at the top. What we know is 6 spots thus far. Top 6 will make the sale, as Wayne mentioned. So if you get pinned back, there's a good chance you're going to make the sale. Then, like if he did last class, he might pin 6 back and then place 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th in that order. That's at least how we did it on the first class of the day. Until we get a good rhythm going today, we'll kind of know more if it stays that way or if they change it up a little bit. It'll be interesting. So they went ahead and pinned the young lady in the blue shirt or sweater back. Young man as well back.
Yeah, we really appreciate you, the listeners, and always look forward to hearing from you guys. I just received a text, Landon. And we've got John Hinker out there listening and watching the show. A real prestigious Duroc breeder out of Iowa. John, we appreciate you being involved and viewing and watching a great Duroc show so far. So far, just 2 pinned at this time. I think they're wanting to get more out there and then kind of determine.
They still have 3 more to take out too, Wayne. One of them came from the big arena from the secondary sort.
So it'll be interesting. We'll have to follow that one and see.
See if they pin 6 back. Hopefully they'll pin 6 back again. That way you have your top 6.
I would sure think so, with as many as they have out in the ring. The trouble sometimes is when you get so many out there at one time, it gets a little tougher. So this is where showmanship, if they congest that many out before they put one back, it's so important as a showman to really get it in front of those judges at least a 20-foot range, not right on top of them, but just right.
Go ahead and they went ahead and pinned that young lady in the pink in the corner. Her pig is wanting to become a escape artist. It's trying to break prison over here.
Yes.
Just not wanting to cooperate. Yeah, just not wanting to cooperate right now.
But she's patient with it,
yes, she is.
That's so important. You can't get stressed out about it. Just be calm, and the pig will be more calm.
Another young man in kind of a whitish shirt just got pinned as well, so that'll make it a total of 4. I have a feeling they'll pin probably 2 more back. And now it looks like they have 6 pulled back, Wayne. I think they'll start placing here shortly. They're conferring in each other right now. If you can see on the screen, both Brandon and Eric are talking about all these individuals still left out here. They've got 6. I really think they're going to...
I think they're just kind of conferring to make sure that they don't want to add another one in there that they might have missed. You know, like
Yeah.
I was mentioning, you let quite a few out at one time. It gets a little bit tougher to kind of get a real special look on each and every one of them. So.
Yes, sir. We'll know here shortly because he'll go over to, is it Dr. Greer?
Griffin.
Yeah, Griffin, Dr.
Yeah.
Griffin. I'm sorry. Yeah,
No.
yeah. Sorry, Dr. Griffin with Texas A&M University. He's holding he's in charge of the buttons, and it looks like Mr. Ogle does have the buttons. He's going to start placing right now.
Not sure which direction he's going yet, but if he's starting with 7th or 10th, but we'll let you know here in just a second. Looks like we're starting from 7th on through 10th place. And these kids have worked really hard. Unfortunately, they don't make the sale. They do get a nice rosette, but they've worked hard in receiving the bragging rights to be in the top 10 here in their class here at San Antonio and be able to photograph it and make some additional memories.
Put your hands together for these 2 individuals remaining in the ring and their efforts with their Duroc Barrows today. Another good competitive
They've just now excused the 2 out in the big ring. They didn't make the top 10, but have worked really hard and did an outstanding job. Congratulations to them for their hard work. So this is the first one coming out of the pen, so the judges will now place their top 6, and all 6 of these have made the sale. So they will start from the bottom, from the 6th place on up to the class winner. So in this they're going to let out all 6 one at a time, and then they'll start from 6th on up.
You know, those first 2 they pulled back. I really think they're going to end up rising to the top of the class. It'll be interesting to see now that they have all 6 out there where they kind of stand. But those were the only 2 that I saw that he really pulled back really, really quickly.
Yeah, the odds are pretty good in their favor at this point. He's been given the button, so he's going to start placing. It looks like the young lady in the pink
Yep, young
received
lady in the
6th
pink.
place.
for these exhibitors that are coming in the ring. We certainly don't want to get
Young lady in the black shirt is 5th. So we got the final 4 here coming in class 35.
I think the young lady in the pink who got 6, that pig, poor pig, just will not want to walk for her this morning. It's cold, it's hungry. I get it. I get it.
Just a little cranky this morning.
Yeah, some pigs aren't morning pigs, or just like some people are not morning people, but she did a wonderful job keeping her composure, and I got to give a shout out to her.
Absolutely.
And she was Caitlin Peterson. She did a wonderful job out there.
Yeah, that's what you've got to be. You can't lose your cool out there, and just take it in stride and just be persistent to try to get this pig going.
I wonder if that's any relation to Cody Peterson.
Not sure.
It's Medina FFA.
Oh, yeah. No, it is his daughter. Yeah. I just realized
I didn't know that till after I read her name off, but yeah, she
Congratulations to her.
All right, we got our fourth, second, third, and first here, Wayne.
All right, go ahead and fire him up, young lady. The young lady here in front of me is going to win this particular class. One that I told Eric hits me really good when you know, first impressions. This one comes at you extremely good in squaring his chest floor. I love the reach out of his front end, and he's still very, very strong on his pasterns. You get from the side, and this is my favorite part about him. He's extremely proportional, how he blends and everything there from the standpoint of his fill and his boldness from the side, and then his top line. I think this one's a pretty logical place to start. Second is a young man here. This is a barrel you have to appreciate for his mass. I mean, there's a lot of hog here. This hog has as much spread and blade and forearm as any in this particular class, and he's got that much power and still handles it. Simply put, I'd like to jerk his neck and head and crest there out of his shoulder a little bit to compete with that one that's got just a little more appeal there and just presence as our class winner. Young man coming out next in third. Yeah, this is one that I like a lot of things about from a standpoint, again, just how its basic build and fundamentals are. This one's extremely sound, doesn't take a bad step. You get in behind him there in his shoulder and take him back. He's one that doesn't have as much spread as those top two. You get right in behind him, doesn't have as much as flare and shape as those top two, but basic build, squareness of chest, that one lands 3. Young man coming out next in 4 has a more muscular one, a bigger bladed, bigger arm, bigger ribbed one than the one ahead of him. He's got more spread and squareness out of his shoulder and maintains that back through his hip and rump. He's a barrel to me that gets to be a little hingy there, how he blends into his loin, a little tighter and shorter stepping. You take him to the ground for as much mass and width as he has. I wish he had a little more structure. Young lady here that rounds out my sales slots, wide, bold, sound, a barrel that gets to be a little too low set for me, not maybe as flashy as some of those above him. The young lady, sorry, this one rounds out my sales slots. This is 6. This one I told her is the fastest pig in class for sure. Not wanting to drive great, but I do like his shape, his length, his squareness. Just needs to relax and again utilize that hind leg better. We round out this class in this particular drive. These are some hogs that get to be a little flatter, a little narrower made than some above them. Have some parts and pieces here to catch a pin. Nice class of Duroc Barrows.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
That concludes class number 35. I'm going to go ahead and read you the top 10 individuals in that class. If I butcher your names, I do apologize. But we are very proud of each and every one of these top 10 with such a competitive class. Our 10th place was awarded to Rawson White. 9th place went to Kaysen Ashhorn. 8th place was awarded to Bentley Cathy. 7th place went to Bailey Landis. 6th place was exhibited by Caitlin Peterson. 5th place went to Bryn Hutchstein or Hochstein. I hope I said that right, Bryn. Congratulations. 4th place went to Sladen Young. 3rd place was awarded to Kane Albrecht. 2nd place went to Cooper Carson, and our class winner was Jaden Farley from Santa Ana FFA. And Jaden also had our certified Texas bred class champion, and the breeder of that hog was S Squared Show Pigs out of Weatherford. Congratulations to S Squared Show Pigs in Weatherford, and also Jaden Farley for the class winner and certified Texas bred class champion. Congratulations to all. We're moving on to class number 36 now. There are 42 head in that class, and we'll keep you posted as we go on. Thanks for joining us this morning on Taylor Ford's podcast here at the San Antonio Market Barrows Show. So those of you just tuning in, we're on class number 36 of the Duroc. So this will be the third class of the lightweight division and our final division here for the lightweights. So far, they've got 9 pulled back, started with 42 total head. 10 will get placing rosettes, and 6 will make the sale. They've traditionally kept back about 12 to 13 per class to place 10. Looks like the guys are going out to the big ring. There's not quite as many pigs in the big ring this class. But they pulled 1 to 2 out of the big arena the past 2 classes. Now, I know this is only the third class of the day, that being class number 36. But they definitely have kept 1 to 2, so I can tell now they have 10 pulled back. That's all they need to conclude place the class. But like I said, there's usually 1 or 2 out there that they say, okay, let's pull this one back and compare it to the other animals in the class. Weight ranges of this class go from 262 to 268. Our lead judge for the Durocs today is Mr. Brandon Ogle. And Eric Polish is the secondary judge for these Durocs here today. Once the guys go through this secondary sort of the ones Eric kept back for a secondary evaluation, they will release these kids back to their pens, and the animal will go on to what I call greener pastures. For those of you who know, this is a terminal show. The animals do not go back with the kids. Looks like he just decided to take this young man in the pink shirt. He's going to get a chance at the top 10 placings. Young man in the blue paisley looking shirt is going to get pinned back as well. That'll make it a total of 12 to evaluate for this class. Mr. Ogle is going to excuse these exhibitors from the ring. Congratulations to them and their hard work, and wish them the best of luck down the road. I want to give a shout out to a certain volunteer. You'll see him here every now and then in kind of a greenish looking shirt and a goatee. Name's Guy, and he literally gives every single one of the kids that go through this ring a high five, pat on the back, wish you the best, good job showing. I mean, every single kid, you can kind of see him right now going over to this young lady in the corner. He's got a knee brace on, but he literally goes up to every single kid, not just a handful, literally every kid that shows, he will give them a high five, fist bump, pat on the back, congratulations. That speaks so much volume to what we do in this industry, and people don't realize, like, he literally gives every single kid that. He will run across the ring just to say good job or congratulations to any kid out there in the ring, whether they go to the truck or they get placed. And that is so important. And got to give him a big shout out and thank you for what he does out here those of you tuning in, what the guys are doing now, they're pulling each pig out one at a time, kind of evaluating them. If Brandon likes them, he'll put them back in the pen. And if he puts you back in the pen, that's a good thing. Means you're going to make the top end of the class. Once again, top 6 from every class of the Durocs will make the sale here at San Antonio. And we place 10 total Barrows in each class. Haven't pinned any back yet. Actually, no, I lied. I apologize. The young lady in the white, I believe, is going back to the pen. She'll make the top end of the class and more than likely the sale. They've only been keeping 6 back for their top end, which is exactly what they need for the sale. Then they'll place 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th in that order. Or at least that's what they've done the past 2 classes. I think that'll hold true throughout the entire Duroc breed. I think once we get in these heavier classes, it's going to get a little more deep and a little more competitive. Not that these first 3 classes weren't, because they very much so were. But it seemed like the later on in the day and the bigger they got, the more consistent those classes got from top to bottom. Young man in the blue striped shirt just got pinned back. That'll make 2 pinned back so far. Still have about 3 more to evaluate through. Young lady in the black vest and purple shirt got pinned back. That'll make 4. Guys are probably going to pin 2 more back. And that'll make their top 6, and then they will go into the placings. They haven't kept more than 6 back up to this point. So once they get their 6, I think what they'll end up doing is placing 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th in that order, and the rest of the individuals will be excused from the ring. Young man in the pink just got pinned back. That'll make it the 5th one, and I think we're going to keep 1 more back. I think they're looking for 1 more. They're kind of evaluating together. They've got 5 and asked the ring help, do we have 5 or 6? And okay, young man in the plaid, blue plaid, is going to get pinned back. That'll be top 6 in the class, I believe. And then I think they're going to start looking for their 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th places. Dr. Griffin holding the Dr. Griffin from A&M is holding the buttons, and Brandon will acknowledge him and say, hey, bring me those buttons, when after him and Mr. Polish get together and kind of evaluate this class and kind of say, okay, here's where we're going to start with 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Looks like Mr. Ogle has the buttons now, so young man is going to be placed 7th.
Now we're letting out the top 6. All 6 of these have made the sale. And the judges will be evaluating these and placing from 6th on up to our class winner. Got the first 2 out here that they'd initially penned, and they're following with the third one's coming out now. They placed the young lady in the purple shirt with the black vest in 6th place. And then the young man in the pink was 5th. We've got the top 4 Barrows still out here. They're conferring at this time and determining how they're going to line them up, at least the 3rd and the 4th at this time. Young man in the blue plaid is now 4th. Young lady in the white shirt will be 3rd. That leaves the 2 boys out here in the red and blue shirt, 1st and 2nd. And they're going to evaluate them. Mr. Polick is looking at their front ends at this time, comparing the chest width. And Mr. Ogle's reviewing the back ends to see the muscle and squareness from behind. Young man in the blue shirt was second. The young man in the red is our class winner. Congratulations to all the winners here in the top 6. Just making the top 6 is quite the accomplishment.
An interesting class here to sort, and we lost one here that in the back that would have maybe changed a little bit here towards the top end. That was one that hit me hard out back. Regardless, the young man here in the red wins this particular drive. For me, you study him up into the top end here, he becomes a barrow that's wider chested than the barrow that's in second. He comes at you much better there through his chest, floor, and knee. He maintains that advantage, in my opinion, all the way through. Big bladed, get him down to the ground. He's heavy duty and big footed, and he takes a good enough stride to win. I think a good place to start. Young man, if this barrow here would come at me just a little bit bolder, if he would come at me like he left me, that's one that I could start with in this particular class. I'd like to change him there, and if you could, that's one that, again, I can switch that pair. Young lady, if I get all the way back to them rear two, and if I could change this one's right rear, you would have made my job today a little easier. We got to fix his right rear and bring it in. He wants to hook it out and get too far out. Beyond that, that one's from the side is very, very good. Good top shape, good look. Got to change him there on that right wheel. Young man here with the barrow that has the faux hawk little backwards deal. A barrow that's a little plainer in his makeup. A barrow that is sound. He's square, has some muscle. Those basic fundamentals work him up here into a sail spot. Young man coming out next. That's another one that needs to be busted open for me. He's a little slower going behind. Young lady, this barrow comes to me put together by committee, and I don't know if everybody agreed about it. He's big-chested and has some muscle. He doesn't balance up for me well enough from the side, and to get him to the ground with that much muscle and width, he needs to have more feature to be proportional. Round out this class again with some parts and pieces, get to be a little flatter or a little more tangle-legged. Nice class, the Durocs.
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan.
Testing. Yep. So that's concluded our last class of the lightweight division. That was class 34, 35, and 36. We're now beginning our class 37, which is the start of our middleweight division. The weight ranges from 269 to 274, and there are 47 in this class. And then we'll have 3 classes for this middleweight division, and that'll conclude our middleweight division. All of these class winners and second places in these classes will come back for all the division judging at the conclusion of our last class of Durocs.
Doing kind of a recap on class number 36 here. We have our top 10 exhibitors here. They're going across your screen in the top 5, but we're going to go and read off the top 10. And 10th place went to Corey McCloskey. Hope I said that right, Corey. Congratulations. 9th place went to Avalon Boren. 8th place was shown by Colton Camburn. 7th place went to Luke Stevenson. 6th place was shown by Keely Shakespeare. 5th place went to Slayton Parsons. 4th place was awarded to Easton Weisenhunt. Hope I said that right, Easton. 3rd place went to Laney Campbell. 2nd place was shown by Mark Bucks-Kemper. Mark Bucks-Kemper from Levelland FFA was 2nd. And our class winner in class number 36 was Clayton Ellis. Clayton Ellis was also our Texas bred winner, and the certified Texas bred class champion was bred by Clay Farms from White Deer. So congratulations to Clay Farms for breeding our certified Texas bred class champion.
if you've just now joined us, we're on Class 37. This is the start of our middleweight division. We will have 3 classes that head up our middleweight division, and this is the start of it. The weight ranges in this class go from 269 to 274, and we have 47 in this class.
This is our biggest class so far. So far, the guys have pulled back 3 head in the holding pens for a chance at the top 10 spots. They've historically pulled between 10 to 12, placing 10 that get rosettes, and top 6 in each one of these Duroc classes make the sale here at the San Antonio Market Barrows Show, which will be held on Friday.
Yeah, in fact, this class is the biggest class of our Duroc Drive total. It is our biggest class.
How many total Durocs do we have here today, Wayne?
We have 390 that our judges will evaluate, which is the second, it is actually the second largest breed. It's the second largest breed. Our crosses, our dark crosses, is our largest at 503.
So far, we have 6 pinned back in the holding pens. There's about 9 in the big arena. And all 3 of the first classes of Durocs, in that lightweight division, they would at least pull 1 to 2 out of the big arena. One of the kids actually made his way up into the top 10 coming out of the big arena. So just because you are in the big arena, don't give up. Like Dad and I talked about earlier, for those of you who are just now listening, there was a young lady and a young man both who came out of the big arena and made their way into the top 4 in the class. Sometimes you don't get the best look in the sorting pens, but once your animal's in the big arena and has a chance to stretch its legs a little bit and really get out there and get mobile, you get another evaluation, and sometimes that makes or breaks you. And kudos to those kids yesterday, and shout out to them both for showing their hearts out. And showmanship is so important, and conditioning of your animal to make sure that it can weather a storm, and the fact of showing for a long period of time. And both of those kids did a wonderful job at that. Looks like we have 7 pinned back now. Like I said, the guys pull between 10 and 12 back, and with this being such a large class, I could see them pulling maybe a few more than that in this class.
Yeah, yesterday in the heavyweight hamps, the last class of the day, they pulled like 19 of them. So, so you just never know for sure. But I agree with you. I think we could see closer to possibly 14, 15 possibly.
Absolutely. Well, just like that hamp class yesterday, that last class of the day, which I believe the champion came out of, They pulled back 19 hogs and did like 3 different sorts, and that shows you how deep that class was. Then our reserve, I think, came out of the middleweight division, which was bred by Rains Livestock out of Fredericksburg. Congratulations to them. They were Texas bred. You know, kind of talking about things that stand out from a judging standpoint, you know, when you get a group of animals out here that are so competitive and so consistent from top to bottom, you know, as an exhibitor, you want to wear something that kind of maybe stands out, because that judge may be like, okay, I really like this pig over here, I'm going to come back to it. Wear something that they can stand out. There's a young lady in a sparkly pink shirt or vest out here. To me, if I really like that animal's hog or that kid's hog, I'll be like, okay, look for that girl with the sparkly pink on, or that young man with the black vest and real tie-dye shirt, or whatever it may be. That helps a judge kind of help find you when you have so many hogs out there exhibiting all at the same time, because it's controlled chaos out there when you get a bunch of pigs out there, because all these pigs are going different ways. You're steering them different ways. There's some collisions every now and then, but it allows that judge to help find you easier. So those of you who are coming down for Wednesday and Thursday to show, just kind of keep that in mind when you go out there in the ring and what you wear. Nine total pigs pinned back thus far, and looks like they have 2 more to evaluate from this first initial sort. A lot of them out in the big ring, so they're going to really take a good hard look at those out there, and there might be 1 or 2 more below us getting classified and weighed. If you get pinned, that's the first thing you do. You go to the classification judges, and there's a 3-panel judge system there. They evaluate your animal for breed characteristics, and if they all vote in favor of your animal meeting those breed characteristics, you have to go to the scale and you have to weigh within 10 pounds of what you turned your weight card in at. If you check out there, then you will go into your holding pen over here right below us, and you'll get to see that here in a minute on the screen. And then you will be evaluated for a top 10 position. They pull more than 10. They only place 10 placings. They will excuse the 11th, 12th, 13th, whatever they pull back that's left over from those 10, and then evaluate the top 10 placings.
It looks like we've looked at the final one, and they're ready to come into the big ring here in just a moment. Looks like we have 16 out in the big ring.
And there's 10 pinned back that I can see here, Wayne. There might be one below us, but I know for a fact we have 10 pulled back to this point.
Yeah, this one thing, you know, you don't see this, but if you get the big arena, if you're coming the next wave, make sure that once you get in the big arena, just relax the pig and wait till the judges come out, then get after showing.
Exactly. They're firing them up now.
Absolutely.
But see, this is that controlled chaos is what I was talking about. And with you wearing a certain color shirt, those judges kind of keep that in the back of their mind. Okay, we need to go find this kid because I kind of like his pig. I want to see how he looks out here in the big ring.
Yes, that bright and different type shirt is just, I think, real important. As a judge, I think it puts it in their mind. It says, okay, I really like that one's pig, and I remember that by finding them in that shirt color.
Absolutely. Like I said, with this many hogs out here, you know, it's hard to spot one. You know, you got to get right in front of them. Maybe get in front of one of the judges, and if they miss you, then go find Mr. Ogle, and he's in the brown. And it's always good to. I encourage kids to come watch them judge a class. If you're not the first class of the day, come watch the show and see what they're doing, so you have an idea of how the judges are doing things, where they go, where they sit, what they're looking for in their animal critiquing, and also how they place things. It's very important to do that.
And the order of
their placing. Exactly, that's correct. So I encourage y'all to come watch a class or two to see what they're doing, because I will tell y'all they've stayed very consistent and true to what they're doing. Now, one lead judge may do something different than the other lead judge, so that's why it's important to watch both judges when they are the lead judges and determine who your lead judge is and keep an eye on how they do things. Because they, as a judge, you want to be consistent, not only in your placing and evaluation of the animals, but also in how you sort them. And so that is so important. Come with your buddies, bring your friends up there with you, bring your parent or sponsor or whoever is helping you out, and they can help kind of tell you, especially if you're younger, on what you need to do and what you need to look for and how you need to do it. So, young lady in the pink and the blue
kind of a turquoise scarf there
is going to be pinned back. Yeah, so she'll be the 11th one pinned back.
Congratulations for her hard work to get still in the hunt here.
Absolutely. They're doing one more kind of evaluation to see if there's anything left in here. Like I said, this is the largest class of the day when it comes to the Duroc breed, 47 total head.
So what do we have counting her? Probably about 11?
11. There's 11 pulled back.
So we've got 10 spots here in the placings that get rosettes, and unfortunately only 6 make the sale. If you haven't joined us throughout the show, the top 6 go to auction, but only 4 of them go across the stage. And within that, the 5th and 6th place will get $1,500, and then buyers can add on during the show or online during the sale, or they can actually have until March the 1st to do add-ons as well. But this is not only for those placings, but that's all kids that have made the sale.
Looks like they're going to excuse these individuals back to their pens. Congratulations to all these kiddos.
The reasoning behind that on the sale and doing it this way, they're kind of experimenting with the waters there, but the sale was lasting till midnight or 1 in the morning, and that was just so hard, not only on the buyers but also on the kids and the parents that were involved in that. So we're hoping it's going to get them through sooner so that people can get back on the road. So as these kids exit, these kids have worked really hard as well just to get in the big ring, and having an opportunity to show is a great representation of our judges trying to give every kid every opportunity and a fair evaluation to be able to show, and they've kept quite a few back, not only pinned but in the big ring. So I feel like these judges have definitely been very fair in consideration of the kids, of giving them a fair look. We got the first one coming out here, so they'll go through all 11 of these and make a determination of the ones that really impact them and check the boxes, at which time if they check the boxes of the most positives, they'll pin them back again. They could pin, in the past so far, they've pinned up to 6 of them. So I've seen them do more than that, but I know they'll probably in this class definitely do 6 for sure.
And very few times in this Duroc drive they've pinned one back immediately out of the gate. Usually they'll let them sit out here. They'll get 6 out there, then maybe pin 1 or 2. Like that last class, if you were watching, they only pinned 2 back pretty quickly. The other ones, they kind of had to kind of evaluate together and say, okay, what do you think? Here's what we'll do.
He pinned the one in the white shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of suspected that. That hog really took a good step and got out there and really showed his stuff off. young lady in a kind of a purplish blue sweater there.
Really good side profile on that hog.
Oh,
And
yeah.
man, what a chest floor in that creature. Like we were talking about, chest floor is so huge with these judges here today.
They want them really open up through that chest floor, as Landon was saying, and really open up behind that shoulder through that rib area. And you see the ones that they kind of hold true there, and they want that fullness through the rib all the way back to the back flank.
Those of you who may be showing either Wednesday or Thursday, just kind of keep that in mind. They like them pulled apart. First thing they're going to look at is the chest floor.
You don't have that chest, they're probably not going to go around and look the side and rear. So, you know, if you've got a little bit of problem there, try to angle the barrel if you can, just slightly.
They're going to go ahead and pin this young man here in the white as well, I believe. Yep. That'll be 3 pin back to this point. Like I said, they're going to, and Wayne had kind of mentioned that a while ago, they're probably going to pull 6 back. And that's what they've been doing. And those 6 will make the top 6 or historically the past 3 classes will be in the top 6 and will also make the sale here at San Antonio, here in the Duroc breed. Then they'll place 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th and excuse the other individuals back to their pen without their hog. The hog will go on to greener pastures.
The range of numbers is pins 108 through 120. So if you do have a breed champion, division champion that is a holdover barrel, you need to move that barrel to pins 108 to 120, directly over here at the front of the cattle barn over by Freeman.
Looks like the young lady in the flowery shirt just got pinned.
That'll make it 4 total pinned so far for the top end of the class. They'll probably pull 2 more here.
They do like what they've been doing. They'll as Landon mentioned, they'll keep 6 and then they'll place normally from 7th down to 10th place.
For those of you tuning in, we're on class number 37. You can kind of see it on the bottom part of your screen there. This is the first class of the Division 2, which is your middleweight division. First of 3 classes there, and then we go into our heavyweight division, and there's 3 classes as well. So kind of give you guys a future tense of what we're going to be doing here, and then we're going to judge for once we go through all the classes of Durocs, we'll then bring all the lightweight division winners, middleweight division winners, and heavyweight division winners out, and we'll judge each division for a first place, then judge the overall champion and reserve champion Duroc. Then we may be taking a lunch break by that point, maybe not, and then we're going to move into the dark crosses, which there are a total of 9 classes of those as well. They went ahead and pinned the young lady in the black vest and the young lady in the turquoise shirt with the kind of pink sash. And that would be 6. So now he's reaching for the button. So they're going to play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th here.
Looks like he's got a 7th place with the young lady. She will be 7th. Young lady in a pink sweater there and black scarf is 8th. These kids are showing for bragging rights here. That's all they're going to be able to get, be top 10. And young man is the next placing in the blue plaid. Congratulations. Young lady in the red sweater will round it out at 10th place. And the 2 that are still remaining in the ring, they've worked really hard, and they can say they made the top 12, and And that's quite an accomplishment in a class of 47 head. And again, another real deep set here at San Antonio in this Class 37 Duroc Drive. So the judges, as they're excused those out of the ring, they're letting the top 6 out. They'll go ahead and let out one at a time, and then they'll start, they'll confer, and then they'll go ahead and start placing from 6 up to the top 2, and then probably confer again and make their final decisions for the class winner and second place in this class. So they've got the top 4 out here at this time, and he gave Eric to kind of analyze these first 4 that they've let out, and they'll let out the last 2 and probably do a final evaluation of an overview of all 6 out here, and they'll probably confer a little bit, but I think they must have already because Brandon's already made up his mind for 6th place. Young man in the black vest, congratulations, you are in the sale. Now they're going to confer in the top 5. Nope, top 4, sorry. The young lady in the turquoise with the pink scarf was in 5th place. So we've got our final 4 here. They're visiting about them of how they want to kind of line up 3rd and 4th, or looks like they conferred, and they are ready to hand it out to the blue flowery shirted girl. She will be 4th. Young lady in the white will be 3rd. And then we have our final 2 out here. The young man and the young lady in the purple sweater. Young lady's 2nd, young man is 1st. Congratulations to each and every one of these top 6 individuals.
The young man in the center of the ring is going to win this class. I told Eric, but in the back, or coming up, there was one that hit me hard in the back. Hopefully you liked him and looked good out here in the big ring. This one from the side strikes you on first impression. A big bladed, good look, very proportional from the side. You get on top of him, tremendous amount of width and spread, and then you get behind him, and you hope like heck that his hock and rear legs in him, and yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. He's sound and square behind. Young lady here in 2nd. That one there matches up from a standpoint of look and proportional balance from the side. That one's not as shapely when you get on top of him, but a big-chested, good rear leg. I think that one matches up with my class winner to be 2. Young lady here in 3rd is one that... Again, I've talked about basic build and fundamentals, working one up, and this one is one of those. He checks a lot of boxes. Does he have a lot of extras? No. He doesn't. He's not as stout. He's not as muscular and bold as those other ones. He has enough of those things, and he's sound. I like him 3rd. Young lady coming out next and 4th. Big-chested, real good turn up high. Another one that when you get behind him there, he wants to turn in and twist a little. I'd like to square him up in his rear hock, see him play it square from hock to ground. Young lady coming out next is one that's got as much muscle as any. A lot of the ESTs in class, especially when you get on top of them, tremendous amount of spread and squareness out of his blade, maintains that advantage all the way through his pin and hip and rump set. He's a barrow that wants to get a little different, how he blends from shoulder to loin. He's a barrow, too, that just, again, needs a little more fill maybe to balance up that top line and hook up. Young man coming out next. You like this one from the side. Very good and fresh and well presented. Awesome hip and hind leg in this barrow. not to beat him up, he needs to be wider chested to get any higher in this particular class. We round out the class with some parts and pieces again that maybe don't balance up as well. Nice class, the Red Barrows.
Primo feeds, sources, tests, and delivers high-quality ingredients to its 7 state-of-the-art feed mills across America. Once ordered, logistics specialists organize your fresh feed for delivery, while trucking partners ensure swift and reliable delivery to your doorstep or a nearby retailer. Experience Primo Feeds at www.primofeeds.com or find it in a store near you.
Well, that concludes class number 37. I'm going to go ahead and read off the top 10 placings. They're going across your screen in your top 6, but we want to acknowledge all these top 10 exhibitors in such a deep class, which was the biggest class of the day. In 10th place went to Emery Dunn. 9th place was awarded to Willard Hager. 8th place went to Cody Kelso. 7th place was awarded to Addison Lice. 6th place went to Harrison Hitzfelder. 5th place was shown by Chloe Cooper. 4th place was exhibited by Katie Willenborg. 3rd place went to Macy Wilson. 2nd place was shown by Shelby Nicholson. And our class winner was exhibited by Jackson Powell from Jerdington FFA. Thank you and congratulations to Jackson. Jackson also was the exhibitor of the Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion. And once again, Powell Livestock of Jerdington was one of the breeders there. Powell Livestock, I think, had a class champion yesterday as well. So congratulations to Powell Livestock on breeding the Certified Texas Bred in class number 37. Moving on to class number 38, Wayne. We have a total of 45 in this class. Weight ranges are from 270 to 282. This is our second of the Division II Durocs, which is what we'd call the middleweight division. We have one more class of those, and then we move on to the 3 classes of heavyweight division Duroc Barrows. Here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, this is the Market Barrows Show, and congratulations to San Antonio Livestock and Rodeo for hitting such a tremendous milestone. This is their 75th anniversary here, so congratulations to them and all the hard work and dedication they've put in over these past 75 years to create these, give these kids such a good opportunity here at the Stock Show. Those of you just tuning in, we're evaluating the first sort of class number 38 here today. This is our second class of the Division II Durocs, or is what I would call the middleweight division. There are 45 total head in this class. Weight ranges are from 275 to 282. Looks like they've got about 12 pulled back thus far. This is a pretty deep class of red hogs. Last class they had about 10 or 11 pulled, and they'd go in the big arena. So if you make it to the big arena, you get a secondary evaluation. They pulled up to 2 to 3, even at times, from the big arena to kind of see what they've matched up with the ones they had initially pulled back. Those of you just tuning in, kind of give you an idea. So Mr. Ogle is the lead judge here for the Durocs. If he points straight ahead, kind of toward the front of the screen here, that means he wants to keep your Duroc for a chance at the top 10 placings. If he points to the right, he'll send him over to Mr. Eric Polich. If Mr. Polish points to the right, you go back to your pen, and your pig goes on to greener pastures. If he points straight ahead, like what he did, he didn't do that there. This young lady's going back to her pen. But if he points toward your screen, you go in the big arena for a secondary evaluation of your animal. And they have done the first initial sort. Now the two judges will move to the big arena to see if there's anything they want to keep back here. They've got 12 total pigs pulled back at this time for a chance at top 10 placings. Top 10 will get a beautiful rosette, and top 6 in each of these Duroc classes will make the sale here at San Antonio. Only 4 kids, top 4 placings, walk across the stage. 5th and 6th do not walk across the stage, but you did make the sale. And the reason for that, like Wayne said earlier, it's because the sale was going till 11 o'clock midnight, and that was very hard on the kids and the buyers to stay around that long. They're just trying to shorten the auction up a little bit, but doesn't mean your kid's not going to get supported. That is for sure happening. 13 total pin back, and Mr. Ogle just said, hey, I had a good look at these animals, and I'm going to send these back to their pen. I think I got the 13 I want to take a look at. They're pulling these kids out one at a time, take evaluation at. These are your top. We've got 13 pinned back, but there will be only 10 placed. Looks like he's already pulled one back, and if he does that, you've got an opportunity to make the top 6 here. They've only pulled 6 back for the top 6 in the class in these last 4 classes, but with this class being so much deeper, we'll see if they just do 6 or if they're going to pull maybe 1 or 2 more. If they just pull 6, then they'll play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th and excuse the other individuals out of the ring.
This year we do have non-walking lots. These exhibitors with non-walking cell-making lots do not attend the auction. A guaranteed base premium of $1,500 will be awarded to each exhibitor of the non-walking lots, along with any funds generated through the add-on portal for that lot. For the Barrows, and all exhibitors with fifth and sixth place Barrows are non-walking lots.
You know, looking at this class out here, this class looks a little bit different than some of the classes we've seen before.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, side profile, extension of neck, it seems to be a little more in this class. It seemed like some of the classes prior were really wide skulled, big jawed, but not necessarily extension. These guys are pretty uniformed in this whole set that
And I
see
think
so far.
that's going to continue as the day goes on. As the bigger these hogs get, the more. I don't know. I think the heat's going to be turning up the later we get into this class. They've got 5 pin back so far now. Probably just going to do 6 and then start placing from there. Young lady in the blue scarf and black shirt was our 5th one pin back. Young lady in the kind of bluish shirt, light blue gray shirt, will be our 6th one pin back. I have a feeling they're going to start placing from there. They're kind of talk together on where they want to maybe go from there for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Looks like he's going to go get the buttons, yes. So he's going to reevaluate these top 6 here after he places 7th through 10th. And these top 6 will make the sale, so... Now these kids out here in the big ring are just showing for bragging rights here now.
Absolutely. In such a deep class here, a few of these kids will not get a placing button, but doesn't mean they didn't show their hearts out there.
Young man in the orangey red just got the 7th. The 8th place, that is.
Young lady in the Aztec-y looking shirt was 8th or 9th, correct? Yes.
Yes, 9th. So we've got one more placing here. Up. Young man there in the red was 10th. He's got the bragging rights and picture. Get to take the picture and to be in the top 10 in this show, in any one of these big classes, Durocs being one of the really strong breeds as well, is such a great accomplishment.
And the rest of these individuals, kudos to them for showing their hearts out. They're going to go back to their pen, and their hog will move on to greener pastures. For those of you who know about a terminal show, you know what I'm talking about.
And they've done an outstanding job as well. Just to make the top 13 is such an accomplishment. So the judges are letting out our top 6 here in Class 38. All 6 of these have made the sale. Now it's just our 2 judges evaluating these top 6 and placing them from 6th on up to our class winner. We got the 3rd one now coming out. We have 3 more to go. Judge will look at all 6 of them before he decides to go ahead and start placing the 6th on up. So, and that's great that they do that. They don't make any rash decisions. They make sure they see all 6 of them before they decide and line them up. And a lot of times they'll also confer, and they usually confer some even beforehand. So if they know they've already talked and know that their discussions needs to be in the top 4, then that's when they confer again. Or they have conferred in the top 2, strike them really hard, or top 3, then they'll confer. But looks like now he's seen all 6 of them. They'll confer, make sure they're on the same page, and then he'll start handing out, starting with our 6th place. Looks like our young lady in the violet purple will be our 6th place. Congratulations. Of making the sale. Young man in the red will be 5th. So these top 4 are making sure they're on the same page on how they're going to line up 4th and 3rd, and possibly 2nd and 1st, but probably, I suspect, they're kind of overviewing all 4 of them the way it seems.
Bring those barrows to the holding pins. Make sure you have your pen show card and your backpack with you as you enter the black gate.
Young lady in the black shirt is our 4th place. 3rd place is young man in the paisley shirt.
Here we go. I think he's got his mind made up.
Young man is 2nd.
And the young lady in the pink.
Pink is 1st. Congratulations to each and every one of them, not only for their placing, but also making this sale.
Let's hear from Mr. Ogle.
I class again with some different parts and pieces, and as you stated, it is fun to evaluate because there's differences to discuss here between these. The young lady here in the pink will win this particular class for us. You get him up into the top end, and this is the barrow to me that without question you get on top of him has the most spread. He's the most full and natural there in the center part of his body. He's really genuine in his chest cavity. He's barrow that when he gets his head up and goes structurally, I think he's very good. You take him to the ground and he has an advantage over the young man's 2nd place barrow. This barrow here doesn't have as much feature and foot. When you take him to the ground, he's a barrow also to me that maybe could use a nickel more fill. You like this one's squareness. You like his shape. He has that advantage up high from a standpoint of turn and dimension. Really nice barrow to be 2. Young man coming out in 3rd. If I could change that one coming right at me, he's a barrow that, again, could play a little harder up front. He's a barrow you like a lot of things about. Again, not to nitpick a good one. He got to be better in his knee and chest floor. Young lady's barrow coming out next. I sure like this one a lot. Heavy structured. Not huge chested, but he's square and good in his shoulder and knee. He's a barrel when you get in behind him. He just doesn't have enough gas to get up any higher in his class. He needs more muscle, more flare back in his hip and pin. Young man coming out next is one that's big old forearm, big legs, big feet. He's a barrel that starts to labor a little bit structurally out of his front end, gets to be a little plainer there through his jowl and throat. Young lady coming out next has got a leaner, cleaner, sharper one in the barrel ahead of him. He's a barrel that gets to be a little less balanced when you study him from the side. I'd like to give him more feature at the ground to get him up any higher. Nice parts and pieces. The young lady's barrel coming out next has some advantages. He wants to round too much through his rump and tuck his rear two underneath him. Nice class of red ones.
So that concludes class number 38. Oh, what a deep set that was. We're really turning up the heat there. Moving on to class 39, there are 44 head in that class. Weight ranges are from 283 to 289. This is the last class of our middleweight division or Division II Durocs. Then we'll move on to the last three classes of heavyweight Durocs. Placings in the top 10 of class number 38, and I hope I say your names right, so I apologize if I mispronounce you, but we're still very proud of you and happy for you. 10th place went to Holt Herber from Fredericksburg FFA. 9th place went to Rachel Burchett. 8th place was shown by Hunter Wernicke. 7th place went to Azalea King. 6th place was shown by Tate Miller. 5th place went to Olin Pearson. 4th place was shown by Charlie Barrix. 3rd place went to Heston Hall. 2nd place was shown by Braxton Richards. And our class number 38 first place and class winner was Kinsey Dendruski. Dendrusk? I hope I said that right, Kendra. Or Kinsey, I apologize. Kinsey is from Falls City FFA, so congratulations to her. And our certified Texas bred registered class champion was also exhibited by Miss Kinsey. She was the class winner, and that was H5 Hog Farms from Falls City. Congratulations to that breeder on your accomplishment breeding the Texas bred in class number 38. We are now doing our initial sort of class number 39 here. Stay tuned for more updates as we go on through this class. Here in class number 39, we have a total of 8 pigs pulled back so far. I think there might be 1 or 2 below us getting classified. Those of you just now tuning in, if he points straight ahead, that would be Mr. Ogle, the first initial short judge here. He's the lead judge for these Durocs. If he points straight toward the screen, that means you get pinned for a chance at the top 10. If he points toward Mr. Eric Polish, Mr. Polish will judge them. And if he points to the right, it'll go, the exhibitor will move on. They will not have a chance for a secondary evaluation. The pig's just not what they're looking for today. If he points toward the screen, Mr. Polish will send them to the big arena where they will have a secondary sword, and they've pulled at least 1 or 2 usually out of the big arena. Excuse me. A little dust in the barn, as per usual at any stock show you go to. But they've been pulling between 12 and 13 total hogs back.
So this class 39 is we will wrap up the last class of our middleweight division, and then we'll start after this class into our heavyweight division. The class we're currently on, class 39, weight ranges from 283 to 289 with 44 head in this class. Looks like we've got what, Landon, 7 out?
No, we've got in the big arena. In the big arena, are you talking about the big
8,
arena or
the big arena? So there are 8 in there.
Yeah, 8 total.
And then how many in the pens?
There's 9 in the big arena, and there is a total of 12 pin back. There's one underneath us right now. So it looks like the guys are going out to the big arena right now to see if there's anything they want to keep back to evaluate with the ones that Mr. Ogle initially pulled back for a chance at the top 10 placings. Top 10 will get a beautiful rosette, and top 6 in all the Duroc classes here today will make the sale. I think they're really starting to turn up the heat with these Durocs here today. Especially as we've moved on during the class. $13 total that are pulled back, Mr. Anderson just told me. Those tuned in yesterday, we kind of did a little trio over here between Dad, myself, Dad being Wayne Rohde, and me being Landon Rohde, and Mr. Brandon Anderson. Kind of a little trio on the mic, and we had fun doing it. We all help each other out, kind of. One of us will kind of get the placings. The other 2 will kind of just talk your ears off. Hope you guys don't have it on mute. If you do, we understand. So they've got 13 pulled back right now. So a pretty deep set of classes here as we get into these heavier divisions here. Went ahead and pulled the young lady in the pink out of the big arena for a chance to judge for a top 10 spot. That'll make it 14 total this far, and looks like the judges are sending these other ones, other individuals back to their pen. Give them a big congratulations for going out here and showing their hearts out. Wayne, kind of tell us about the background on while they're kind of sorting all these, kind of tell us the background on the scholarships and the money these champions are going to have a chance to win in the scholarship side, not including the auction side.
Yes, what's great about San Antonio is they've strided for putting not only the auction together in a good capacity, but also the scholarship they've worked religiously on. The first scholarship given back in 1997 was $6,000. It was only to the grand champion, and that continued until 2007, where they let where the breed champions will receive $10,000, and that's what's up for stakes today in their champion overall Duroc. They've just now let out the first and second in the pens here, and the first one got put back right away. So quite different. They really like that pig that they first initially let out, because in the past they've let several out before they pen back. So that's and I suspect from seeing what went through the sort a while ago that we've got a really deep set of red ones in our top 13 that they've pulled.
14
or is it
total.
14
yeah,
now?
they pulled that young lady in the pink out of the
that's
big
right.
arena. So that made the total to 14. So those of you tuning in right now that have just kind of joined us, what they're going to do is they're going to evaluate each one and pull each individual out one at a time from the holding pen. If they really like your hog, they'll point at you and you'll go back to your pen and have a chance at the top part of the class. What they've been doing is only pinning 6 back and placing the rest. Looks like they pinned the young lady in the white pretty quickly.
That'll be the second one that they've pinned so far back. Initially, they've pinned back at least 6 before they start placing.
Well, and just for those of you who are showing Wednesday and Thursday, say you get pinned from the initial sort and it's your turn to come out. Once they've kind of evaluated your hog, kind of stay on the opposite end of the arena. I mean, you still want to be able to show off your hog. They're going to come find you, but don't try to get in the way. You know, be courteous to the other individuals coming out for the first time out of their pen. If you're kind of in their way, you're blocking their view and their chances as well. So be courteous and be respectful. A lot of these kids are doing just that, but just make sure that you give these other kids an opportunity as well, and that's just good showmanship. And like I said, a lot of good showmen out here, a lot of good friendly camaraderie going on out here. They've got 2 pinned back. I guess 3 now. Young lady in the pink kind of vest is coming back here. She's going to be your 3rd one pinned back for the chance at the top spots. Like I said, they'll pull 6 total back. Young lady in the purple's going back. That'll make it 4 total pulled back.
What we got left? 4 yet to see for the
3
second.
now. 3 now. But yes, we had 4 and
1 out of the pink just came out, so now we got the young man coming out.
in the striped shirt here. Yep,
And then we have 2 more after that.
that is correct, Wayne. Like I said, this is where you kind of need to start getting aggressive because you want to see if you have a chance at the top 6 spots. If you seal one of those top 6 spots, you will almost be guaranteed a sale spot based on what they've done. They've only kept 6. They haven't kept 7 to this point. So if you make one of those top 6 individuals who would get pinned back from this little sort here, you're almost guaranteed a sales slot from what we've noticed in the past, 5 classes? Because this is the last class of the middleweight division, is that correct?
That is correct.
Young man in the white's getting pinned back. That'll make it 5. This is the young lady who got pulled out of the big arena earlier to be evaluated with the rest of his class.
Like Landon has said, out here you got to get really, really aggressive, and there's a lot of pigs out there. So getting them all around the judge within like 20 to 30 feet where they can get a good bird's eye vision of your animal is important. Looks like the young lady in the pink got pinned.
You know what's crazy? She was the one who was in the big arena that got pulled back. So now she has a chance to make the sale. Well, I think they have 7 here, Wayne.
Interesting.
I'm not sure. I don't know
Not
if this
sure
young
why.
man is supposed to be in here or not.
I don't know either. Don't. Looks like they've kept 7 back, huh?
I'm not too sure here. I
Huh.
thought he pinned the young lady in the pink.
I sure looked like it. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, they did.
Okay.
So it looks like this is a deeper class for them. So they have kept 7 back, which is the first time they've done that.
I don't
here
know
in
if
the
they
Duroc
I don't know if
draw.
they meant to do that or not. I'm not sure. Okay, so but yeah, like you said, I think they have 7. They've only been doing 6, but this class, I guess, a little bit deeper class here. So they placed eighth place. 9th place, I believe, went to the young lady in the orange, and they have one more placing, and then they'll excuse the other exhibitors out of the ring. Like I said, whether you get a ribbon or not, that's not what we're doing this for. Keep your head held high and keep working hard, and good things will happen.
Young lady
I
in the white
promise you.
sweater displaced.
That would be your 10th place, and the rest of the exhibitors will exit the ring at this time, and then we'll place the top 7 here in class number 39, the last of the middleweight division class here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show.
When we finish up this class, we have gone through 6 classes of the Reds, and then we have 3 additional classes, which makes up our heavyweight division. So as they excuse this last barrel out, they'll start letting out the the top 7 here for the final evaluation, and they'll place 7th on up through our class winner.
Here we go. The first one's out, and like Wayne and I were talking about, these are for the top 7 individuals. 6 of the 7 will make the sale. And they will place from the bottom up. You want to be aggressive here, but not overly aggressive till that 7th place is placed.
Yeah, most
Because
definitely.
you want to be in the top 6, not 7. You know, we always call that the crying hole. I've been
Yeah.
there several times, and it's just part of it. You know, somebody's going to get it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But you know, all these kids are winners in our eyes.
Absolutely. Just to make the top 10 is unbelievable.
Absolutely, at this very, very, very competitive show. This was always the toughest show I ever went to when it came to top to bottom quality. Not that all these shows here in Texas, these majors, they're tough shows. They really are. But San Antonio, for some reason, always has so much heat there. He's got his buttons here.
First call, class 40. First call, class 40, Duroc Barrows. Exhibitors bring those down.
Young man in the white is going to be 7th.
Make sure that you have your tan silk card and your backpack with
So now we have our top 6 out here
Top
now.
6 that's made the sale.
Young lady in the pink came from the big arena didn't get pinned right away, and she just made the sale. So congratulations to her, whoever she is.
Absolutely.
That's a way to show your
hard
butt off.
work paid off.
Yes, it did. So she made the sale. Coming out of the big arena, he had 13 pulled back already and pulled her later and said, okay, I'm going to reevaluate this one, and made the sale. So congratulations to her for showing her way up. Young lady in the purple will be 5th. And now we're down to our top 4 individuals here. Young man and 3 young ladies out here. All 4 doing a good job, and pigs are starting to tucker out just a little bit, but they're doing a great job keeping their animals moving. Young man will be 4th. So it's a battle for the lady with the ladies. Oh, young lady in the white is 3rd. 2nd is the young lady in the pink, and the young lady in the striped shirt is your class winner in the heaviest class of the middleweight division. Wayne, take it away.
All righty. Congratulations.
Let's hear from
Good
Mr. Brandon Ogle.
Well, if you're a Duroc enthusiast ringside, step up to the plate here. This is a good class. I told a young lady there in the blue and white stripe, keep that thing rocking and rolling, because he hits you very, very good from every angle. When he came in, I told, or Eric looked at me, he said something about as good as you can make that one's chest floor, and I said that one hit me hard out back, and he just continued to kind of get a stranglehold on this particular drive. He's good coming at you. He's really neat to look at from the side, and that's not just cute-headed. I like his fullness, his blade, and again, how uniform that is from his forerib to flank. I think a really nice place to start. Young lady in the vest, take nothing away from her. This is one that works himself up. He's a little different in his knee. He could track a little square behind, but again, I like that one's feature. I like his build. Not as many extras there as my class winner. Young lady coming out next and 3rd is a heavy-duty one. That one, too, could be squarer in its knee. A barra that I like is turn up top. And as we're getting into these heavier weights, this is one that could use a little fill. I told Eric about halfway through the back here that some of these are looking like they could use a drink and or a scoop of feed, and they must be tight. Young man coming out next, that is not his department. This one's full, he's fresh, he's well presented, a lot of spread up top. He needs to be stronger on his front feet for me. It makes him want to run downhill a little. If you can fix him there and strengthen him there, that's a barrel. You run up to that 2 spot and you do it in a quick hurry. Young lady coming out next, a barra that, again, is mobile. He gets to be a little plainer out here as we work him towards the top end. Young lady coming out next. This one started to struggle on her, and he didn't want to drive. And when he doesn't want to drive, he wants to get himself too far up underneath himself and duck his hip and rump. Young man coming out next in the white. A barra that I want to talk and say missed a sale spot. This is one that I like a whole bunch. I told the young man, you can tell he's a little off in that right rear hock. He's got some swelling and some coarseness. If you could clean that up, that's a barrel you run up into them top 3 or 4 in this drive. Real nice class of Red Hogs.
That concludes class number 39. We're moving on to the first class of the heavyweight division of Duroc Barrows here at San Antonio Market Barrow Show. This will be class number 40, There were 38 total head in this class, and weight ranges on these animals is 290 to 296. So we're getting into the heavy divisions, and all these last three classes, they're all going to be big monsters out there. I have a feeling, and I think everything's going to kind of step up from there. It'll be interesting to see. Going back to class number 39, we had 44 in that class, and I'm going to read you off the top 10 individuals. Congratulations to all these kiddos for working hard and making the top 10 in such a deep class, as Mr. Ogle said. 10th place was awarded to Claire Barbie. 9th place went to Bristol Baker. 8th place was shown by Kenzie Fischerbacher. 7th place went to Jaden Vanderstahl. I hope I said that right, Jaden. Congratulations on your 7th place. 6th place went to Dakota Martin. 5th place was awarded to Kelsey Felder. 4th place was shown by Zane Byers. 3rd place went to Dylan Lowry. 2nd place to Brinley Hatfield. And our class winner was Hattie Tyson from Randall County 4-H. Congratulations to Hattie and all the rest of the top 10 individuals. Our certified Texas bred registered class champion was exhibited by Hattie Tyson. She was first in class from Randall County 4-H, and the breeder of that hog was Texas bred was Mr.
Mike Clay.
Mr. Mike Clay at Clay Farms from White Deer. Congratulations to the Clay Farms and Mike Clay. And
Mike's been around this hog business for a long time. Also a good friend, and he's worked really hard at this show pig operation. Congratulations to you, Mike.
Absolutely. Moving on to class 40, 38 head, and let's get these suckers evaluated. I'm excited to see what this heavyweight division looks like, Wayne.
Yep, there's one coming out with some power just right now.
I'm pretty sure all of them are going to be that way.
Yeah, but I bet he puts him forward. He does. So like we were talking about, you've really got to be pulled apart coming at you. That's his first sort, is if they're not pulled apart, then he won't look at the side or the rear profile of that animal. So if you've just now joined us, we're on Class 40. This is the start of our heavyweight division. There are three classes that makes up our heavyweight division. This Class 40, the weight ranges from 290 to 296, and there are 38 in this class. So it is the smallest class of our Duroc Drive today.
Doesn't mean it might not be the deepest, though. You don't know.
It might be the smallest, so you're exactly right, but it could be the deepest set. In our Duroc show today, the judges will be evaluating 390 head, which is the second largest breed of this first wave. We had a total of 1,675 head show up on the grounds on Friday. And the biggest breed that we're going to be the judges are going to be evaluating will be the dark crosses, and they will be shown. I would suspect what they'll do is they'll show the Durocs, and then maybe start with the dark crosses after lunch. But who knows? I'll keep in the tune of things, and we'll keep you in the loop. But that's what I suspect. But we will definitely let our listeners know on that. But the crosses, being the biggest breed of this first wave, came out to be 503 crosses. So anyway, it's going to be a big show. There also are going to be 9 classes of crosses and 3 weight divisions in that dark cross breed as well. Looks like we've got 4 pinned at this time. And we've got 2 out in the big ring. There's one coming out that's really pulled apart. Probably looked a little different from behind, but that's the kind of width that he's looking at up front. But something on his rear leg possibly, I'm not sure. But he could have an opportunity to go into the big ring. No, it's just apparently just not quite right from behind for what they were looking for. As they're sorting Class 40, the start of our heavyweight division, just want to tell congratulations to San Antonio. They are celebrating their 75th anniversary. The show started in 1950. Their mission statement from the beginning has always been a volunteered organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. We would also like to say a big thank you to all the volunteers of San Antonio. They devote their time. A lot of times they take their vacation and donate their time, or they go without pay to spend up to several weeks here at San Antonio helping run this show, because this show could not be run without the enormous amount of volunteers they have. They only have 30 staff paid members here at the stock show, and everyone else that helps make this show run smoothly as it does is due to all the volunteers. We thank them so much. Also like to thank the our webcast people, Taylor Ford and his staff. Without them, we wouldn't be able to bring you this show to your doorstep. And we appreciate the hard work that they do of giving you the great view of each and every one of these animals, and allowing us to be your host of this show, and trying to give you the play-by-play to make you feel like you are here. At least at home, you're not inhaling any of this good sawdust, and but it is great that due to COVID, it brought this program around, and I'm sure glad that's one of the few things that COVID brought as a positive. But it has been able to bring this webcast, and we appreciate all the hard work that they do. You know, at the conclusion of the Duroc show, when they named the champion Duroc, that person who wins that champion will not only get to compete for a grand or reserve grand and also go to the auction of champions, they also receive a $10,000 scholarship. You know, San Antonio has worked really hard on these scholarships. The first scholarship ever given was in 1997. It was $6,000 scholarship, only given to the grand champion. It took until 2007. They had this vision that they wanted to give every breed a $10,000 scholarship. And they got this accomplished in 2007, where the first one was awarded to that champion Duroc that year. The winner of that particular champion Duroc in 2007 and received that first scholarship was Cheyenne Hill. Looks like we've got 6 so far in the pen.
That is correct, yes, sir. And kind of give you guys a heads up, kind of futuristic here, what's going to happen. This is the first class of the heavyweight division here. We have 2 more classes after this class. At the conclusion of these 3 classes, we will bring the first and second places back from all 3 divisions. So total of 18 total pigs, 9 first place of each class, 9 second place. The lightweight division, or Division 1, there's 3 classes. They will bring those first place out of those 3 classes, judge for a first and second place overall in the division. So you'll have a Division 1 champion and reserve champion. Do the same thing with the middle 3 classes, which is your Division 2 or middleweight division. get them a first and second or champion and reserve champion middleweight division, and do the same thing with the heavies. At the conclusion of that, we will judge those 3 divisions for your overall champion and reserve champion Duroc. I hope that makes sense. If y'all watched the Hamps yesterday, at the end of the day, that's exactly how we did that format, and we will do the same thing with the Dark Crosses at the conclusion of the Dark Cross show.
So also, when they call them, of course, all of these pigs got to go back to the pen, and they got to continue to water and feed on them. However, they come back across the scale before they go into the pen. If for whatever reason they weigh out for this drive, they have not been disqualified from the show. They would just be disqualified
from the overall champion,
champion of their division,
because they made weight going into
absolutely. They were
class.
legal when they won their class placing and title.
So, and I did talk to them down there. So the last class of heavyweight Durocs, they obviously stay here, so they're not going to get a weigh back because they literally just got weighed. They don't have a chance to go back to their pen and get fed and watered. They kind of had that, right before they got back in the ring here, or they started in the ring here. So, but like you said, Wayne, all the other class champions or class winners and second places went back to the pen, and they will get weighed back. So for those of you who are showing Wednesday and Thursday, if you have a lightweight first place or lightweight division champion, you will get weighed back.
So make sure you keep within that 10 pounds weigh.
Mm-hmm. If you're on the bubble, make sure you feed them as soon as you get back to the pen, and make sure they use the restroom at least once or twice before they come back on that scale. Bo Sanders, I'll give him another shout out. Wayne gave him one earlier. He does a wonderful job walking around the barn and making sure all the scales are accurate and weighing right, and in comparison to the one that's actually in the ring. And they clean those scales religiously and make sure that they are weighing right, balanced before the start of every single class here.
He's the exhibitor's best friend. Without him, we've got to make sure those pigs are weighing within. And also to the ones weighing, if it's over the 10 pounds, they're not going to disqualify you right at that moment. They're going to take you off the scale, actually give you 2 more chances by cleaning, double checking the scale, cleaning, doing whatever they can to make sure it's that your pig is official over that weight. And I really appreciate what they're doing back behind us, making sure being as fair to each and every one of these exhibitors as possible.
Absolutely, Wayne. I couldn't have said it better myself. And it looks like they have 9 pinned back, maybe 10. I think they do have their 10. They're evaluating to see if there's any more they want out of here.
They just pinned another one.
Yep.
Looks like the kind of a paisley-looking shirt there, young lady. Congratulations for getting one there.
And they're going to excuse the rest of them out of the ring. So congratulations for these individuals getting out there and showing their hearts out and having a second evaluation out here. But they will go on to bigger and better things, and we wish them nothing but the best down the road. Mr. Anderson just informed me we have 11 pigs pinned back for a chance at a top 10 spot. So one of them, one of the individuals will not get a rosette, but to be evaluated in this very deep class here is nothing to shake a stick at by any means. And we're fixing, once we get all these individuals out of the pen here, we're going to go and get started with the evaluation process to get us a class winner here shortly.
If you've now just joined us, the top 6 in the Duroc breed in each class will make the sale. Only the top 4 will actually go across the auction stage. The 5th and 6th place will actually be paid $1,500, but they can also receive add-ons. But it's not only for these, it's for all the pigs that make the auction. You can do them during the sale online, or you can do it even after the auction up through March the 1st. They've let out the first one now, the start of the evaluation of them coming up with their top 10 placings.
This is the first class of heavyweights of 3 classes.
Class 40.
And how many did we start with, Wayne?
It was 38.
So
in
this is the
class.
smallest class of the day when it comes to the Durocs.
But it looks
Not
like
by
the
many.
quality is not any different,
Oh,
though.
no,
It looks
it's-
as deep, if not deeper.
It's getting heavier in quality with the weight.
Yeah, the one in the purple there, I think, is what she picked. It's so important to raise your hand when they pick you because, it's, you can get lost. Oh, no, it wasn't her. It was the one in the stripe. So, see, there you
White
go.
and pink striped vest here. She was the first one pinned back. They've historically throughout the day so far have just pulled 6 back. Last class they pulled 7, with it being a little bit of a deeper class, I guess. But they pulled 6. Young man in the blue is pinned back. He'll be the second one pinned back. He almost guaranteed spot at the top 6 for the sale. That every Duroc class top 6 do make the sale here.
No pickers will be allowed back on the ground. Only pack trucks, vehicles will be allowed back to pick that.
Young man in the red was pinned back. He'll be the third one pinned back in this class, number 40. Still have one more to look at. This last young lady came out of the big arena, so it'll be interesting to see how it matches up with the other ones. Young lady in the last class went from the big arena and ended up making the sale. Get her hog away from the fence there. Yeah, there you go, young lady. Good job.
They're sure kind of looking, giving her a fair evaluation.
Absolutely. He's going to pin her back. Look at that. She came from the big arena, and now she's in the top 4 so far. They're going to end up pulling 6 back, I would think, here.
I would sure think so. They've done it historically. Last class, if you weren't watching, was actually 7 that they pull back.
But the fact she came from the big arena and is now and has a chance to make the sale, good for her. They went in and pinned the young lady in the blue, the navy blue with the scarf there. She'll be the 5th one pinned back for a chance at the top end of the class. I think they'll try to get him one more. Both Mr. Ogle and, oh, no, young lady in the purple. She'll be the 6th one pinned back here. And I think they'll go to Mr. Griffin, Dr. Griffin from Texas A&M University. He's looking for those buttons, so he'll play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. There'll be one in the class that doesn't get a rosette, but congratulations to all these exhibitors in such a deep class number 40 here of the Duroc Barrows here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. Young man in the black will be 7th. Young man in the lightish gray shirt will be 8th.
Lady in the purple here
Yeah,
just got 9.
Will be 9th. And then he's got one more to place
One
here.
more to get a rosette here.
And he's taking his time on these last two because he knows that this will be the 10th and final place here.
Up.
And he's going to give it to the young lady in the pink.
Pink.
Congratulations to the young lady in the striped shirt, though, for showing very hard today. We're very proud of you, whoever you are. I don't know who she is, but we are proud of her. Now we're going to go into the evaluation of the top 6. We started with 38, and now we're down to 6. And these 6 individuals here will make the sale here at San Antonio. So all of them can take a breath of fresh air, but now we're competing for the class winner. So let's get a little competitive here. Young man coming out doing a good job showing his animal here. Really presenting it well. Great showmanship technique here. Young lady coming out doing the same thing. Good setup on this barrow here. They have one more to bring out here. They have 5 out in the ring, and are going to bring the 6th one out here. And then they will evaluate them from bottom to top until we crown ourselves a class winner here. Young lady in the purple will be your 6th place.
Right.
Young lady in the blue is 5th. So now we're down to 4 here.
Oh,
young lady who came out of the big arena.
That's a lucky number because we've seen since we started this show, yesterday and today, we've had 3 fourths so far.
Young man in the red was 3rd.
Yep.
Young man in the blue is 2nd, and the young lady in the pink and white is your class winner. Let's hear from Mr. Ogle.
Congratulations to all of these winners.
Absolutely.
I thought in this class the red ones, and Eric agreed, the top 2 kind of sort themselves off in this particular class, and then there's differences between the pair. I like the young ladies to win this particular drive. Between the 2, I think this one has a more appropriate set to its front knee and elbow. In particular, also, I think this one is a little fuller, and you get on top of them, has more spread there. And again, you get off to the side, balances up good there. From a standpoint of feel and just natural presentation, I think that one's a very good place to start. Take nothing away from the young man's barrow here in 2nd. That barrow's got a ton of shape when you get on top of him. That's a barrow that's extremely square. I wish he had a little more feel. I can live with that. I'd like to change him there up in his elbow, in his front knee. I'd like to change him there at his feet, at the ground. Being nitpicky on an awful nice one. I think that's a very solid 2nd place barrow in my opinion. Now, as we start working past those top 2, it becomes a little more negotiable, in my opinion. The young man here in the red shirt continued to work himself up in this particular class. This is a barrel that's sound, that has some shape. He's presented well, and he's fresh. He's a barrel that's not the boldest underneath, but he checks enough boxes for me to be 3. Young lady coming out next. That one gets to be a little different when he comes right at you. He's not sure where he wants to go. He's a barrel that's not as fresh in his overall appearance to me as those above him, but a nice barrel here that's got some product, a good enough hind leg. Young lady here, if this one come at me any wider, that's one I can move up to that 3 hole in this particular class. But when we get up into these top, say, 6 sales slots, that one there collectively becomes the narrowest gauge when you watch him come and go. Young lady coming out next has that advantage when you study this one from a standpoint of skeletal width. This one to me, I told Eric, I appreciate his presentation. He looks like a show pig. Another one of those that maybe was a little put together by committee. He has a ton of muscle. He has a real nice look. Just things don't blend together. He don't keep the train on tracks from a standpoint of structural integrity. We round out this particular class again with hogs that get to be a little taller, a little flatter, a little harsher in their cage. Nice class.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, that concludes the evaluation of class number 40, the first of our 3 heavyweight classes. Moving on to class number 41 here, there are 42 head in this class, and weight ranges are from 297 to 300. Let me go and read off the top 10 exhibitors. In class number 40, there were 38 head in that class, and they were very deep, as the judges expressed. In 10th place, we had Holly Hunter. 9th place went to Peyton Burrell. 8th place was exhibited by Brewer Birch. 7th place went to Gunnar Bellows. 6th place was shown by Lila Pankey. 5th place was awarded to Addison Inquest. 4th place was shown by Lillian Baird. 3rd place was awarded to Jagger Monroe. 2nd place was shown by Audie Uzna. And our class winner, congratulations to Miss Lexi York from Valley View FFA on such a good job showing all of them. Our certified Texas bred registered class champion was exhibited by Lexi York. She was the class winner. And the breeder of that hog, that's Texas bred, was York Family Genetics. Congratulations to that breeder and that family, and wish you the best of luck in this next drive. Looks like they have a total of
9.
9 pulled back so far, and they're in the big arena right now.
If you've just now joined us, we're in our second class of the heavyweight division.
He's pulled 2 young men so far.
And we're on class 41, the middle class of the heavyweight division. There was 42 in this class in the weight range from 297 to 300. So how many have we pulled?
11 now total, looks
11.
like. And so 10 of them will get a rosette, and top 6 in this class will make the sale. So just for those of you who had maybe these 2 individuals that got pulled back from the big arena, the last class we had 3 pulled back from the big arena, and they were 4th, 5th, and 6th, and all 3 made the sale, and they weren't initially picked in the first drive in the first sort. So don't get discouraged. You had a chance.
Absolutely. That just goes to show you never give up. And, you know, in the judges' defenses, too, when you're in that small arena, a lot of times the pig doesn't cooperate, doesn't get out in stride sometimes in those smaller type pens. And so when you get them out in the big arena, it really shows their true identity. And so that was the case for these 3 young people. They didn't get a good view in the small pen. The pig probably didn't cooperate as well, but out in the big arena, they got to show their stuff off, and look what happened. They were 4th, 5th, and 6th, as Landon had said.
So they're holding off right now. What they're doing, they're waiting just to make sure these other 2 back behind us that they pulled back, both number 1, make it through classification. They have a 3 panel system underneath us that they do voting to make sure these individuals have breed characteristics and the Duroc breed. And then they go to the scale to make sure they are within that 10-pound weigh back of the weight card they turned in. If those boxes are all checked off, then we'll be good to go and start evaluating these top 10 individuals here. Like I said, they have 11 total that they pulled for this class. Started with 42, and we're down to 11. And then we'll be ready to evaluate. Looks like we're good to go, and here we go. Pin back the young lady in the yellow. One pulled back so far. Still have about 4 more to evaluate here. If he pulls you back, then there's a chance that you'll be in the top 6. They've historically pulled 6 back. And if you're in those top 6 for the top part of the class, that's 3 now. Young lady in the pink and white goes pinned, and now the young man in the pink. He'll be the 3rd one pinned back. If you're in that top 6, you have a good chance of making the top 6 and making the sale here at San Antonio. 3 more to still evaluate here. Young man in the lime green, he's going to be pinned back as well. Congratulations to him and his showmanship. He's doing a wonderful job exhibiting that animal there. All right, so far we have 4 pinned back. Once he has his top 6 to evaluate at the conclusion of sorting these initial sort here of the top 11, he'll start placing 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Young man in the blue and white is pinned back now. He'll be the 5th one. Pinned back. And young man in the kind of grayish is pinned back as well. That'll be 6. Now they're going to play 7th through 10th here. They've got 6 of them. Young lady in the blue was 7th. There's 2 young ladies in blue out here. So young lady with the blonde hair was 7th. Young man in the paisley blue is 8th. Young man in the red is 9th. And young man in the pink is 10th. Now we're going to go into the valuation of our top 6 individuals. All 6 of these individuals made the sale here at San Antonio. This will be the 3rd one coming out of the gate here. They're going to end up pulling all 6 of them out and placing from the bottom up until we have a class winner here in this class. The class being number 41. Is that correct, Wayne?
That is correct.
We are down to this class and 1 more class, and then we will go into our division showing for the division champions, followed by the overall selection of the breed champion and reserve breed champion Duroc Barrow here at San Antonio. Place the young man 6th. Young lady in the pink and white is 5th. Young lady in the yellow is 4th.
First call, class 42. First call, class 42 Duroc Barrows, exhibitors bring those barrows to the holding pins at this time.
Young man in the blue is third, and now we have the young man in the pink and young lady in the lime green. Okay, young man in the pink is second, and the young man in the green is your class winner. Congratulations to all those individuals.
We're going to start with the young man here to my left in the green shirt. Will be my class winner. And you study him in comparison to the young man here in the pink shirt. And I think where he sorts himself there is from a standpoint of just basic build and his angles and flow. I really like the way that this one's built. He comes at you really, really good through his chest floor. He leaves you proportional behind. Good shape up high. He could use a little more fill. Young man here in second, here in the pink shirt, he does have that advantage there. Just a little more shape to his cage. He's a barrow that's got a lot of width and spread out of his top side of his blade. You can see this one go, and this is where I picked on him to Eric. He gets to be a little choppier there and shorter in his reach up front. His range of motion and fluidity is not as good as my class winner, but I like this one here to be 2. Young man coming out next and third, continued to work himself up. He's got a good hind leg. He's got enough of those other things. Like I said, checks enough boxes with a good hind leg, got fill, and balances up enough. He works himself up to 3 in this class. Young lady coming out next and fourth has one that's a little plainer in his overall makeup. He's one also, though, that I thought, again, is full. It has some shape to the center part of his body. It gets a little plainer in his muscle, gets to be a little more fragile when you take him to the ground. Young lady coming out next has got one that's extremely wide and extremely muscular, has those advantages over several in this particular class. He's one that gets to be 2 straight up front for me, throws him off behind also. Young man coming out next has got a better build. He's the one that's a little more comfortable in his step and fills his track better than the barrow ahead of him. He's one, though, collectively, when we got into the top 6, he gets the most bland over the top of his shoulder. He has the least amount of shape and product there down his top and back through his hip and rump. We round out this particular class. This is one that I want to talk, I guess, stout, muscular, a lot of shape, fresh and full. His top line there, we got to strengthen his spine and just blend things different from loin to shoulder. Good class of Durocs here in our heavy division.
The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable.
That concludes class number 41. Moving on to class number 42 here. This is the last class of Duroc Barrows here today. The final weight, final one of our heavyweight division here. Weight ranges are 297 to 300, and there are 43 total head in this class. I'm going to go ahead and read off the top 10 exhibitors in class number 41 here. So 10th place went to Jackson Forsyth. 9th place went to Garrison Jeromesbeck. 8th place went to Luke Davis. 7th place was awarded to Hattie Butler. 6th place was shown by Archer McMillan. 5th place was shown by Darcy Lidke. Fourth place was awarded to Ashton Ellison. Third place went to David Garcia. Second place to Jaeger Gonzalez. And our class winner was Camden Hokinson from Moore County 4-H. Congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors in a very deep class. And like I said, moving on to our last class of Durocs for the day. Then we go into our division championship winners of our 3 divisions, followed by the overall selection of our Duroc breed champion, and reserve breed champion. Our Class 41 certified Texas bred was shown by Jaeger Gonzalez, and the breeder was the Frankowiak family out of St. Hedwig. Congratulations to them and their accomplishment in class number 41 here today. Frankowiak family has St. Hedwig feeds, and they're a good family and known them for a very long time, and congratulations to them on their certified Texas bred breeder. Those of you just joining us, we're on our last and final class of Duroc Barrows here at San Antonio, followed by the selection of our Division 1, 2, and 3 class champions and reserve class champions. And of those division class champions, we're going to select a overall Duroc Barrow and reserve overall Duroc Barrow. Started with 390 total Durocs here. It's our second largest breed of the 2 days. So far, the guys have got, Mr. Ogle has 4 pulled back in the holding pens for a chance at a top 10 placing. There are 6 in the big arena. Every class they pulled a few back from that big arena and ended up being in the top 10. So just because you weren't pulled initially doesn't mean you don't have a chance to still make a sales slot here at San Antonio. Total head in this last class of Durocs is 43 total. Weight ranges are the same as last class. Both class 41 and this class 42, were 297 to 300. 300 being the top end of the weight you can weigh here at San Antonio. Total, you can only weigh 310 with the weigh back. Minimum weight here is 250, and maximum weight is 310 after the weigh back. So the most you can turn your card in at is 300 here at San Antonio. I want to give a shout out to Taylor Fort, webcasting, and his crew for bringing us a front row seat today on Sunday. It's the Lord's Day, and we appreciate you tuning in and listening with it, me and Dad, and you'll hear from Mr. Anderson here later on in the Dark Crosses. And we also want to give a shout out to our volunteers here at San Antonio. Over 6,000 volunteers that help with these shows. We could not do this without them. I know we have people that work here that run this show, but at the same time, the volunteers are what keeps this thing going, and they're taking time out of their own days and vacation days to be here for these kids. They don't have to be here. They're not getting paid to be here. They're doing it because they want to be here, so we appreciate their support with these kiddos. Total of 5 pulled back thus far in our last class.
Folks, we'd like to thank Creative Rewards for their continued
So on completion of this last class of the heavyweight division, of course they'll get back and start with the lightweight division class winners and seconds, and bring them back and pick the champion and reserve of each division, going all the way through the heavyweights, and then taking those champions, those 3, and getting the title, Duroc title, to a champion there, and a reserve following that. Of course, the champion will receive not only a chance to compete for the title for the grand and reserve grand overall next week, but also that person will also receive a $10,000 scholarship. San Antonio has worked really hard on their scholarships. They started this adventure back in 1984, which at that particular time they were doing about $90,000 in scholarships. And today they have raised over $255 million from that point, from 1984 on. And this money has been gathered through scholarships, grants, endowment, auction, calf scramble, and show premiums. Of course, on the scholarship end for these breed champions, that did not start until 2007. But prior to that, it was only the grand champions receiving a $6,000 scholarship, which started in 1997. But as I mentioned, 2007 was the breed champions that they started awarding that scholarship. And the champion Duroc, the first scholarship of that $10,000 scholarship in 2007 was Cheyenne Hill. Looks like they've completed the last class of the Duroc breed here. They're in the big ring now. Looks like we've got 7 head, but I'm sure there's probably something back in classification and weighing, but not quite as many pulled back yet at this point. And as we kind of had mentioned in the Duroc show, there's been several classes where those picked out of the big arena has made the top 6. In fact, that one class, 2 classes prior, at the 4th, 5th, and 6th place actually made it. So, you know, and nothing to discredit the judges. That wasn't the situation at all. What happens is the pig will come out into that small arena and just doesn't set up as well. Doesn't want to cooperate, get out there and stride to give them a real good look. So that's great where we have the 2-judge system, where the second judge could get a little better look and saw some good in it, and 3 out of that big arena made it. But also when they get in this big arena, they can get out and show them and have that area to take on the entire arena, and it gives the judges a better look at what the true identity of these animals are. So
looks like we have 8 pinned back that I can see here, Wayne. I don't know if there's 2 underneath us over here. That may be kind of what they're waiting to find out if
they must be, otherwise they wouldn't be conferring, I think. So
I don't know if they see anything out here currently that they really like or that matches up with the ones they pulled. I'm not totally sure. They are talking to each other. So, you know. Okay, I bet they have 10. They have 10, yep. So they're going to excuse these exhibitors out of the ring. We want to give them a round of applause and thank you for all their hard work and dedication, and wish them nothing but the best and the greatest things down the road. And then we're going to get started on our top 10, finding our top 10 individuals in this last class of Durocs here at the San Antonio Market Barrows Show. I want to give a shout out to San Antonio and their big milestone accomplishment. This is their 75th anniversary. And it could not have been made possible without our sponsors and all of our volunteers and people who dedicated their lives to making this show a better place, not only for the stock show, but for all the kids exhibiting here, because their hearts and their minds are always thinking about those kids first and foremost, and the safety of everybody who gets to be here. So we want to thank them. I know Mr. Ferris came up here yesterday, talked about some things that they did that they wanted to make better for the show, and keeping those kids in mind is number one, and the safety of everybody. And you know, he talked about COVID being such a hard year for everybody, not just with them, but everybody. It doesn't matter if you have a business or work for somebody. It was hard on everybody, and they kept these kids in mind, and that's the most important thing. So kudos to all of them for all the hard work and dedication they do, along with all these volunteers that dedicate their own time to help these kids out. I want to give a shout out to all these ag teachers out here and FFA extension agents out there, and sponsors, family members that come out and support these kids and do these for the kids. And so appreciate all of them and their hard work that they do to help them as well, along with all the breeders who give these individuals good stock to show and be competitive at this very major stock show here.
Looks like they just pinned back one, the lady in the green shirt.
She'll be the first one pinned back. She got pinned back pretty quickly, too.
Yes, she did.
Only kept 10 back, so we're going to place all 10 here. Young man in the red is also pinned back here. He'll be the second one pinned back. Top 6. And every class of Durocs will make the sale here at San Antonio. 4 of them, the top 4 placings, walk across the stage, and 5th and 6th do not, but they still sell their animal.
Yes, they actually get $1,500, and
Oh, wow.
then they can still receive add-ons.
Add-ons
but
through March. What's the date? Cutoff date for that, Wayne?
March 1st on that. And of course, it's add-ons that any of you interested people, contributors, buyers that want to help these kids, it's not only for the 5th and 6th, it's any of the kids that go through the auction. You have till March the 1st to do add-ons to their lots.
The young lady in the red just got pinned back fairly quickly. They must really like that hog. 2 more to sort through here. Once they get there, they'll probably get their top 6 individuals, then play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, or what they've done pretty much on every class minus 1. They had 7 in that one class. That was the outlier class. But they'll pull 6. Young man in the striped shirt just got pinned. That'll make it 4. And they have 2 more to probably pull here.
Yeah, and I bet you they do like they've done pretty much. Other than one class, they've kept 6 back, and that's what they placed on their top end. There was only one class that did 7 and did that. So in our Duroc show today, the judges have evaluated, when they complete this class, 390 head of Durocs.
And our lead judge today is Mr. Brandon Ogle for the Duroc breed, with our secondary judge in this breed being Mr. Eric Polish. We appreciate both of them for coming down here to evaluate these kids' animals and be here for these kids. And looks like they pinned one more. Young man in the green, being assisted by the young lady in the pink, and we appreciate their teamwork together working on this, because this is a team effort. In anything we do in this ag industry, we can't do without our extension agents, ag teachers, family, friends. We thank all of y'all for being here to support these kids. Whether you're here at the show or listening on this podcast, you guys get a front row seat. So thank y'all for joining us here.
Well, we just appreciate everyone, the body that takes an interest in agriculture and kids, because as I view it, we're one big little family. I mean,
big little family. I like it. Young man just got pinned back right here in the checkered shirt. He is our 6th individual, so more than likely that will be our top 6, and looks like Mr. Ogle is going for the button, so he's going to play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then we will follow that with the top 6 individual selection. Those 6 will make the sale here at San Antonio here today. Looks like he's given the young man in the blue 7th.
Lady in the pink is 8th.
Ninth will be awarded to the young lady in the black vest, and the young lady in the striped maroon shirt will be 10th.
Yes, they've really worked well together, the judges here in this Duroc Drive and Duroc breed. Durocs, as I mentioned earlier, 390 head of Durocs they've evaluated. That is the 2nd biggest breed of this first wave. Biggest breed being our crossbreds that we'll see after lunch. We'll have 503. We've now let the first one out, and he'll go ahead and probably let out all 6 of them. And they might confer a little bit, or they probably already have, and they'll start from the 6th place on back to our class winner of the last class of Durocs.
So they have 2 pulled out so far, followed by the young man in the striped shirt. He'll be the 3rd one pulled out here. They're going to end up pulling all 6 of them out and then placing from the bottom up till we get a class winner. Those of you just tuning in, after the selection of this last class, we will bring all the 1st place back and all the 2nd places back, and we've kind of separated them into 3 different divisions. We have 3 classes that make up Division 1, which is your lightweights, 3 classes that make up your Division 2, which is your middleweight division, and 3 classes of the heavyweight division, making it Division 3. We will select the division champion and reserve champion of each of those 3 sets, followed by the overall selection of our breed champion Duroc and reserve breed champion Duroc. And for those of you who it may not make sense what I just said there, tune in here in a minute and we'll kind of show you and kind of talk to you, give you a play-by-play, and I think it'll all make sense. Similar to how we did the Hamps yesterday. Young man in the kind of grayish was 6th. Young man in the green was 5th. Congratulations. And we're down to our top 4 here in the last class, class number 42 of our Duroc Barrows here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show.
Young lady here in the red shirt. She's fourth. So we got our final three.
Kind of funny. They're all kind of walking in a circle. It's kind of funny, all side by side. Young man in the red's third.
Oh, the young lady in green
Is our class winner.
Congratulations to all these winners here in our top 6 making the sale, along with our our 7th through 10th.
Here in our last class of Durocs, the young lady here in the green striped shirt needs to win this particular class. This is a heavyweight barrow that looks like he belongs here. He's full, he's fresh. We really like the way this one balances up in his structure. He's, again, a heavyweight hog, looks genuine. He still hasn't caved there. He's good coming at you. I think this is a real good place to start. I told Eric coming up, I said, there's one I like coming through. I hope you like this one when we get up. We're on the same page. Young man here in second there's a lot of hog here. That's another one. There's a lot of spread, a lot of muscle. He just does not balance up and just does not get out and go like that other one. He's not as proportional coming at you and as good in his front feet is the one that wins. But that's a hog that we appreciate for the amount of muscle and shape he's packing, and it's still fresh and has good turn. Young man coming out next and third. I really like this one. He's rugged and he's heavy duty. He's big footed and big forearmed. He's a barrow that's not as attractive from blade forward. He's a barrow too that doesn't get them rear two as far back behind his pin as I'd like to see. Young lady here, this one here can give you some real good looks and he can give you some real odd looks. At times he wants to kind of duck his tail like he's doing right now and drop his rear end. He's a barrow though that when he relaxes, he's really square in his top. He's big in his blade and his arm. I just like to change him there from his hip back. The tag team duo coming out next is one that I like a bunch. If this barrow had more feel and they had a little more room on him where they could feel him, that's a barrow that could move up a spot or two. He's good chested, good looking, good shape. He needs more fill and center body. The young man coming out next in 6 here, this is a barrow that does have a little more to the center part of him, a little more turn to his cage. He's a barrow that gets to be a little more straight and upright off both ends. He's a barrow that gives up some shape and chest in comparison to our top 5. The young man coming out next, real wide and stout, a barrow that doesn't balance up for us as good, needs to be sounder on his rear too. We round out the Duroc division here with some parts and pieces again that either need to be opened up or sounder.
Okay, the results of Class 40-42, the placings in this class. First place went to Hadley Deeren. Second place went to Matthew Farmer. Third place went to Jackson Rasco. Fourth place went to Brian Biesenbach. Fifth place went to Race McLaughlin. Sixth place went to Aaron Carlio. Seventh place went to Zachary Ekman. And eighth place went to Harper Davis. Ninth place went to Hudson Pankey. And 10th place went to Parker Weaver. Our Texas bred went to our fourth place, Brian Biesenbach from Smithson Valley, and the breeder was Price Show Pigs out of Stephenville. Congratulations to both of these people. And anyway, they're getting ready for our championship drive of our different weight divisions. They have got the class winners and second places of our lightweights weighed, or they're weighing them at a present time and bringing them up here to get them ready, and they'll select the champion and reserve of the lightweight division, and then follow it by our middleweight division, and then the heavyweight division, and the class champions out of each of those then will compete for the overall champion.
And second place Barrows from classes 37, 38, and 39. Return to the holding station.
Okay, they're lining up our lightweight division class winners and reserve second place behind them. I have the privilege and honor to have Mr. Chuck Rial from Berrien, Texas, with me, joining me here, and he was down working in classification down on the Durocs, and he's a renowned Duroc breeder I've known most all of my life, and have the highest respect for him and his family and what they've done in the hog industry throughout the years. And Chuck, welcome, and glad you're here.
Glad to be with you here today.
Looks like they've got going ahead and letting and introducing these class winners and out here.
Awfully deep set of Durocs today.
Oh, absolutely. I know you got to see pretty much everyone that got, well, you saw everyone that got pulled.
That's right.
Well, you see some explosion of chest floor in these hogs, don't you?
And you bet, and a lot of extension and a really, really good functional one.
Yeah, I've noticed, if they didn't have, if you didn't have much fill to them, you didn't get sorted or pulled to the top end for sure.
And that was a game you didn't want to play today. You wanted to make sure they were full and fresh and could move.
Absolutely.
Won't be long-winded here. We've got to work through three divisions to get a champion Duroc. There's three of these class winners that come out, and I think they're all very good individuals. There's one out here that, in my opinion, and Eric's combines those other two together. He's the widest and boldest coming at you. He's very proportional from the side. He's the freshest and the shapeliest up top. He's as good in his build as any. Young lady right in front of me will be division champ.
Congratulations to David Diane Barrows, Santa Ana FFA, exhibitor of our lightweight division champion.
Who was that? Which
I
one
couldn't
was
Now
that?
coming into contention, Cooper Perkins Carson of New Home FFA.
Oh, okay. So this one
Native
was
farming.
champion.
Santa Ana FFA.
So our division champion came out of class 35. Jaden Farley from Santa Ana FFA was our division champion, and then Cooper Carson he is out there currently in contentions for our reserve division.
The young man's second place, Barrow, comes out and becomes a contender, and just talking out loud for a second, the young man's class 1 winner, I think comes in a little bit coming right at you in his knee. He wants to roll up there on his rear hock and ankle and nickel. The young man's Barrow here, the additional class winner, that's one you like some neat pieces of. He's got some feature. He gets out and goes pretty good. He wants to funnel a nickel, and just in his overall appearance, I think he planes up a bit. The young man's second place, Barrow, that one from a standpoint of true skeletal width, I think is as good as any out here. You get on top of him, I think he has as much product and shape as any out here. He's not the cutest headed, no. I think from blade back, it's not close. Young man, you'll be reserve division.
Congratulations to Cooper Perkins Carson of New Home FFA, exhibitor of our reserve champion lightweight division throughout Barrows.
So the reserve champion was the second place out of class 35. It was Cooper Carson from New Home FFA. He is your reserve division champion of the lightweight division. So now they're in preparation for our middleweight division championship drive. They'll bring out the class winners in the second places, and they'll do the same thing as we've done in the lightweight division. Well, Chuck, what were some of the things that you saw in the Duroc industry and looking through classification, and how do you compare maybe where we are today in relation to maybe we were 10 years ago?
Oh, there's no question the hogs are a little wider, bolder ribs, stouter made, a little bit more to them. Sure like the way they put a lot of emphasis on structure today. That's something that never goes away, and you've got to have it. But they sure have progressed a lot in terms of body shape and width and rib shape.
Yes, and you know, therefore, when was it, you know, there were some years back where we really had some running gear problems back there.
We're still working out of those.
Oh, yeah.
It takes a long, long time to get that done.
Especially the rear running gear, huh?
Oh, you bet.
It's come a long ways. You've seen a lot of the industry of this breed and a lot of changes of the trends that you've witnessed throughout your career. How many years have you been in the Duroc industry now?
We bought our first Duroc about 45 years ago.
Oh, wow. Well, you've seen a lot of changes in it. Do you think that a lot of these changes have been for the better?
Some have and some haven't. We've gone down a lot of different paths. We've made them too narrow. We made them too wide. Made them too tall, too short. We've done a little bit of everything with them. We're not in too bad a shape right now. Again, as long as we pay attention to as you said, the running gear and keep the structure good on them. That's the most important thing.
Absolutely. I definitely agree with that. It's, you look at some of those pictures 20 years ago and we said, man, what were we thinking back then?
We were fortunate enough to have the champion Duroc here in '01, and I've still got that picture on the wall. And when I look at them, I said, we couldn't make a living raising those today, but at that time we could.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, unfortunately, that's the smart businessman that you are. I mean, you have to have some of those for whatever that trend is. Might not be totally what you believe in, but you have to have some to stay in business.
Oh, you definitely do. And again, the one thing that's constant, I said it a while ago, is structure and soundness and functionality, and that's one thing that Durocs have always been known for. And I'm a little disappointed we're trying to get these pigs and show them at an old age. Like to keep them where they still have that grow in them. That's what Durocs are good at.
Yeah. Looks like you've got all three middleweights out there, and he's ready to name his middleweight champion.
Put your hands together for all three of these middleweight class winners the young folks bring out. Again, like I said in the first division, we've got to work through three of these to get a champion, and not going to be long-winded. There's one out here that hit us extremely hard in class. He hit me hard out back. I think, again, you can't make him much better coming at you. He's proportional from the side. Very impressive up top. This young lady right here in front of me will be champion middle. The young lady's second place Barrow comes out here, and it makes for a quick decision in our opinion, as he becomes one that you really appreciate from a standpoint of mass and feature and still being extremely sound. This one swallows those other twos up when you get on top of them and watch them come and go. Young lady, your second place Barrow, be reserved middle. Nice job.
Yeah, Chuck, I can remember, you talking about changes and the positive things that have where we are today in the Duroc industry. One of the things that come to mind to me is the years that you have devoted your time and efforts and volunteered your services here at San Antonio Swine Committee. There's been a lot of changes that have occurred in this as well, hasn't it?
There's no question. We were talking about how it used to be just a handful of interns here, and we had to ask people to help volunteer, and they've really put a good structure together and a good committee to make this show run. And they had to do it. The numbers were there, and it just runs really smooth with all the volunteer help.
Boy, I sure haven't missed those days where we had to sift every pig and weigh every pig.
Every pig went through the scale, and every pig was sifted. It's a whole lot nicer and a whole lot easier on the animals and the people now.
Yeah, I don't think I could hold up today.
No, I know I couldn't.
So tell me kind of some of the things that you're seeing in the swine industry that maybe, not necessarily, the Barrow, but just in swine industry in general, some of the hurdles that or challenges that we might be, that we're looking at in today's time, and what you think that you're seeing happening in that.
As far as the industry itself is concerned, it's a lot bigger than just the show pig industry, but that is something that's near and dear to all of our hearts. But there's a couple of things out there that will affect everybody, particularly from a disease standpoint. And we get some of these problems like African swine fever in here. It doesn't just shut down all the commercial hog people, it shuts down the show pig industry because we won't be able to travel and move like we've been doing. So that's something we need to keep aware of.
Yeah, so what is the latest that you know about that currently? I knew it was even a concern here, a year and a half ago, I guess, already, that it kind of showed up. Not, of course, here in the United States, but what do you know about maybe what they've done to kind of guard against this possibly happening as an outbreak here in the United States?
Well, the USDA is doing a tremendous job of monitoring and trying to make sure it stays out. It's getting really close to the United States. The Dominican Republic has it, and we got to worry about all the traffic and the way people move around these days. So we're just one step away from having that potential problem. So they got to stay vigilant on it all along. But they do have a really good plan in place if it does enter the United States. But again, one thing that will be affected first and foremost is all of us in the show pig business.
Well, I appreciate your insight on that. They're ready to let out our heavyweight division class winners. This is out of class 40. There were actually 3 classes in our heavyweight division as well. They were divided equally, 3 classes for each weight division. Here's our out of class 41.
And from class 42, Hadley Cleared here, Randall County, 4A.
In class 42.
Here in our heavyweight division, all 3 of these bears are very, very good. And there's a couple that we were talking about and considering here, and there's some differences between the 2. And between those 2, we thought that there was one that's a little more massive, a little more shapely. He's a bear that's stouter. He's a bear that's just a little burlier. I think he's going to match up very, very good here with our other division winners. Young lady directly in front of me, I'll have your champion heavy. job.
Congratulations to Lexi Faith York of Valley View FFA.
So the division heavyweight champion comes out of Class 40, Faith York from Valley View FFA. That brings out Audie Usner from Fredericksburg FFA with his second place.
The young man's second place barrow comes in, and like I said, you appreciate a lot of things about that barrow from hip forward. You get to studying him, and again, for comparison here, to be reserve heavy, there's one out here that I like a tremendous amount. I don't think his kind will ever go out of style from a standpoint of build and genuine skeletal width. He's a hog that's a little bigger, he's a little heavier, I get it. Young ladies, class will be reserve division.
Congratulations to Hadley Claire Deere of Randall County 4-H, the exhibitor of our reserve champion heavyweight drawing barrow.
So you have it. The reserve division champion came out of the last class of the day, Class 42, Hadley Deeren from Randall County 4-H. Congratulations. Now we're going to bring out all three of these division champions, and they will name the champion overall, Duroc, and the reserve champion overall, Duroc. And the winner of this champion, Duroc, will win a $10,000 scholarship. And in addition to going on to compete against the other breeds toward the end of the week next week, about Thursday, where they will compete for the grand and reserve grand overall as well.
All right, folks, so we've had a fun morning so far. What do you say? Should we select a champion Duroc barrow? Well, then let's do it. Here we go. Our lightweight champion is Jada Cheyenne Farley of Santa Ana FFA. Mediumweight champion Hattie Rick Tyson, Randall County 4-H. And the champion heavyweight barrel, Lexi Faith York, Valley View FFA.
Let's give these division champions a good round of applause here in our Duroc breed. Very good Duroc show here today. You get all three of these, and I just told Eric before I went to the mic, you never know exactly how things are going to shake out until you get them all out here together. And when we do, I think it becomes very, very close and justifiable in different areas. I think, though, between a couple of them, there's one that's just a little more heavy duty when you take him to the ground. I think he's a little stouter there when you study him there in his ankle and his feature. He's a Barrow that is extremely, extremely sound and fluid for as rugged as he is. Young lady, your heavyweight will be champion Duroc.
So there you have it, our champion Duroc, and the winner of the $10,000 scholarship is Faith York from Valley View FFA. Congratulations. So now we have the reserve champion Hadley Deeren from Randall
The
County.
young ladies reserve division comes in here and again becomes a contender. Like I said, his build is will never go out of style. Right here in front of me, that one's very, very good. We comes for reserve. I think it was a very close decision between the top two. There's one that comes at you as good as any that I've seen the last couple of days. He's very, very impressive. He's a hog that's extremely good in the center part of his body. Little things sorted that pair. Young lady, your middleweight champion will be reserved. Nice shot.
Congratulations to Hattie Ray Tyson in Randall County 4-H.
There we have it. The division champion of the middleweights becomes your reserve champion, Hattie Tyson from Randall County 4-H. Congratulations to both of these. Well, Chuck, you know, you handling the being involved in classification, did you see any major problems in classification? Any that you had to class out there? Or?
We didn't classify anything out. We had a couple of three that were questionable, but it's a three-man decision, and everybody has to be on the same page. But we actually didn't classify anything out. Durocs are probably the easiest ones to do. There are a few little things you got to watch for, but they were pretty good. All of them were.
They're probably the least phoniest of them.
That's right. That's the one that's probably as close to being right as anyone's out there.
Yeah, that was the same way with us in raising Durocs. I can honestly tell you, I never had graded a Duroc starting at a cross to grade one up to close to pure. It's always been a purebred, paper type animal, and that's one I've never messed with.
That's all of us have done the same thing.
Yes. Well, Chuck, I sure appreciate you taking your time to come and visit with or speak with our listeners out here. Again, I have Chuck Rio out here from Marion, Texas, a very renowned breeder in the swine industry, having over 45 years of experience and just a great family, have great kids. You know some of them, Daryl Rio at the State Fair of Dallas, and all of his kids are outstanding. And anyway, we appreciate you spending some time with our listeners, and you have a great day, and hope to see you during the second wave at some point as well.
You bet. It's been my pleasure. Thank you a whole lot, Wayne.
Thank you, Chuck.
Primo feeds, sources, tests, and delivers high-quality ingredients to its 7 state-of-the-art feed mills across America. Once ordered, logistics specialists organize your fresh feed for delivery, while trucking partners ensure swift and reliable delivery to your doorstep or a nearby retailer. Experience Primo Feeds at www.primofeeds.com or find it in a store near you.
Testing. Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you to the final breed of the first wave here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. They are in their 75th anniversary. We got finished with the Durocs this morning and ended sometime after 12 o'clock, and they're ready to start the dark crosses. We've got 503 total crosses, dark crosses that is, to go through this afternoon. There are 9 classes, and they're broken into 3 divisions. Lightweight division will have 3, middleweight division will have 3 classes, and our heavyweight division will have 3 classes. Our starting class this afternoon will be weight range from 250 to 253. We have 58 in this class. They have called them up to behind us, and they're waiting to begin this show shortly here, where the lead judge will be Mr. Eric Pollock. He is going to be the lead judge, and our secondary judge in the dark crosses will be Brandon Ogle. And so anyway, they have really worked well together. They confer and have done things together, and you've got to be really, we'll see how these crosses pan out, but what I've seen so far is they've got to be really wide coming out the gate. They've got to be wide down to the ground, and then if you've got that extra width, then he's going to come around to the side and view from the side and view from the rear, and that gets you the initial penning. And then the secondary judge, if he doesn't do that, then it'll go to your secondary judge, which will be Brandon, and he will then, if he likes you, then he'll put you in the big ring. And, we saw that this morning several times where we had them in the big arena, and those pigs ended up getting pulled out of there and had several this morning in the Duroc Drive that actually made the sale slots. One particular class, there was actually 3 out of that pull out of the big arena that ended up being 4th, 5th, and 6th place. So it's one of those things you can't never give up whatsoever. Looks like we've started our dark cross show. I have Mr. Brandon Anderson with me. Happy to have him and also be a co-host here. And it's always an honor and a privilege to be working with him. He comes from such a great family, know both of his brothers as well, and it's always been fun. I've known you, Brandon, I guess close to 20 years, I'm sure.
It seems like it. Time flies when you're having fun.
Absolutely. Yeah. This is probably the funnest part. The raising is not the fun part. It's sitting up here and getting to analyze and critique animals, huh? Yeah,
it's really nice to have the opportunity to be back in San Antonio, and good to work with you, and I think it's the best Barrows show out there, so it's a neat seat to be able to watch it from. Looking forward to a great dark cross show. The Hampshires were incredible yesterday. Had a nice strong Duroc show this morning. Minor breeds in the morning yesterday were good too. So I think a lot of San Antonio and the top-notch quality that we've got in this particular breed. So looking forward to 9 classes of dark crosses, and should be a fun afternoon.
If you've just now joined us, we are starting on class 51. In all of these dark cross classes, they will be placing 10 animals, but then at the same time, there will be 6 sale slots. So the top 6 in every class will make the auction here in San Antonio. There's a total of 503 total dark crosses that went across into the show barn on Friday, and actually today is actually more pigs being evaluated than yesterday. We had like 87, And today, they're going to be going through 893 head. The total of the two together came out to 1675. So a nice way to start the Barrows show here in San Antonio.
Yep, good numbers, and top end's been really fun, and then they clean it up today after today's show, wait a day, and bring another wave in. So,
yeah, that'll be here before we know it.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any pinned here yet. Oh, yep, we do have one. One so far, and then two out in the big arena. There could be some behind us, though. It's hard to we can't see behind us. I just saw Eric pointing to another one to go up there, so we have more coming.
How big is this class, Wayne?
This class here has 58 head in it.
All of them weigh 250? Or no, 250 to 253.
Yeah, that kind of interesting. These are broken, both two classes of 50 to 53, and both of them 58 head. Looks like all of them are in the 50s, Brandon, except for our last class of the day, our big boys at all weighing 300 pounds. It's going to be 67 head in that class.
Yeah, we had that yesterday in the Hampshires, about 40 to a class until that final class of 51, and man, a very, very deep set. They kept 12. Actually, they kept more than that, and then they reworked them and kept
I think you
12.
told me 19 in that last class.
19 the first time, and then 12 on the second cut, and then reworked them, and so very, very deep class there.
Well, and it just shows the integrity of our judges. I mean, they're conscientious. I mean, if that doesn't prove it, I don't know what does, because, you know, they made every effort and they showed it in that class, you know, where the class was so deep. They went in and did what you said they did, and you know, it proved that, you know, they're wanting to do an outstanding job and make sure they line this up to the best of their ability, giving each and every kid a fair opportunity in the evaluation of the hard work they've put toward their animal.
So, Wayne, we've talked a little bit about TaylorFort.com and his stream team, and we'll continue to recognize those sponsors, but probably were a little remiss yesterday, and I want to bring it up today. Creative Awards sponsors a few things from time to time, don't you? And how long have you been helping out with the San Antonio Livestock Show?
I guess it's been since probably helping on the swine committee probably since 1990 or so. 90 is when I probably started, 90, 91, and Creative Awards has helped as much as they could, probably for the last probably 20 years.
Yeah, Creative Awards continues to sponsor a lot of things, but really high-quality awards, and I know nearly every show I go to, it seems like that not only are you making the awards, but a lot of times you're also being part of the sponsorship of that too. So thanks for everything you guys do.
Well, thank you for those kind words, Brandon.
So it does take a lot of sponsorship, and you'll see that throughout the day on the webcast and as they come across the screen. If you've got a connection to them, tell them thanks if you're enjoying the webcast. You know, this is an opportunity, and we've kind of reiterated it quite a bit yesterday. The only good thing that came out of COVID was the ability to webcast better, and I think Taylor and his crew do an incredible job bringing you this Barrows show up close and personal, kind of like you're in the ring with them. And so I hope you enjoy it. It gives you the ability. You don't have to travel to San Antonio. Barn's not quite as a little more ripe today than it was yesterday, but I know sometimes the dust does affect folks. So whoever's tuning in, whether you're a breeder or just a family friend or a relative or a grandparent, we're glad you're tuning in. We hope you're enjoying the webcast. Be a little more selective today. I think we got 3.
Actually, just almost, we got 4 actually. Yeah, it sure is. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I'm like you. We either need a little taller chair or a lower bar right here in front of us. Maybe they could just move those pins out a little further. We could see them better. You think that'd be okay if we stopped the show and asked them to move the pins?
They wouldn't notice, surely not.
Yeah, they kind of got this set up to a T, so you hate to. While we're on that too, this San Antonio Barrows show runs so smoothly because of all the volunteers that they've got involved, and we just came back from a lunch break. The really neat thing about San Antonio is with those volunteers, they feed them and take care of them every day. Got a great group of cooks back there that keep them fed up, and these volunteers, that's sometimes all they get is a free meal, and they work their tail off processing those hogs up. Got a lot of kids that end up interning for this particular stock show as well. So San Antonio's got it down to a kind of a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, they spoil us, don't they, Brandon? I mean, they feed us all the time, fatten us up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you speak of the volunteers. You know, there's only 30 paid staff employees here at San Antonio. So without the 6,000 volunteers that help in various aspects of this entire show, this show couldn't run like it does. And thank you to all you people that have donated your time out of your vacation time or just non-paid time away from work to spend this time at the stock show and helping with a great cause of helping these kids live memories and show them how you appreciate the hard work and efforts they've put forth to come here and compete at this show here in San Antonio.
So it's very similar to the Hamps and the Durocs. We've got 9 classes of dart crosses today, and if you weren't here, Wayne probably already covered this, but we'll be doing those 9 classes, and at the end of the conclusion of the 9 dart cross classes, we'll come back in and do 3 division drives. So the winners in the first 3 classes will show for the lightweight division championship, and then we'll get a reserve. Winners out of the middle 3 classes will show for the middleweight division, and then we'll do a heavyweight division drive and then a final drive for our champion dart cross. So San Antonio started doing that a little different a couple of years ago. Instead of getting 9 hogs out in the drive, it's a little more comfortable when you just got 3 for judges and able to showcase those class winners and champion drives a little bit better. So all those divisions will come up after the conclusion of all 9 classes. So if you've got an individual that you're watching that ends up in the top 2 in each class, you'll definitely want to pay attention and tune back in for those division drives and the overall at the conclusion of these 9 dart cross classes.
And then on another note, if you've just tuned in and haven't kept up with the show throughout today or yesterday, this breed, along with all the other breeds, if you end up winning the champion, then you will not only be eligible then to go in next week to compete for the grand or reserve grand overall and go to the auction, but you also, you being a champion will receive a $10,000 scholarship. And you know, San Antonio has worked really hard to put scholarships together. The first scholarships ever given was in 1984, and there was only 15 at that time, with a mere $90,000, and that was just total scholarships in the entire show. Well, they had a vision. They started giving a $6,000 scholarship in 1997 to all the grand champions, and it caught on even more when through hard work of volunteers and business people of coming together. In 2007, they issued the first breed champion scholarships. They were given in the amount of $10,000. So that's they've come a long ways into that, and so you know their vision is to try to further the education of every one of these young people. You know, that first scholarship that was given, actually, we didn't have dark crosses back then, so the first crossbred class, it was not broken between light and dark. So in that 2007, Miles Delm won the first one. That's Rory Delm's son. He was the first recipient of that $10,000 scholarship. Great family as well, real hard working in that hog industry. And then the dark cross, and that's what we're dealing with today. That first scholarship was given in 2009, and that winner of that was Mandy Stevenson.
In the swine barn, this is for parents and exhibitors of our breed and reserve breed champion Barrows. As we've done in years past, we are going to have a short meeting upon the completion of the crossbreed judging just right over here in the bleachers Thursday before we move on to our Supreme Drive.
Looks like, Brandon, we've got 7 in the pens
We'd like to have a meeting with everyone, so just be mindful
so far.
back here Thursday. We are going to meet them by the room with the parents and those exhibitors of our
And it looks like 5 out in the big arena. Looks like we're down to the evaluation of the last one for this first class. If you just now recently joined us, it's class 51. We had 58 head in this class. Weight ranges from 250 to 253. So not too many that they have out there, Brandon, in the big arena. That's kind of, would have thought maybe possibly a few more.
Never know what you're going to run into in those classes.
Oh, yeah.
So you know how deep they are. Well, he just came out and he said, I'm taking all of you to the scales. So all of these dark crosses will be that are in the ring will be headed back to the scales and the holding pen. Probably was sorting them a little harder than maybe he initially had thought he might ought to, and certainly when you start a breed, sometimes that happens. So
Absolutely. It's just kind of getting yourself kind of set up for this breed and kind of setting kind of the precedence on.
Ogle's trying to make some friends. He just decided to send them all to scales.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But
That's the first I've seen so far. I mean, not making the friends. I mean, sending them to the scale.
yeah. So dark crosses, they actually go to classification too. We've got a standard for a dark cross division that they have to meet. So most of the time they'll get flashed through that dark cross classification pretty quickly. They've got to weigh within 10 pounds of what they're turning weight.
So on that classification, Brandon, what is that? What is the criteria for that? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but just what is it 25%?
I think it's 20% dark, and so
And it can it be red or not? Or,
I'd have to look at their standards for sure again and refresh myself. It's been a while since I've classified here, and then they probably changed it from time to time. I believe it's 20% black is what it's got to be, but I could sure revisit that. But
that sure sounds right. I might, if I get a chance here, get Landon to go check and kind of see if we can get a little bit of a rundown on that for us, just for our listeners to get an idea.
So it was typically understood that like a white-bodied, black-headed hog would be considered qualifying, because that would be about 20% of its body would have dark on it. So
that makes sense. But no blue, correct?
I don't believe blues.
Yeah,
and
I don't
white.
think so either.
So it'll be interesting to see. San Antonio and Houston are obviously very different, but Houston has changed it where they're just going to have 2 crossbred divisions, and whatever's more flexible for you to go show up at is what you go show in, whether it be first wave or second wave. So it'll be interesting to watch that and see how their numbers work out.
Yeah, and they did that last year, I think, already as well. So it's and what he's referring to, if you didn't quite follow us, is that they all crosses show together, but they put them into 2 waves.
Yep, so a wave 1 cross and a wave 2 cross, and that's kind of nice for families that might have multiple kids, and if they show kind of in the dark wave, if they've got a Poland in a spot, they could take their crossbred, even if he's just a blue butt, along with that group and kind of save on their trip and time.
Absolutely. I think that's great, because you don't want them to have to come 2 different trips, because that gets heavy on the expenses and plus time away from work.
I don't know what that upped our number to, but I know at least looks like 11 or 12. So, and now we're off and running. We start the second shift of our first class at Art Crosses, class number 51 overall. Again, if you haven't watched our process, if you're just tuning in, what the judges will do, they'll roll them back out here. More than likely, what they've been doing is keeping at least 6 back to rework, and then they may place 7, 8, 9, or 10, or they may keep 7 and place 8, 9, and 10, and then rework them, or they may place 5 and then rework them. But you know, we appreciate the judges taking a little extra work, especially when you just sell 6 in a class, making sure they get the best 6 in the sale. So they've done a pretty good job of that throughout the process. Solid Black Hog turns around and comes back in again. Again, our lead judge in the Dark Cross is Eric Polish. Eric's from Iowa and raised show pigs for a long time. I don't have his full bio, but Eric's been around it. I think about 18 years ago he was here and did San Antonio when he was a little younger. So appreciate Eric being back. So found another one he liked.
Yeah, Eric actually had judged our county show in Fredericksburg as well. That was before he ever got the San Antonio job. So yeah, did a really good job there as well. And I can remember back when he was here in San Antonio, did a really nice job.
Also, folks, we have several of you asking what you do for wave 2 as we do turn over to the barn. If you have a breed champion barrow or reserve breed champion barrow or the division hog, you will need to move those barrows over here to the cow barn, over there against the wall, over by Freedom. The champion barrows and reserve champion need to go in pins 42 to 53. And those division winners should be in pins 26 through 41. That's the division winners to pins 26 through 41.
Looks like we've got another one pinned there, Brandon, young man in the light blue shirt. We got 3 so far pinned back. Got a 4th one pinned back, the young man in the pink. If you've just now tuned in, we're on class 51, the first class of the lightweight division of the Dark Crosses. Weight ranges 250 to 253. We had started with 58 head. We're working back 11 head to make a 10 placings. So what they're doing is they're sorting back probably their top 5 or 6, and then I would suspect then they'll place it 7th on through unless they go, but I would think they do 7th on through because there's 6 placings that will actually make the auction. Young lady in the white shirt with the long ponytail, she just got pulled. That will round us up to 5.
They've got all of them out there now. They've got 5 back in the pen. Like Wayne said, they may pull 6, may pull 7. Just kind of depends on how deep the class is, how they want to work it. They've communicated well, though, throughout the show, and always kind of worked and made sure they make those good decisions. They've always been very conscientious of where those cell holes are. Here comes 6 back in. So,
And there's going to go ahead and start with 7th.
yeah, they'll start placing. They'll do 7, 8, 9, 10, dismiss a couple, and then rework these top 6.
Young lady in the blue is 7th place. Young lady in the royal blue just made 8th. Young lady in the burnt orange shirt was 9th.
Dismiss the rest out, and they've got their top 10.
Which one was the top? Which one was the 10th place there? Oh, the
I
one
think
in
this
the.
girl in the red sweater, isn't she? They're working on getting
Yeah,
rid of the pin.
I believe you're right.
And now we rework back through these top 6. All 6 of these are your cell hogs here in our first class at Art Cross is class 51. Again, weight range from 250 to 253.
So we have the first 3 out. Now we're letting the 4th one out here in class. As Brandon has said, we're going to rework these top 6, starting with 6 and placing it back up to our class winner. All 6 of these have made the sale here at San Antonio. 4 of them will actually go across the auction stage. The other 2 will be receive $1,500, and of course them along with any other auction makers will have an opportunity from buyers to receive add-ons either during the sale, at the sale, or online, or you can have up until March the 1st to do add-ons to any of the auction lots.
First call, class 52.
We've got all 6 out here.
First call, class 52, Dark Cross Red Barrows. Exhibitors bring those barrels to the holding pins at this time. Be sure that you have your can show card with you and your back card, your back tag there, as within those black gates. Folks, if you've been to the barn this afternoon,
You know that solid black one, Brandon, he's kind of got a cool look to him, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's one Eric kind of liked first out, and I mean, got a big, shapely back, and handles it good though. Maybe pushes the limits on how wide that thing is,
Especially
at its
from
base, but,
behind. You sure wouldn't want him any wider from
that
behind.
one's heavy duty and big forearmed, and really massive from blade to hip. But
Boy, he is. He really pushes it, and like you said, can handle it well. All of these out here seem to have some good muscle makeup to them, but he's probably got the most, it seems like, muscle-wise with flexibility.
we talked about that a little bit as we started the hamps yesterday, and obviously our belted ones just look like hamps. They don't have to be pures, but in these crossbred breeds, I mean, muscle's not an issue. It's how they're balanced with it, and how they go, and how they motivate, and how athletic they are, and while we end up driving them quite a bit sometimes from an endurance standpoint, I mean, they can hold up a majority of the time. That's pretty good.
Looks like our Hampshire
one
pig,
second.
and those 2 match up very well. It looks like our one he used in class, just a little deeper forerib, a little more body to him.
Well, like Brandon said earlier in these red ones, I'm glad you guys cheer for them and not boo us, because it would get pretty loud in here sometimes if you guys booed us as loud as you cheered. The young lady that's going to win this class out here wins one pretty handily for us. And you talk about one that's good built, good pattern, good designed, and has a lot of the extras we're going to look for here today. This one's opened up and through his chest, and he comes out of that blade extremely square, fresh, and leaves you the same way. Big pin, big hip kind of barrel. He handles it really well, and this guy's extremely comfortable. He wins this from the ground up. The young lady that's going to be second out here at the black one has the one with the most far-reaching pieces. There is no doubt about it. This is one heavy-duty skeleton kind of type of guy that's got a big forearm laid in him. He's functional at the ground off both ends. For me, he just gets a little funky right there at the top of his neck and where he transitions into his blade. We'd like to change him there, fix his hock ever so slightly, and of that top pair, he's a nickel shorter hipped. We'd like to change him there, but that's two awfully good kind of barrows to run first and second. Young man that's going to be third out here has got a really neat pattern one. You talk about one that's just tabletop level from his blade all the way to his tail. This guy's sound and functional at the ground. He doesn't have the ESTs and all the bells and whistles those other ones did, but a real practical kind of barrow that's got rib and productivity, sound and functionality all the way through. The young man coming out here next in four has got one that is really unique in terms of his head and neck set. This guy's busted open through his chest. He's got a good rib cage in him, really a fresh square back in him. When he gets out here and goes, he just doesn't hit another gear, especially from behind. He wants to be a little shorter stride and wants to be a little shorter hipped. That's why he falls down where he's at. The young man that's coming out next, and here's one that, again, one of the good pattern barrows. Elevation and head and neck extension is really good. This guy's sound and functional at the ground. For me, he's just not opened up and cracked open through the lower third of his skeleton quite as well as these other ones. He wants to be just a little bit more refined in that rear leg bone. The young lady coming out here in six now got one of the real neat pattern barrows from the side. You love just the pattern and presence this guy has. Where we got to criticizing him is when we get right in behind him, he gets a little goofy in that hawk and wants to be a little flatter all the way through. The next set of barrows in here, really nice barrows in their own right, just hogs we like to bust open, maybe make them a little more attractive and a little more balanced to get them any higher.
Okay, as we begin our dart cross division, we've got our top 10 in class 51, our first class of dart crosses. Class winner is Jenna Todd from Comal County 4-H. Second place is Alice Norrs from Abbott FFA. Third place went to Tommy McDaniel from Idalou FFA. Fourth place to Diego Hernandez from Whiteface FFA. Fifth place to Hunter Johnson from Lubbock County 4-H. Sixth place to Megan Chofani from Stephen F. Austin FFA. Seventh went to Chloe Hooker from Wilbarger County 4-H. Eighth place went to Catherine Rudwick from Davenport FFA. Catherine also had the Texas bred exhibited in this class with a barrow bred by Harkey Farms. Congratulations to Catherine Rudwick, Davenport FFA, and Harkey Farms for your Texas bred champion in class 51, sponsored by Showpig.com. Ninth place in that class went to Mallory Wan from Donnelly County 4-H, and 10th place went to Elizabeth Torres from Rawls FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in class 51 dart crosses as we start off the dart cross breed.
So they have now started class 2 of the crossbreds. This is the second class of our lightweight division. We'll have 3 total classes, but this class 52 has weight ranges from 250 to 253, and we have 58 in this class. And while they're sorting them, my good friend who was listening, Mr. Kevin Lynch, give a shout out to you. Hope all is well with you. He sent me the definition on dart crossbreds, so I appreciate that, Kevin. And here is how it reads. Barrows with black or red pigmentation and not sandy, rusty, orange, rome, gray, or blue, and must contain at least 20% of the total body should be considered a dart cross. These Barrows may be black or red belted or black/red patched or spotted Barrows.
So now you know why I didn't want to spout off, because it's a little different than what I exactly said. But for the most part, it's got to be, what, dark red or dark black? Any sandy variation or lighter colored, orange or gray or brown, light brown. I don't know. It gets a little subjective, obviously. My theory was, if you always had a question, I'd go in the other crosses. I'd come the second part of the week just in case.
I kind of like the idea that they're doing at Houston. Then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. And it is a little. The other side of that is, man, it's hard to classify a crossbred, I would think.
Well, and what's so disappointing is they don't have a place to show if they get classed out.
Yep. Lynch, he's got that on his speed dial, okay, because he always pushing the limits and kind of, whether or not, what he wants to show as. So, Kevin's probably kicked up with his feet up, is what I'm guessing.
Yeah. Well, he says we're making him famous right now, so.
Legend right there, Kevin Lynch.
That's right. Don't you be telling off on us, Kevin.
Him and Todd Ebel are probably watching together.
Todd's taught him everything he knows.
Yep. Truth comes out. Yep.
We're only kidding, Kevin. You have a great day, buddy.
Which one?
Looks like we've got 3 in this class so far that they pull in class 52. They'll be working through 58 head in this class, weight ranging from 250 to 253. The crosses in this first wave here at San Antonio. It is the largest breed of its entire wave. It totals 503 total head that came into San Antonio, so they'll be working through them this afternoon. If you haven't been with us on the broadcast, the second biggest breed, you would have thought maybe the Hamps, but the Durocs ended up coming in second, being the second largest at 390 head, and then our Hamps came in third with a total of 360. Looks like we've got 6 so far pinned. And then out in the big arena, we have 2 head so far. No, correction, we got 3 now.
A little warmer today in San Antonio, Wayne.
It is warmer than this morning.
Yeah, yesterday it stayed cloudy and overcast all day here at San Antonio. Kind of stayed cool and raw in the barn, and today the sun's out and it's comfortable. Watching the forecast for the end of the week, it's supposed to be upper 70s and low 80s. So you gotta pack and prepare for everything when you come to San Antonio.
Absolutely, and you know, the people that are going to gain from these extreme changes are definitely our pharmacists.
Yeah, exactly. between the dust and yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure from inhaling this dust where we're at, Brandon, I'll have to probably get some Z-Pack again, probably.
Quite the kaleidoscope of weather down here at San Antonio. Again, we're in class 52, correct? Our second class at Art Crosses.
Actually, class 52. 58 head in it.
58 head, weighing from 250 to 253.
Kind of interesting how that broke identical. I mean, they both the weight classes, and they had an even 58 in both of these classes so far. If you just now joined us, all these classes are in the 50 number ranges, except our last class, the big class. They're all 300-pounders. We'll have 67 in that class.
Yeah, you talk about those weight breaks, Wayne. I can remember when I first started coming to San Antonio, they actually the first day was a sift, and you went through and you weighed. They ran you across the scales and officially stamped your weight. And at that time, that's kind of why, I mean, you talk about your 2 or 3 seconds of opportunity. You had 2 or 3 seconds for that judge to see you, and if he liked you, you went back to the barn to show the next day. If he didn't like you, you went directly to the truck. And so that was one of the good changes, so the kids could get a little better look and a little bit more opportunity. Every kid gets to show nowadays. They kind of felt like just that quick little 2 or 3 second glance wasn't sometimes enough. So hard work and effort that these kids put in, they change that up. But we wouldn't even know the weight breaks till the next day when that went, because they just broke the weights after they knew what hogs got kept. So quite a bit different than it used to be.
Oh, most definitely. And, you know, the other side of that coin, too, you're at the mercy of the judge at a shrinkage weight on that animal. So you really, he didn't really get to see this animal sifting them at their natural look or weight.
Yeah, trying to balance, you know, getting him turned in right on weight, but then also having him look good enough to get stamped and back to the barn. So.
Attention to the swine barn. Class 52, we're still missing 3 head. James Powell.
Got 11 kept in this particular drive so far.
And Jason Burkett, if you're here, raise your hand. If not, please bring your animal up to the ring. We're missing you 3.
Found him a few more in the initial sift here in this particular drive. Finishing up here in the back, got the last one cycling through. They've got 12 head, I know, in the holding pens. Maybe come out here and take a peek and study for just a bit more as well. But our judges should be headed up to the main ring. Here they come. think they've got 11. I think there's just one in this first pen.
Yes, that's correct. They've got a one helping this young person get this pig showed. Young lady in the pink vest. So it's so important that you raise your hand, because you could get lost if they're not, so please raise your hand when the judge points to you on that. Just that's so important, because, it makes the difference between you getting where you need to be, and helps, of course, it helps all the arena help out as well.
Got another crew team coming out here first. I know we've seen a few teams from time to time. Team Mason out here coming out of first hole. You got him pinned back.
Yep, got him pinned back. Good job there.
Pretty good cheering section for that team. Again, we're placing 6 Barrows like we have, like we did in 51. 6 Barrows make the sale. Top 10 ribbon getters get to go to the backdrop. So they'll have a few that they'll sort off of this group, but for the most part, this will be your top 10. Got 2 back now. For a nice bar that just came out there, 19233. They locked in 2. 3 back now. Again, our lead judge here in the dark cross is Eric Polish from Iowa. Brandon Ogle, our associate judge from Illinois. Appreciate those guys coming down working with our youth. Had a really good long day yesterday, or I say long day, wrapped up pretty decent time. Sorted through a good chunk of hogs, but did it very efficiently. Like the fact they give every kid a really good hard look, and then very conscientious in this top 10 too, making sure they get them kind of all lined up the way they need to be lined up. So
Absolutely, and yesterday they sorted 787 head.
So they'll get a little rest, actually get 2 2 days rest. It used to just be 1 day in between the two waves, but they'll get 2 days worth of rest. So kind of get them reinvigorated, and maybe they'll get to see the sights of San Antonio while they're in town. Still just got 4 up here pinned back. Young lady's coming back. Five head now, right?
Yes, sir. We got 5 head. Looks like we'll probably, I don't know, probably do 6 again, I bet. And then place them possibly.
Yeah, you got 6 pin back now. He's going to come get the buttons. He'll place 7, 8, 9, and 10. We'll clear the ring and then rework these top 6.
That's +7, right?
Yes, sir.
So a young lady in the pink with S there became 7.
Got 10, then 11. Now we'll rework these top 6. And get us a class winner here in class 52, dark crosses. Again, second class of our 9 dark cross classes.
Well, city exhibitors remain in the ring. A good round of applause for their efforts today in this dark crossway class.
There's 2 left out in the ring. Now we redrive. A lot of power in these hogs, maybe some different shapes and sizes and how they handle it out here.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, you know, and they're the same weight as the class we saw before.
Class 53. First call, class 53.
But it's just rearranged a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Be sure that you have your 10 show cards and your backpack with you as you enter those flat gates. Folks, if you're visiting the barn today, this Sunday afternoon out here at the show, you might want to just kind of step aside of these main alleys right now. We do have animals making their way to the ring, so just let those haulers go on by you and then continue to enjoy your day here today.
Comes to get the buttons to start from 6 on up now and get us a class winner here in Class 52 dark crosses. Again, these class winners will come back. First and seconds will come back for the division drive at the end of our 9 dark crossbred classes. 6. The dark blue sweater is going to be 5.
Now we got the Final Four out here, huh?
Final 4. It's almost basketball season or March Madness time now.
It won't be
Talk about
long,
the
will
Final
it?
4, yeah. The Blue Blazers coming in here 4th, looks like. Kind of cheering for Team Mason. We'll see what happens here. But
Yeah, that hog's really interesting out
Good
here. I think he's really,
these are the 3 I kind of like,
Yeah.
though, what they had to sort with and work with. So
that'll be interesting. He's kind of got a nice balanced look to him. Oh, oh, oh.
Hogs belted on one side and solid on the other.
Yes.
Mason's back up, we're ready to roll again.
Yeah.
Mason gets 3rd. Good job, buddy.
Way to go.
Got a few fans.
Yeah. Young man was 2nd, and the young lady won the class, huh?
Here is our judge, Eric Polish, for comments on Class 52 dark crosses.
Really nice barrow the young ladies driving here in this class to win, and Brandon and I are total agreement on this one. This one from his blade back is just exceptional. You study this guy out here on the profile, and he has got a really good stout head that's high-headed. We love that jaw line and that chest floor as he comes at you. From that blade back, that thing is impressive. He is rolled up and square. He gets in behind. You get in behind him. He has a big pin kind of barrow. He handles it extremely well, and this guy's extremely comfortable as he gets out here and hits the ring. Just a good kind of barrow to start with. Young man, it's going to be 2nd out here. He's got a real good kind of barrow, real practical, heavy structured, big-footed kind of barrow. When that guy goes away from you, you see that rolled up back, that big wide pin set, that square hip he's got in him. He's not as elevated up through his front end. He's just not as high-headed or as geeky fronted as the one we started with, but from that one's blade back, he rivals that one that we started with. The young man that's going to be coming out here in 3rd has got a really, really good one. You talk about one that's extra tall fronted, very mobile, very comfortable, and that pattern from the side is what we're looking at today. Here's one that gets out here, he gets around the ring, and it just floats. When this guy gets out and keeps moving, you talk about one that's square to the ground, no major holes, no major problems. He just gives up a little too much in terms of just shape up high, spread and dimension all the way through relative to them beefier ones that we had above him. The young lady that's going to be 4 out here has got just a real practical kind of barrel. Good design, sound, functional. Maybe not all the bells and whistles the other ones had, but there's a good kind of barrel. Gets maybe a little more jammed up front relative to those top 3. Real stout featured one coming out here. The young lady's got, we clean up his flank, that's for sure, but from the side, that pattern and show barrel proportions are really, really good. He opens up extremely well. He's not as heavy duty at the ground. He's not as big footed or as heavy ankled as those other ones. We'd like to change him there. The young lady's got a real massive one. Good job, buddy. Appreciate it. Good job, young lady. Young lady with the busted eared barrel. You talk about that one, from his hip forward. That is a big cage. That is a big chest floor, and he has opened up extremely well. He pushes the limits too far behind and starts winging them out a little bit too much for us. The young lady in the pink coming out here next got a real practical kind of barrel. Good design, good pattern from the side, extremely sound. Just gives up too much in terms of a bone and feature relative to the rest of the class. Bunch of nice barrels in this class. Let's give these kids a nice big round of applause. Good job, young lady.
Placings in Class 52 dart crosses. Your class winner goes to Ryan Schroeder from Anderson Shiro FFA. Second to Braden Spees from Leveland FFA. Third place to Mason Liebham from East Central FFA. Fourth place to Raylan Tyler from Grape Creek FFA. Fifth to Emma Ayers from Whiteface FFA. Sixth place went to Zimnina Castillo from Maverick County 4-H. Seventh place went to Myra Vassbinder from East Central FFA. Eighth place went to Sheridan Walker from Cleburne FFA. Ninth place went to Collins Brandenberger from McCullough County 4-H, and 10th place went to Rankin Poole from Wheeler FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 52 dart crosses, our second class out of 9 classes of dart crosses for the day. We now begin sifting our final class in the middleweight division in the back, Class 53 dart crosses. In Class 53 dart crosses goes from 254 to 262, and there's 50 head in this class. The Showpig.com Certified Texas Bred Champion from Class 52, exhibited by your class winner, Ryan Schroeder from Anderson Shiro FFA. Breeder of that barrel was Tailored Genetics from Salado. Congratulations to Ryan and Tailored Genetics from Salado on their Class 52 Showpig.com Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion.
If you just now joined us, we're on Class 53. This is the last class of our lightweight division. This weight ranges from 254 to 262, so we've got a little bit wider spreads in this third class than we had in the two classes before. The other two classes being two classes of 250 to 253. So this class 3 or 53 in the third class, it has 50 head in this class. So far we have 5 head that I see that's pinned up, that's been pinned. Out in the big ring we have 5 head so far.
No trainers will be allowed back on the grounds on these tax trucks, so you need to make sure that you're loading out your food rig plans to load out your feed and your fill boxes in your tax truck. No trainers will be allowed back on the grounds to load out.
Now we've got 8 back here that are pinned. And we've got 6 out in the big arena. Looks like they've completed now, Class 53 of the first sort. Looks like we've got 10 pinned at the present time. I don't know if there's anything back at the scale. And we've got 8 out in the big ring. They've pinned another one here, a young man in the plaid shirt. So he'll go and get classified and weighed. And the young lady in the fuchsia colored pink shirt also got picked. So if our numbers are right in the pins and nothing's in the back weight, we should be adding 2 more, so we're up to 12. Picked one more. Young guy in the peach-looking shirt got pulled as well, so we got 13 head, and they've excused the rest. And congratulating them because fine job as well. Just to get into the big arena and have an opportunity to show is a great accomplishment here in San Antonio.
Again, our final class of the middles here, class 53. Again, we'll judge all 9 dart cross classes before we do our division, but this will be the heaviest class in the lightweight division when we come back and show for our lightweight division dart crosses. I think they range in from 54 to 63. Is that correct? 62. 54 to 62. 50 head in this class. Again, our judges have kept the top 13. They'll rework through, keep a top 10, but they'll probably stuff about 6 back up here towards the top end. 6 sail holes here in every dart cross class.
Looks like we've pulled back, what, 1 so far? So of the 13, he's evaluated 6 of them so far, and pulled 1 back of the first 6 that they've let out. And the young lady in the black shirt, that'll be the second one they've pulled back so far. And they've pulled the first 8 and got 2 back. So here's where it gets important to make sure you get a look, but at the same time, you want to be courteous and kind of stay behind the judges, just so they have an opportunity for each and every one of the ones coming out of the gate, that everyone gets a fair shot. But then as soon as they turn and look back the other way, you want to be ready for them. Because let's face it, you only have 6 placing spots, so you want to definitely try to get every view that you can give those judges, but behind them.
Yep, you got to try to stick out and kind of be memorable for them. And there's our third one coming back in the top end here.
The young man in the plaid shirt.
53. Yeah, that was one initially didn't make the sift and got pulled back in, but.
Yep, there's again the story of that hard work. And, you know, we touched on it some, Landon did this morning as well. Wearing some bright colored shirts and stuff is I think always recommended, just from the fact that, you know, with these judges, you want to stand out a little bit in that shirt color for identification purposes. So, you know, if they see something good on your animal and they want to come back to it, you can be easier found, because they're evaluating the animal and not, of course, the shirt that you're wearing. But it does, as a judge, it gives you a good identity, because they photograph their mind, you know, what that animal looks like and of its strengths, and does a comparison, and it makes it easier for them to find you. Especially when you have this many out here. Young lady in the white sweater just got pulled.
5, I believe, pinned back.
Yes, sir. So So the next one pull is very crucial for these young people that are out here. Because ultimately, probably, that could be the last opportunity for a sale slot. But they have this morning, they did go 7 in one of the Duroc classes before they placed them. But historically, all morning, they've gone no further than 6th and then placed them from there down to 10th. So we'll see.
Pinning those sale hogs back.
Young lady in the pink got pulled. She's the 6th pull. He got his button, so it looks like he's going to go ahead and place them 7th through 10th and then excuse the rest.
So again, you did see the judges kind of conversating pretty heavily about how they kind of wanted to do these. So I appreciate them taking that effort in on that final sale pick. Here's 7 coming up next. Ultimately, the final decision falls with the lead judge in their particular breed. So Eric Polish, our lead judge here in the dark crosses.
Young man in the kind of a, I guess what you would call that kind of a peachy colored shirt. He just received the 8th place. Congratulations to him. Even if they they don't get the sale, they get the bragging rights with a nice rosette. And to get into the top 10 here at San Antonio is quite a milestone accomplishment as well. Yeah. They've just excused, and these out here, top 13, that's nothing to sneeze about, especially as tough as this show is here down in San Antonio.
Now we work our top 6. Again, this will be the heaviest class of the lightweight division, so kind of win this class, you'll be coming back in that lightweight division, the first 3 classes here in the dark crosses.
There's some power and muscle in here, isn't it, Brandon?
Yeah, he's been able to find plenty of power in this breed, kind of like we've talked about, and kind of putting them together with some that can go and stay the whole class as well with that power is the tough thing from time to time.
Looks like he's ready to place them from 6 back up to our class winner. They're conferring, which again, as Brandon brought up earlier, they have done a good job of conferring and doing this together as a 2-team judge system should. And I appreciate that they make sure that every kid gets a fair evaluation. Young lady in the white sweater is your 6th place. Congratulations. Young man in the plaid was 5th.
We do have Barrows coming to the ring at this time. If you're in those main alleys, you could just step aside for a little bit. Let's let these hogs.
Young lady in the black was 4th. Young lady in the pink is dark pink is third. And there you have it, first and second. Got two similar type of shorts.
Here's Eric with comments on Class 53 dart crosses.
As Mr. Ogle would say, kind of a mixed bag of Skittles in this class here. Not an easy class to put together by no means, and there's some give and take on all these, but the one we settled on wins pretty handily for us is a young lady out here to my left. Here's one that, to me, that is really rolled up in that from her blade back. You get on top of this one, this is the most impressive one in the class, and you get off to the side, this one patterns extremely well. You love the balance and design from the side, and this one's extremely sound and functional. He's opened up through his chest. He uses his hind leg correctly. That's a big pin, square one as she goes away from you. Just a really good kind of complete barrel to win this class. The young lady is going to be second out here. Got a really stout featured one. You talk about one that's got a really good skull and head shape. You get on top of him, he doesn't have the spread and dimension, the one that we started with. Just gets maybe a little more plainer, maybe gets a little closed up a little bit too much up front for us today. But that's just a complete, sound, functional one with not very many problems. He kind of just strolls up into second for us. Pretty easy. The young lady is going to come out next in three. He's got one you like from the side, extended, really good design and pattern from the side. This one gets around and really reaches off those front two really well. You get on top of him, he's a square backed one, but where we kind of fault him is when he goes away from us. He wants to be just a little outside. That one's kind of pushing the limits as he goes away from us. Of our top three, he needs to have more feature when he hits the ground. The real stout one the young lady's coming out with next, a real stout skull, big kind of burly as he comes at you. Here's one when you get off to the side, he's just not as good through that top line. I'd like to strengthen that top and just elevate him ever so slightly, but that's a stout featured, really sound one that's got product. Young man coming out next has got one that's kind of a bigger frame, opposite of the one that we just talked about. Here's one that's really elevated, got a really neat look from the side, extremely level, extremely flexible up through that front knee. When we get in behind this guy, he just reads a little too flat all the way through. We just like to open him up off either end to get him any higher. The young lady coming out next has got one that you love, the internal dimension, the cage this guy has, really good spread and dimension back from his blade back. You get in behind him, he's a big hip kind of barrel, but as he just kind of funnels to the ground, he wants to get just a little narrower there. I'd like to just go ahead and open him up and give him a shot more power as he goes away from you. The next barrel's coming out, really good barrels in their own right, but just hogs that need more function, need to be better at the ground and have more feature to go ahead and get them any higher.
Placings in the top 10 in Class 53. Again, our third class at Art Crosses, so it'll be the last class in the lightweight division. Your class winner exhibited by Shane Glenn from Ellis County 4-H. Second in that class went to Brooklyn Van Dam from D'Hanis FFA. Third was Landry Cozart from Klondike FFA. Fourth place to Sidney Miller from Abernathy FFA. Sixth place to Addison Adams from Lavernia FFA. Seventh to Cassidy Dutra from Shallowater FFA. Eighth place went to Caden Guthrie. Ninth place went to Caitlin Burchett from Burke Burnett FFA. 10th place went to Marlena Martinez from AS&T. Our Showpig.com Certified Texas Bred Registry Class winner was exhibited by Brooklyn Van Dam from Hondo, Texas. Second place in that class, Class 53 Dark Crosses. Breeder of that barrow, Kneezy Showpigs from Fredericksburg. Congratulations to Kneezy Showpigs in Brooklyn on their Showpig.com Certified Texas Bred Registry champion in Class 53. If you just now joined us, we had completed the last class of the lightweight division, and now we're starting Class 54, which is the start of our medium weight division. The weight ranges is from 263 to 266, and we have 54 head in this class. We will be placing 10, but 6 making the auction. Looks like we have 2 that have made it to the pens at this time in Class 54. Out in the big arena, we have 2 that have been sorted into the big arena.
if you've just now joined us, we're on class 54 today in our dark cross show. The judges will be evaluating 503 total head. It is the biggest breed of this first wave. Our second biggest breed was our Durocs at 390, followed by our Hamps being the third largest at 360 head, which rounds us out to 1,675 total head showed up on the grounds here in San Antonio. By the end of Thursday, we will have filled 364 sales slots here at San Antonio. Last year, those sales slots brought in revenue of $2,038,465 in auction monies raised through the hard work of these young people that made the sale. It is the second highest auction sale here in San Antonio as far as per species the Barrow show is. The highest being the steer show. It brought in $2,541,000.
Logan Garcia, if you're in the ring, would you please raise your hand? If not, please bring your animal up here to get sorted. Class 54, Logan Garcia. Please bring your animal to the holding arena.
We've got 8 pen so far. And out in the big arena, we have 5 head. No, 6 head, sorry. Had one in the corner. So as far as if you get pulled, you actually go to a classifier. They have to classify under the dark cross classifications. And then if you pass through that, then you will go on and get weighed. And it is a 10-pound weigh back from the amount of weight you turned in on your card when you check your animal in. Now, there is a 10-pound, you got to be within 10 pounds on that lightweight class, especially you can't weigh less than 240 on the bottom end. So if you've turned in at 250, you can't weigh 239 or you will be disqualified. There is a minimum weight here at San Antonio of 10 pounds below is the max you can be below whatever you've turned in. But then from there, any of the other classes, you can be whatever you want on that, as long as you're, not below 240.
First class of the medals are kind of finding quite a few of them that they like. So they've got quite a few in the holding pen already here in this particular drive, still sifting in the back.
Yes, and it looks like we have 9 so far in the pens, not counting what might be back in the scales. And, of course, in the big ring, not too many. We only have, it looks like, 6 so far in the big arena. Not sure how many we have left to go through. Doesn't look like a lot. There were 54 head in this class 54.
54 and 54.
Isn't that interesting that the number adds up to the same as the class number? That's kind of unusual. This might be lucky 54, Brandon.
Well, there already liking it better than they have a few of the dark cross. They already kept more, I think, in this class than they did in any of the previous 3. Obviously, that first class, they kept everything back, 13. I think 13 was about what they've kept so far, but I think they've.
Yeah, it was interesting in that one class. They didn't keep as many. I guess that was the first class, huh? They had everything that they had in big ring they brought to the scale and put them in the pen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's gauging that again after coming off the Duroc breed. And I'll tell you, you judge that many head of Durocs, they all kind of start to look red. And
some people have a tough time judging those reds. I don't know. I shake my head and say, hey, it doesn't matter if they're purple or yellow. They should look the same.
Yeah.
Oh, well. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I've always liked red ones. It's enjoying.
Well, it's in your heritage, Brandon.
Probably the most struggling breed, or I say that. I mean, all the breed hogs, the true breed hogs, are tough to put together. Purebreds especially, and keep on top. Anytime you think you're kind of ahead of the game on the red deal, you're behind already. So.
Well, your grandfather did an outstanding job with those red ones.
Appreciate that. Again, judging class 54 dark crosses, 54 head in this class. Weight range on this class is 263 to 266, so a pretty tight window right there. Again, kind of get to this middle division. I'm not saying the lightweights, definitely they're in contention too. Market weight is what it is, but middleweight's where everybody kind of wants to throw at, it seems like. And yesterday, the deepest class in the Hampshires was that heavyweight class, but middleweight division was really strong as well, as indicated. The reserve champion Hamp came out of the middleweight division, so should be a quality set. Should just kind of continue to build from a quality standpoint, just like we did yesterday in the Hampshires, and looking forward to a strong set of middleweights here in the dark cross division. Grab one out of the middle.
We had 14 already pinned, so that's 15 for sure. So this is probably the deepest class they've kept thus far, huh?
So far in the dark crosses, yes, sir. Yeah. So all these kids work so hard. Got a big group of them are headed back. They kept quite a few in this main arena too. So lots of hard work and effort. Proud of all these kids, even if they didn't get back in the pen for the second go. So.
No, just getting the opportunity out here to show out in the big ring is memorable for these kids, because it's hard to even get to that big ring.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about goals yesterday and everybody's opinion of success, and depending on where you are in your show pig career, also in terms of success, and being realistic about goals, and you can't expect to in this game start your first year and be able to try to come win San Antonio, but every year you got to learn something, and that's what I think is really neat. You watch a lot of those kids that have grown up in it, and they just continue to get better each year, and by the end of their career, they're really shining and showing.
Well, and I think that goes a long way in life lessons as well. If anytime you think that anytime you stop learning, you might as well quit.
That second bear that came out, you notice his fluffy tail?
Yeah, I did see that. They're talking about big tails, and so I guess he wanted to make sure it was obvious. Booger's he's got some good hair coat around that tail, doesn't he?
We talked yesterday. I mean, a lot of these keeping them longer haired now, and I sure think it helps them just look a little fluffier and healthier bodied, bigger rib, bigger bodied. So.
Yeah, I can remember back to the days, Brandon, when there was no tail clipping at all. We just, the longer the tail, the easier to grab them.
There's another fluffy tailed one. So
I have to admit that docking of those tails sure does make the cosmetic of them look nicer.
Yeah. Yeah, them long ones with a couple of curlicues in them. Yeah.
Some of them almost made a second roll when they still had their full tail.
kind of interesting, and obviously, you know, I don't know if you tuned in yesterday, but yesterday, Judge Ogle kind of made a comment about bone, certainly wanting bone, but not just have to have that being a single trait kind of deal. And I was glad to hear that. I think sometimes we make them, you know, we want them stout featured. We want everything to be stout featured because everything has to be built on a stout foundation. But I think you can go overboard. You've ferreted a few sows, and you got to be a little careful how big of bones those babies got as they're coming out. Kind of like baby rhinoceroses sometimes.
Well, and to the Packers, you know, we got to look realistically at this too in teaching our young people. You got to have some substance of bone for a good foundation. However, there is an exception to all rules, and the Packers don't want that extreme bone. That's waste factor for them. That's a cost. So it's just finding that good trait or that good status to have that what you call good status of bone.
Yeah, there's an interesting webcast out there. If any livestock person hasn't listened to it, I don't know, but it's Norman Coles. Have you heard Norman Coles' podcast that he did?
No, I didn't realize that.
Everybody in the livestock industry ought to go listen to that. He kind of talks, he teaches a lot of lessons through that. I mean, he talks about, jokingly, that my son and I, we've listened to it. I made him listen to it, and he talks about the most ideal animal being a polar bear. And the reason why is that thing's he's got his head up on his shoulders and can kind of look around and see, and comfort and flexibility, and pretty neat to hear his perspective. And it's just on every livestock. He also talks about, when he talks about stout skulled and wide skulled, it's directly correlated to the pelvic bone as well. So very educational to those are the kind of people, when they talk, you kind of need to be listening instead of trying to wait to talk back. So.
I tell you what, Norman is, you can learn a lot from that man. He's very knowledgeable, a fine man. I've learned a lot from him throughout the years, and again, he's always had a great eye for livestock, and you know, I hope our young people will tune into it, and even people our age. You know, like I mentioned earlier, we're never too old to learn something new, and got to be open-minded to learning new things. Otherwise, we're stagnant. Looks like we've got 5 penned back so far in this class 54. Be interesting to see if they'll do 6 here or if they're going to go an extra one or so. Young man there in kind of the light red looking shirt. Looks like they are going to stop at 6, and they're going to start placing 7 through 10.
You got one more button to give here. Get a top 10 here in class 54, and then we'll rework the top 6.
You know, having this number out here, you know, it just tells you how sincere these judges are and determined to try to give each and every one of these kids a fair look to get the top 10 placings and even the top 6. And as you see this out in the ring of all these that are being excused. They had a fair opportunity to try to get in the top 10 and the top 6, and that's a lot to be proud of.
Again, thank you all for tuning in, TaylorFort.com, and you've obviously found the feed. It's also the Facebook feed is up and going. You can watch it on this Facebook page as well, but appreciate y'all tuning in. If you could help us out, we wouldn't be able to make this possible without the sponsors that are scrolling across your screen. If you know any of those sponsors or have a connection with any of those sponsors, reach out to them, drop them a text, tell them thanks. We couldn't do it without them, and really enjoy being able to bring the San Antonio Livestock Barrows show to you in the way that they do, with the looks and the views they get you from the middle of the ring.
Absolutely, and we appreciate you tuning in for this on a Sunday afternoon. I mean, I know your time is priceless, and for you to take the time to sit here and watch this fine event here and sharing it with us, we greatly appreciate that.
That first one he brought out has got a monster hind leg. We were just sitting there talking about don't have to be the heaviest bone, but that one's got young man out there in the sweater vest. I mean, that thing's stout behind but runs uphill from the side. That's kind of a neat pig. They didn't ask me, and he may be 6th, but I think that's a nice pig.
Yeah, no, he is a nice pig.
First call, class 55, dark crossbred Barrows. Exhibitors bring your Barrows to the holding pen. Be sure you have your show card with you and your back tag as you enter the back of the black field.
Now he's got the buttons. They're making a few final comments and discussions, but here in just a minute, Eric will start from 6 on up and get us a class winner here in our class 54. Are we still on that? Or
Yes, it was our first class of the medium weights.
54.
So we have 3 in our middle weights. In fact, we've got it split 3, 3, and 3. So we're just starting in our first class of our medium weights here in class 54. Here we've got number 6. Young man there in the light red.
Eric was a little concerned he might get taken out by that hog. You see him cautiously kind of get over there to try to give that button. I've been run over by a few.
Yeah, we can't move quite as fast as we did, Brandon. I can respect Eric for being a little cautious. He's got to be on his feet all these hours yet. Young man was 3rd.
Top pair now. Pretty nice pair of pigs.
Yeah, see, they liked your pig still.
Well, yeah.
In top 2, so you hadn't lost it, Brandon.
Second. Congratulations to the young lady in the green sweater.
Yes, got some nice body.
Here's our
Square
judge,
all the way. Here he tells
Eric
us our
Polis, for
comment.
comments on class 54.
Yes, sir.
Well, we get to sort the top end on this class. This is a really good class, and we're probably one of the deepest ones we've seen here today. The young lady in the green wins it pretty handily for us, and we're in total agreement. This one has the ESTs. This one is opened up. He is big caged. He is big backed. He is big pinned, and he goes away from you. He got him set out on the corners, but he is within himself from hip hock to ground. He comes at you with a big chest floor. This guy's range of motion and just comfortableness out here is really, really good. That's a really good barrel the young lady's driving. Young man's going to to be second out here has got one from the side. You love his proportions. I mean, the front 2/3 of this guy in terms of back shape, shoulder shape, blade, skull, chest, bone, and foot is really, really good. The rear third of this guy gets a little shorter hipped. He wants to start sitting on the outside edges of his pasterns from behind. We fix him there and square him up off the ground and make him go like the one wins. That decision gets a lot closer. Young man that's going to be third out here has got one that's from that blade back is really, really good. He doesn't have as much as those other two in terms of center cage, and just as he goes away from you, he doesn't have that flare right through the center and lower portion of his ham, but that's a stout skull, big-legged one that can go all day. That's just a nice barrel. Doesn't have the bells and whistles those other two did. The young lady that's going to be fourth out here has got one you love the soundness and functionability of. This guy's extremely mobile as he goes. He gets to be a little lower fronted, gets to be a little smaller ankled. We'd like to just go ahead and shorten him up just a rib to make him balance a little bit better. That's where the one coming out here next you really like when you get on top of him. Big backed. From the side, this one is really good in terms of head and neck elevation. You love that design and balance this guy has. He too funnels a little bit too much when you get right in behind him. He just gets a little flatter there. He doesn't use that hip and hock quite as loosely as some of these other ones did. Young man driving this one here, you talk about one that's sound and functional, and this one can just go all day. Big, square, fresh back in him. We love the hip and pin set this guy has. He runs out of bone and feature at the ground relative to the rest of the class. Really a nice set of barrows. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
Placings in Class 54, first class, the middleweight division of the Dark Cross division. First place went to Braylon Myers from Mundy FFA. Second went to Corbin Earhart from Lubbock County 4-H. Third place went to Burke Waldrop from Dallam County 4-H. Fourth place went to Emma Craney from Splendora FFA. Fifth place went to Briar Sherrill from Hockley County 4-H. Sixth place went to Tabor Churchwell from New Home FFA. Seventh place went to Lincoln Coates from Levelland FFA. Eighth place went to Case Conrad from Armstrong County 4-H. Ninth place went to Carly Hale from Coleman FFA. And 10th place went to Talon Camacho from Goliad FFA. Congratulations, your top 10 in Class 54 Dark Crosses. So again, we are starting Class 55 of the Dark Crosses. This will be the middleweight class of the middleweight division. So halfway through as we start this class, this will be the middle class of the whole Dark Cross division, 9 classes.
So we have in this class of Class 55, 58 head in this class. The weight ranges from 267 to 272. So we're on class 55 at this point. The weight ranges is from 267 to 272. We have 58 in this class. All the classes so far have been in the 50 range, except when we get to our last class of the day and the last class of this wave, which will be the 300-pounders all in one class. We have 67 head.
$11, is that what you get?
Yes, 11 head already. Looks like we're getting close to the end, though. Looking in the back, they have one more to sort, and then they're through in the back. Looks like 9 head that we have out here in the big arena. You know, we kind of talked about classification on these dark crosses. Of the ones that they've kept, I saw a few in the back that I know that would not have classed if they would have kept them. But everyone I've seen that they've kept should, even the ones out in this big arena, of course the others, should classify, would think, based on that terminology we looked at.
Our judges make their way up to the main ring. They'll again look through here. They've got enough kept for a top 10, but they certainly are going to come out here and make sure they didn't miss anything. They usually do a pretty thorough job, and I appreciate those guys for doing that, making sure that we get the best 10 ribbon getters, and then obviously the best 6 cell hole getters out of each particular class. I think they've made their final decision.
Yep, they've worked hard too, and I'm glad, that just shows again the judges' passion for ensuring that they get this to the type and style of hogs that they want to keep, and that they give each and every one of these kids a fair opportunity and a great precise evaluation of their animal, because they realize how hard these kids have worked, and and that's they want to know when they walk away from this arena that they've given it 110%. Got the first one coming out. So Brandon, how many do we end up in the pens? Count.
Like 14 at least.
14, yes. We've penned one back, and the young lady in the kind of violet purple.
So I know that young lady, and I know her dad. Her dad used to be a county agent, and he was actually a county agent the year that a landrace barrow was reserved down here. Do you remember that?
Oh, man, that's been a while back.
How many times have you seen, like, some of what might be considered a minor breed hog end up at Grand Reserve here at San Antonio?
That was far and in between. You've seen it in the gilt show.
I've seen a red barrow before here, and I've seen that landrace.
Yep. Therefore, for quite, and it would be nice to see a purebred get back into it, to be honest, but it hadn't happened in quite some time.
Yeah, but her dad was the county agent that was helping with that pig that year.
Oh, wow.
There was some back and forth.
I do remember something about that hog, and he had a lot of everything that year, if I remember right. He was packing a big top and muscle, and for what the trend was in that particular time.
Yeah, now Schminky judged that year. I don't remember who Al was judging with, but
oh yeah.
Yes, we need your help, those of you who are loading the tack trucks right now. We are using some.
Yeah, Al's always had a great eye for livestock, not only in pigs but in sheep.
Quite a few trucks are backed up here, so if you could go ahead and expedite that process, get things loaded.
got 2 put back now.
If you can, that way that'll give us some room to go ahead and get that truck backed up and load more barrels out. Thank you.
It's a little hectic on a Sunday afternoon in San Antonio, especially with nice weather like it is. To get a lot of folks out and trying to get semis backed in and unloaded. Everybody's trying to load out tack, so busy day in San Antonio.
Yes, a lot of them have, especially from, have traveled farther away. They have brought their animals and staged them within, 70 miles of the stock show ground. So they've been having their pigs for both waves. The second wave's been probably staged down 70 miles away since, probably, what do you think, probably Wednesday or Thursday? Wednesday probably, huh?
Wednesday on some, depend on when they ended up at Angelo. I mean, it's
well, that's true too. They really have these shows kind of tight together. It's
been a busy 2 weeks for a lot of folks.
And it gets even busier when we start up in Houston. You got Houston and Austin almost neck and neck there.
Three of them back in now. Again, we're here in Class 55 dark crosses, the middle class of the middleweight division, 9 classes of dark crosses, so this is the 5th class out of those 9. Kept a nice top end, very competitive in Class 54. Top end here I think is going to be just as good. So got 4 pinned back now. Again, if you are just joining, our lead judge for the dark crosses is Eric Polish. Eric's from Iowa, and associate judge with him, Brandon Ogle. They alternate breeds. Yesterday we started off the day. Ogle did the Berkshires, and Polish did the spots, and then Ogle did the Polands, I believe. Is that right? No, Ogle did.
No,
I
think,
Hamps.
yeah, he did the Hamps. So I think the spots and Polands might have been like
Both
Poland.
Eric.
Yeah, I think. Yes, he did the spots and the Polands. Polish.
Again, this is our second day of showing. This is what we call the dark wave. So all the darker breeds show in the first wave. Second wave will have your Landrace division, your Chester division, your Yorkshire division, and then the other cross divisions. So those Barrows will actually be staging and coming in on Monday night, Tuesday morning, and they'll get kind of processed through and then show on Wednesday, Thursday. So.
And have the grand drive after the end of the crosses.
About 3 o'clock on Thursday afternoon, usually, if everything goes right.
Yep.
So you guys will want to be tuning in. They'll do a big scholarship presentation, but then most importantly, the Barrow Drive. So always exciting times on Thursdays.
Looks like they're ready to place them. They've got their top 6. And so the judges will go ahead and place them 7th through 10th. And excuse the ones that after they've got their 10th place one. So these young people have really worked really hard. I mean, they're not going to make the sale, but they're going to get a rosette, get to take a picture, and create some great memories, saying that they have the bragging rights in the top 10, which is something to be really proud of. Naturally, the ultimate goal is to try to also get into the sale, but as tough as this show is, it's not an easy task. But to even get this far is quite the accomplishment. So we finished up with the young lady in 10th place in the yellowish lime green sweater, and they're excusing the rest. These kids have worked really hard as well, and we congratulate them for their hard work, and they have nothing to be ashamed of. They were right in the hunt. They got the show as well. So now we're into judging the top 6 here. What the judges will do is let out all 6. They then possibly confer. They maybe have already conferred. They might, if so, then Eric will go ahead and place, the 6th, maybe the 5th, or they'll confer and then they'll start placing from 6th up to 1st.
Pretty nice class here.
Yes, sir. They really, they've pretty much kept their pattern as far as, besides boldness of front end and muscle and product, mobility. The thing they've really emphasized is that fullness. They want these hogs to be full all the way back to the back flank, and you can see these out here. They've got that fill all the way to the back.
Yeah, and you got to be careful how full you fill these crosses sometimes, because you can get them too full and
have the belly drag, huh?
More than anything, push them a little wider behind.
Well, that's the key, especially the type that they're taking there. That muscle is right. Any more could get them outside their skeleton.
Folks, if you're visiting right now and you're standing in these main alleys, you might want to move aside. Kind of get over by a fence. We've got animals coming to the ring right now. So you might want to just move out of the way and stand still. Let those animals come through. That way no one will get hurt.
So here's the first button, number
6 and 5.
6
right
and
there.
5. The young lady was 6, and the young man in the black just going in. It was number 5. We're down to the final 4.
Those 5th and 6th ones were really wide, really stout. Maybe didn't bring enough look, or maybe getting a little too wide. And then I think he's got a pair out here that are really good looking from the side that may not have just as much power as they want them to have. And then I think he's got a pair to use that are really powerful and then still look very, very good from the side. So anxious to see if that's how they see them, but that's what this guy sees from up here. So pretty good discussion, healthy discussion going on now with our judges. Again, our lead judge, Eric Polish, here in the dark crosses, and Brandon Ogle. Pretty big crowd around the ring. It'll just get bigger through this dark cross division. Kind of talked about yesterday. It'd be really neat to hear that conversation that these guys have got going on.
You know, they do that some in the football sports and everything. You hear some of that.
Mic'd up.
Yeah.
Just a regular judging class now. Just got 4 of them out here. Our livestock judging teams from all over the kind of United States will be headed down here to San Antonio as well this week. My son is judging at Texas Tech. He's texted me and wanted me to give him a shout out to the Texas Tech livestock judging teams. So best of luck to them and safe travels to all our teams as they come down here. San Antonio has really become one of the really good spring contests for this college judging season. So.
Absolutely, and Tech has really worked hard to be one of the top livestock judging colleges around, and they do a great job. Not to take anything away from the other universities, because they have too, but they've really built their program as well.
Now I think they may be talking about where they're going to eat supper at. I don't know.
I don't think they want pork chops, so. The young lady is fourth. That was one of the more power hogs, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
So it looks like, so now we've still got a power hog in there, and we got 2 pretty hogs.
Well, I guess the 2 pretty hogs had enough power for them.
Yeah. Well, you almost had to keep those 2 together, you know. As you mentioned earlier here, we had 2 power hogs and 2 prettier top hogs with not quite as much power, and at least they've kept them together, so that's good.
Well, I think, what is enough power? I mean, how much is enough power?
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, there's a point there can be too much, I think. But these 2 are a little bit different, I think. I mean, they're really extended and really got that more smooth look to their jaw, huh?
Yeah, I love them both from the side.
Yeah,
I think maybe
side profile is really pretty on these guys.
Maybe one of them's a little heavier structured, with the other one's a little looser hipped, way you pick them up and sets them down. But be interested to see how they talk them when they get on the microphone. But this is
one's a little wider on the corners.
They're going back to their debate days right now and kind of trying to, Yeah, Ogle's pleading his case. Polish is telling him how he's wrong.
Hey, but they're doing it in really professional fashion too, though.
They survive. There's second. There's first. Good show. Good class. Here is Judge Eric Polish with his comments.
Well, apologies for taking a little extra time on this class. And Brandon and I were out here just discussing them. And I know sometimes you guys think we're arguing out here. We haven't argued one time. We're just discussing these things and trying to figure out which one's going to, be the one we're going to land on and just discussing the differences between them. We landed on the young man out here to win this class, and here's one that's just the totals hog. You talk about one that is sound and balanced and opened up, and you love that center cage this guy has. When you get on top of him, he's got a little more shape coming right out of his blade than the one in second, and we talk about head and neck set. This guy's a little bit more elevated up front. He's got a little higher head carriage as he goes, and this one is, just a cat. That is a big pinned, opened up one that is sound and has not taken a bad step. Young lady's just going to be in second here. From her blade back, really is comparable to the one that we just talked about. You talk about design and balance and soundness at the ground. This guy is opened up and gives you the three-dimensional look when he goes away. This guy's head and neck set comes down just a little lower. He doesn't come quite up and out as the one we started with, and we get right on top of him. He's not just quite as rolled up as the one that we started the class with. The young man is going to be out here in second. Here's one from the side you love. You love the elevation and the head and neck extension this one has. This is a big-chested one as he comes at you. He leaves you extremely square. When you get on top of this guy, he just wants to be a little harsher right at the upper part of his rib. Of our top three, he's the harshest at his ham loin. I just like to soften that guy up and make him transition just a little bit better from his blade into his hip. Now, the one that gave me problems out here was the young ladies. You talk about one, when you get on top of this one, this has got the most spread and density of anything in the class. I love the center portion of his cage. The longer we're out here, this guy reads just a nickel lower fronted. He just reads just a little lower set to the ground. And when you really get that head down, that front shoulder blade kind of comes up in him and jams him up just a little bit. I'd like to just relax him in his front shoulder, elevate him, and get that head and neck set up. That's where this one coming out here next is really good. Front 2/3 I love in this barrel. Stout's gold. I love the head shape. I love the shape of blade coming back into that hip. Big hip, wide pin barrel, but this guy's pushing the edge in terms of just out there. He just wants to be a little funky in that hock. If we can make this guy really secure in that hock as he goes away from you, he'd run up a few notches in this class. Young lady coming out here next has got one. We love the back 2/3 of this guy. Huge back, huge pin, uses that hind leg athletically. He's really sound and functional. He runs out of steam at the ground in terms of feature. He needs more jaw and skull to go ahead and get him any higher. The rest of these barrows in here, really good barrows in their own right. This was an extremely good class. Let's give these kids a nice big round as they head on back.
We wrap up Class 55 Dark Crosses. Again, the middle class of the middle division, the middle class of the entire Dark Cross division, the 5th class out of 9 classes. Your class winner exhibited by Matthew Gober, Haskell County 4-H. Second in that class went to Maddie Barnick from San Patricio County 4-H. Third place went to Lewis Sears Cook from Corsicana FFA. Fourth went to Bristol Biggs from Hale County 4-H. Fifth place went to Creed Spencer from Albany FFA. Sixth place went to Lexi Raymakers from Nazareth FFA. Seventh place went to Ellie Scott from Kendall County 4-H. Eighth place went to Tinley Wilson from Brownwood FFA. Ninth place went to Tiffany James from Smithson Valley FFA. And 10th place in Class 55 went to Haley Kaiser from Guadalupe County 4-H. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 55 Dark Crosses. Now starting our final class in the middleweight division of the Dark Crosses, Class 56. And 52 head in Class 56, weight range from 273 to 279. Your Texas bred winner from Class 55 was Ellie Scott from Kendall County 4-H. Breeder was Lindner Show Pigs from Comfort, Texas. Congratulations to Ellie and Lindner Show Pigs on their Texas bred registry class champion, sponsored by showpig.com.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Wayne's taking a break, and my name is Landon Rohde. I'm kind of stepping in, so we're taking a few little bit of turns here. If you guys are just now joining us, we're on to class number 56 here. This is the initial first sort. Total of 52 head in this class, ranging from 273 to 279. I want to welcome everybody here watching from home. Thank you to Taylor Fort Podcasting and his crew for bringing all of us a front row seat to this second day of the first wave at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. And along with all of our sponsors going across the screen right now, we appreciate your sponsorship and supporting these kids. So that way, if we're not able to be here at the show, we're able to watch from wherever we're at. Today is the Lord's Day, and we appreciate you guys coming on and tuning in with us today. What a dark cross show we've had thus far. Very, very deep set. That last class was very deep, and that's the longest I've seen the guys drive those top 4 or 5 on the day. It was very, very deep on that top end. I mean, we'll talk 10 all the way down to first, but those top 4 to 5 were very, very, very deep. So congratulations to all those exhibitors and showmen for showing their tails off the entire time throughout that drive there. Those of you just now joining us, what they're doing, Mr. Polick is the lead judge on the dark crosses here. And if he points to the right, he's going to send them on to the secondary judge, Mr. Brandon Ogle. And if Mr. Ogle points straight ahead, it'll go to the big arena for a secondary evaluation after they do this first initial sort. If he points to the right, the young lady or man will go back to their pens, and their pigs will go on to see greener pastures, for those of you who know how a terminal show works here. If in the initial first sort here, Eric points straight ahead, means it'll go into a sorting pen and a holding pen where the animal will have a chance at the top 10 placing ribbons that we give out here. Top 6 in each class of these dark crosses makes a sale here at San Antonio. Looks like the guys have 2 pinned back thus far, and about 8 in the big arena for a secondary evaluation. We've seen this all day today. There might be 1 or 2 that they pull back out of the big arena once they have a chance to stretch their legs, and both of the judges get together and kind of evaluate those animals. And some of them have even gone up to make a sale spot, going from the big arena to a top 6 placing. So if you're showing the second wave and you get put in the big pen, don't give up. Kind of hang out. Get your pig ready to go. Once the judges get out there, you have a chance. Don't ever give up. Hard work does pay off. Kind of giving you all also a future forecast. This is our last class of the Division II crosses. Bring these creatures first and second back right before the overall selection and pick our division champions and reserve champions to show for the overall champion dart cross and reserve overall dart cross. At the conclusion of this class, we'll start into the 3 heavyweight dart classes. There's 3 of those. Total of 503 dart crosses here at San Antonio this wave. Largest number of hogs in this breed of any other breed we've judged the past 2 days. Followed by the Durocs at 390 and the Hamps yesterday at 360. There's almost double, give or take, about 100 dart crosses than there are any other breed here the past 2 days. At the conclusion of the judging today, all the breed and reserve breed champions are going to stick around here, hang out for 2 days, and our next wave will start judging for Wave 2 on Wednesday, and Day 2 of Wave 2 will be Thursday, along with our overall Grand and Reserve drive. Friday will be the sale. Top 4 in each class will walk across the stage at the auction. 5th and 6th do not walk across the stage. They still get money, and I think they get $1,500. Plus, if you want to add on, you have till sometime in the beginning of March to do an add-on for those animals. But they're guaranteed $1,500 for 5th and 6th place, I do believe. And it's to help the sale kind of run a little bit smoother and faster, and not that it doesn't run smooth already, but having that many kids go across the the sale, sometimes it went until 11 o'clock or midnight, so that's hard on those kids for staying that late, and also the buyers as well. So we're trying to make it easier on both of them, and kudos to San Antonio for that. Want to give a shout out to all these volunteers that are here that donate all their time and energy and effort to be here to support these kids and help out in the arena and make things run smoother at San Antonio. We couldn't do it without our 6,000 plus volunteers that help over the course of the San Antonio Livestock Show. And San Antonio has their 75th anniversary this year, a big milestone for them. And it could be made possible without these volunteer sponsors and donors that help make it all possible. And over the years, it continues to grow and get better. And it all has to do with the people that help make this thing possible. So we want to thank everybody involved over the years that has been here to help. I know some of these people have been helping in the arena here at the Barrows Show, I know, for 20 to 30 plus years. And we couldn't do it without them. So far, it looks like Eric is pinned back 5 to 6 total for a chance at the top 10 placings. And each class had about a little over 50 in every one of these classes here in the dart crosses. They've kept between 12 and 13 back, depending on the depth of the class, but every class has been super deep in these dart crosses. It's been quite impressive to watch for all you breeders out there. Keep up the great work in getting these kids very competitive projects. I know that it starts there, and it's up to the kids to take it from there and run with it. And got to be proud of all these kids out here supporting your animals and livestock, and we appreciate you also supporting them as well. Young lady in the red just got sent to a holding pen. That'll make a total of 7 thus far. Another young lady did the exact same thing. Congratulations to her for the opportunity to show for a top 10 placing. That makes 8 thus far. What's going on, Mr. Anderson?
Just a pig show.
Oh, this isn't a cattle show?
Pretty good pig show.
It's good to be in the right place at the right time because this is has been a fun breed to watch up close and personal here. These dark crosses, I mean, they're deep, deep, deep. And I feel like the heat keeps getting hotter and hotter as these classes go on.
Yeah, we did that yesterday in the Hampshires too, and I really think these middleweights have been a little deeper even than the middleweight Hampshires yesterday. And this class is no different. Watching them come through the sift in the back, I think there's going to be some very, very nice ones.
We were talking about that last class while you and Dad were out. You know, those top 4 individuals, they almost ran the wheels off those 4, trying to get them lined up how they wanted to. They were so consistent. And I think that's the longest I've seen them drive a class on the top end of the wave thus far in the past 2 days. I feel like I may be wrong there, but
no, I think you're right. I think they had as much debate and discussion on that set, and I mean, you know, that's what we hired them for, was their opinion, and when they're descriptive and can describe them the way they did, I think you have to tend to agree that that's their opinion. That's what we got them here for. So. I liked all 4 of them. I thought they were nice pigs, but some subtle differences, and they talked them right, and I don't have a issue with how they lined them up.
Awesome. Looks like we have 9 pinned back thus far in the holding pens for a chance at the top 10 placings. Guys are both out there right now giving these kids a secondary evaluation in the big arena. Looks like he just
snagged one anyway.
Mm-hmm. Colorful looking dark cross there. So she'll go back to the classification area and they'll weigh her animal. Make sure it was within the 10 pounds of the turn-in card they turned in, I guess, 2 days ago. If all checks out, she's going to get an opportunity to show for their top 10 placing. I think we have 11 now, Mr. Anderson. As I think I can still count. I think we got 11, including the one that just got pinned.
Yep, I think you're right. 11 head. Top 10 out of there. Top 6 go to the sale. Appreciate y'all tuning in to TaylorFort.com. Also, that live feed's being fed on his Facebook page as well. Continue to reiterate throughout the whole show, those sponsors, if you've got a connection to them, have the ability to reach out and tell them thanks. We couldn't make this stream available without their support, so appreciate all of our sponsors. And we're able to bring a high-quality webcast to you by Taylor Fort and his crew. Pretty nice solid black one comes out first.
Absolutely, and you know, those solid black ones, they tend to look a little bit more shorter bodied, but I mean, this one looks as long as they come. You know, usually that black kind of hides them a little bit, but it really is an extended hog there.
Ring presence is pretty neat up
Absolutely.
front. Looks like a show bar.
Walks better on 4 feet than I do on 2.
I'm glad I'm not getting judged for how I get along. I've been sifted already.
I could use a little more structure. Definitely have enough depth of body for me anyways. This will be the 4th one coming back, or 4th one coming out here. Already pinned one back. That solid block bearer you were talking about. what the guys have been doing historically throughout the day today, they'll pin 6 back, sorting through these, and those will be your top end of the class, then place 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. There was one outlier class where I think they pulled 7, but for the most part, they'll get 6 out of these 11 here. You know, Brandon, I'm quite impressed. My dad's been over here talking with you all afternoon, and figured he'd give his voice a break a little bit. I think he's still talking over there. 2 pin back now.
In this class, 56 dart crosses. There's 9 classes of dart crosses. This is our 6th class. This will be the last class in the middleweight division. We'll do all those divisions after the completion of all 9 classes, so stay tuned. If you had one first or second, definitely stay tuned. But either way, I hope you'll stay with us this afternoon and watch the conclusion of our dart cross drive.
Once again, like Brandon said, in this class 56 here, we started with 52 head. Weight ranges on those Barrows went from 273 to 279 in this class 56.
Still studying the young lady's barrow there in the red, not wanting to kind of show himself off. His tail's kind of up and down. Flag tail, nice big. Finally decided to pin him back. I knew they had it on their mind.
Yeah, they were studying him pretty hard, weren't they? You don't see that very often. You always see the tail curling like it does. But that one, I mean, it stayed pretty straight out there the whole time, didn't it?
Yeah, either straight up or straight down.
They were probably trying to figure that out. Like, what's going on with that tail? Went ahead and pinned the young lady in the pink over there as well. Nice looking barrow. That'll be the 4th one pinned back, and it looks like they've got all the pigs out there in the ring or in holding pins here. Probably going to pull 2 more.
Yeah, if he stays true to form, especially kind of when they find their favorites and then they do 5, they go ahead and make that tough decision of categorizing that 6th and 7th place. But again, they've been very cautious and making sure that they're aware of that, so they make sure and get the best 6 in the sale from what I can tell.
Absolutely. And that's so important too, because I mean that's the difference between making the sale and not making the sale, and they understand the importance of that, and I give kudos to them for that.
Still some good ones left out here.
Absolutely.
As we fight for that final sell hole. Again, 346 head is what they sell here at San Antonio and all the breeds. And just like here, I mean, they're taking a lot of care and making sure they get that 6th best one. So I think these guys have been very cognitive of that and done a very nice job of kind of coming out here and making sure they get the best 6 in the sale. Appreciate how they worked with their kids and gone throughout the show for this first wave. Gone very smooth.
Absolutely. And I'm going to give a shout out to this young lady who was just pinned here. She was the one who came out of the big arena, and now she's in the sale spot.
Good. Congratulations to her. Thought that barrow was very nice from the side. Probably just wasn't as powerful as the other barrows, but still credit to his structure.
You made a comment, you know, those guys have done a phenomenal job of working together and sorting these animals. Young lady in the maroon was just placed. Young lady in the white. Young lady in the red, and the young man in the vest. We'll round it all out there.
So we're getting ready to roll in the top 6, and you know, we're very competitive and very passionate about this, and I know sometimes stock shows bring out the best in a lot of people, and unfortunately from time to time it brings out kind of the bad things as well. But I hope everybody sees this in a positive light and realizes that these guys are hired for their opinion. I mean, I'm not saying that I've disagreed with them much at all, but ultimately that's what we do at major stock shows. We hire these guys to come in, give their opinion. That's what they've done. We're all really passionate about how we do it. We all want to win, but at the end of the day, I think, you know, all we can say is we got a fair shake and on to the next one. Luckily, we're in Texas. We've got the next one coming up. Right around the corner, you'll have Houston and Austin do the same thing all over again.
Absolutely. There's always tomorrow, everybody. You know, these top 10 Barrows out here, you know, if you get 8th, 9th, 10th, those are no slouch Barrows. They're phenomenal creatures out here. So if you don't necessarily make the sale, keep your head up. I mean, you've got a lot to be proud of out here. San Antonio is probably one of the most competitive shows that I've ever experienced or been to. They call it the Granddaddy Show or the Super Bowl, a lot of these northern judges say. Down to our final 6 in class number 56. Like Brandon said, this is the last class of the middleweight division. Then we'll move into the 3 classes of the heavyweight division.
Be interesting to see. You think this black one's going to win this class?
You know, you talked about presence. I mean, this guy's definitely got stage presence, and he's a cool walking cat, man. For as much muscle as he has and can move it that well, it'll be interesting to see here. He's definitely the outlier in the class in that regard.
Well, that hog was pinned 6th. It worked his way up to 4th, like you said, came out of the Dead Sea. So congratulations to that young lady.
Absolutely. Showmanship is so important, and she definitely put it to use there, didn't she?
Yep, that Barrow, his comfort level helped him work all the way up to that. Studying this top trio.
They've all got so many unique pieces to them, all very tall at the point of the shoulder, clean fronted. And you know, wide chested has been the name of the game pretty much the past 2 days here. And this set is certainly no exception to the rule.
First call, class 67, dark crossbred Barrows. Exhibitors, bring your Barrows to the holding pens at this time. Please make sure that you have your pen show card with you and your backpack. Make sure you have that before you enter those black gates. Folks, if you're walking through the barn right now, you might want to just stand aside. Maybe stay over by one of those fences. We do have animals making their way to the ring. There are hogs in the alley. Why don't you just stand still for a little bit, let these exhibitors come on by, and then you can continue to enjoy your day.
Got 3 more classes after this, but still looks like we're going to wrap up a pretty decent time this evening as well. Just like we did yesterday, had a real good day. They run a lot of hogs through here in a hurry. This crew does a good job. All volunteer crew again. Appreciate all those volunteers and what they do for the San Antonio Barrows Show and all their stock shows, as we've talked about quite a bit throughout the time.
Absolutely. We sorted through 787 hogs yesterday, Brandon. And today is 893, so not too terribly far off, about 100-something difference. But I feel like you said, we're making a really good time today, and quality has been just as deep, if not deeper in some classes. I love how they're sitting there talking with each other, just really conferring. And, you know, Eric made a good point a while ago. They're not arguing. They're talking about these animals and what they like, what they don't like, what they change, what they see, and they're doing it together. And that's so important in a two-judge system that they do that. The young lady in white's third. Uh-oh.
Down to the final two.
I'm not going to say it out loud just yet, Brandon, but I don't know. Okay, now you can say it.
Yeah, I know he's going to use that solid black bear. Very nice pig. Congratulations.
Absolutely.
Very nice top end. Here's our judge, Eric Polish, for comments on class 56, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
What's another good class of darks here, and it's a deep class. We get up into these top 4 or 5, and the young man's black barrel here, as Brandon just stated to me, you know, this one's hard to make. This one with this much spread and density from his blade back, you get into that hip, and it is wide and square, and he uses that hock really well. Range of motion off either end is really good, but where this one wins it is that front third. That one is elevated. That one is big bladed. He is extended, and that one is just functionality with mass and power, design, soundness. You wrap it all up into one. That's a nice kind of barrel. The young lady's going to be second out here. We like this one from the blade back. You talk about one that's ultra big bladed, square, big in his upper rib. You get in behind him, he doesn't have as much flair, especially through the center and lower portion of his hip and stifle as the black one. We study him at the ground, and he funnels a little bit. He doesn't have the feature and density at the ground that the black one does, and he is just not as extended up through that front third as that black one is that we started with. But that's an awfully good kind of barrel to go ahead and run second. The young lady's barrel here, we're going to run in third. You get to appreciate this one when you get right on top of him. That is a big square blade in back. He is big pinned. He's got a great big cage to him. This guy, to me, just gets a little funky in that front knee. I'd like to open him up through his chest. Of our top 3, I think he had the least circumference when he hits the ground. I just like to just give him a shot more ankle, a shot more bone relative to them top 2. The young lady's got a 4th one here. Like this one from the side. You talk about checking all the boxes in terms of basics. Really good looking up through his front end. Extremely sound and mobile. Very functional. Big rib. Deep-sided. He doesn't have as much spread and shape up high coming from his blade back to his hip. And when you get in behind him, he needs more flair. He needs more power as he goes away from you. That's where the young man's barrel is really good here, coming out in 5. You talk about one that is ultra dense up high. He's got a big square hip, and when this guy goes and just gets relaxed out here, he handles himself really well. Gets a little more jammed up front. He too can use a shot more bone and feature at the ground relative to how much power he has up high. The young lady's barrel that's going to be 6th out here. Heavy structured, heavy duty kind of barrel. When he gets out and actually motors, this guy is dead level down his top. He is big backed. He is square pinned. You get in behind that guy, he opens up. He gives you that 3-dimensional look. Just one that just kind of runs out of just center cage and depth of body in that one. He gets a rib longer relative to the rest of the class, but that's a really good kind of barrel to go 6th. The rest of these barrels in here, good kind of barrels, just stouting up their features, give them a few more ESTs to be able to move them up, but that's a really nice class. Let's give these kids a nice big hand.
Good class in class 56. Your top 10 in class 56. First place went to Jaden Vergara from Levelland FFA. Second went to Emma Myers from Mundy FFA. Third place went to Ira Lynn Klaus from Joaquin FFA. Fourth place went to Jillian Fortner from Blue Ridge FFA. Fifth place went to Jordan Hernandez from Dimmitt County 4-H. Sixth place went to Brylan Kunkel from Eula FFA. Seventh place went to Radley Rose from Lubbock Cooper FFA. Eighth place went to Emily Posey from Medina County 4-H. Ninth place went to Cambry Wilson from Midland County 4-H. And 10th place in class 56 went to Corley Carr from Van Alstyne FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in class 56. Dark crosses, again, that's our final class in the middleweight division when we come back after the 9 classes of dark crosses. We'll now start sifting Class 57 dark crosses in the back. That is our first class in the heavyweight division in the dark crosses.
Yeah, Brandon, we're going to Class 57, like you said, the first class of the heavyweight division. 51 total head in this class. Weight ranges on these Barrows are from 280 to 286, so 6-pound difference. Once you get up this heavy, they start all looking the same. They're all big, but very, very athletic creatures for that size. Kudos to these kids for really conditioning these animals. And it really shows when it comes down to it, especially, we talk about it, we're all in it to, get out there and compete and try to do our very best, and we want to win. We all do. And it's so crucial conditioning your animal, especially when you get in that top end of the hunt, and the judge might have you out there running your animal for 15 minutes. That class winner in that last class never missed a stride, we don't think. And, Brandon pointed him out early on. He was the first one out of the gate, and wow, he was just, as soon as we saw him walking, we're like, man, that guy walks so different. And whoever bred that animal, what a phenomenal dark cross he was. After this class number 57, we have 2 more classes of dark crosses. Then we'll move on, bring all of our first place and second places back from all 9 classes. Judge each division. There's 3 in each division. And at the conclusion of our champion and reserve champion division winners, we will judge the overall dark cross champion and reserve overall dark cross. And then we will call it a day. We will call it a first wave, come and gone, done. Coming back on Wednesday to bring you wave number 2.
Center and the Morris Center. Teams are going to go ahead and move on out. Some jobs in there for quite some time. Trucks are good, you're full.
No, we've got at least 9 pinned here, and I think there's a few more underneath. So
Load up their pack as well. We also don't want to cause a big traffic jam here with our trucks for loadout. So once again, if you've got a tack truck parked out here by the swine barn or the...
Yeah, it looks like I can count 11 now. Like you said, they were underneath us, but there's about, I don't know, what do you think, about 12, 13 in the big arena right now?
yeah, there's quite a few. That's a good class. They've kept a lot of quality ones. There's a bear out here with a cauliflower ear. Hadn't seen that all day. Nice set of hogs, very deep class. Again, this is our first class in the heavyweight division here in the dark crosses.
One of 3 heavyweight classes. Is that correct, Brandon?
Yes, sir. Yep. Like we've got at least 12 in the holding pen, so it'll be interesting to see if they pull any more out.
Like we saw last class, I think there was 11 pinned back, and yeah, it looked like they are. Young man in kind of a burgundy-looking shirt. He's going back to get weighed.
Another solid black hog. We may be going for a 2-peat.
There's another one out there, too, that looks kind of similar. Maybe not as deep body as that last class, but look at him over there. He's got that same kind of look to him, but I'll make it lucky number 13 pinned back. Of those 13, we will place 10. They will get rosettes in top 6 in each one of these dark classes, make the sale here at San Antonio. Over the course of the existence, they have raised in scholarships and auction and endowments $255, and that is correct, $255 million back to these kids.
Yep, they have built that fund and really do a good job. I mean, not just in the hog show and the livestock shows. I mean, judging contest. I mentioned yesterday Skillathon that they've added just in the last couple of years. They continue to add competitions, and San Antonio just continues to grow it and make it better. I know Houston's kind of has a mirror on those events too, but kind of gives kids, and in today's time, unfortunately, the livestock projects have become a pretty costly venture to do, and so maybe some of those other opportunities for kids still blesses them and has a chance for those San Antonio scholarships through other means as opposed to showing the livestock project, or some kids may not have a facility to do it in either. So
you hit the nail on the head there, Brandon. They just excused those individuals from the big ring that they didn't pull back, and now they're going to go ahead and go sort through these 13 hogs that they have here for a chance to make top 10, and we'll get us a class winner here shortly.
Oh, the top end of these last couple of classes have really made them think a lot. I know a lot of times, especially if it's warm once in a while, San Antonio will take an ice cream break. I don't know if they need an ice cream break for these guys.
Ice cream kind of sounds good. Do they have any Bluebell back there?
They've been thinking pretty hard. So
this is the first chrome-looking barra out here that I've seen in all the classes thus far. I might be seeing things, but that's the first one I've seen that way. Now, could something like that go in the lights, too, or does it have to go in the darks with that coloration?
The way we do it at San Antonio, it's dark crosses and other crosses, so anything can go in the other cross.
Okay.
But if you were to class out here in the dark crosses, you don't get to show again. You have to go to the truck because it's first wave, and they wouldn't allow you to hold over and show in the other crosses. So
looks like they have one pin back so far. They'll pin up to 6 is what they've done historically throughout the day, and usually that after they have their 6th, then they'll pin 7, 8, 9th, and 10th, and then place their top 6 individuals that also make the sale here at San Antonio.
pretty neat looking bear that just came out.
they're studying him pretty hard. They were kind of talking like, let's pull a few more out and see. Only pinned one back so far, and they're about halfway through their sort of these top 13 here. Black Barrow that just came out, man, he's got tree trunks for legs, doesn't he?
He's got a lot of feature. Heavy bone, well cared for, got good hair on there. I mean, all the neat things they talk about now. I think probably pinning back here.
Mm-hmm. You know, you were talking yesterday about how we've changed and transitioned from real slick to leaving the hair on them and all that stuff. It's almost kind of like, you know, some of these steer shows, there's so much more you can do to it and kind of fluff it up and make the hair look real pretty. And it's all changed from when I was growing up when you shaved them almost bald. But so has the dimension on the hog, too. There's a lot more depth of body on hogs than when I was showing.
Yeah, it makes you kind of scratch your head and think, what were we thinking back then?
You know, it'll be interesting 15 years from now when we come back and talk about this. Would we say the same thing now as what we're saying now?
Yeah, once we trend one way, we always trend the other way. It seems like the nature of the beast. But
Absolutely, and I think we're on the right track with from a Packer standpoint on kind of what they're looking for on the market side of things. Only has 2 pinned back so far, and looks like they have 5 more to go through.
I do think as you talk about trends, I think we have wised up and aren't going as extreme, you know, back and forth like we did. I mean, not as jerky and kind of extreme to go to, you know, lean ones or juicier ones, and not as much yet in it.
I noticed on some of these hogs, though, it takes a little bit longer to get from point A to point B than it used to, but you can kind of manipulate on how you grow them out and everything, and there's some, like I said, there's some high quality in that as well. 3 pin back so far.
Good class.
Absolutely.
If you're not going to talk about it, I am. There's a young man out here. Apparently he is old enough to show, but he is a large fella.
He's very, very, very tall. And as you were...
He squats down and is still as tall as Eric is, like you said.
And Eric's like 6'1", I would think at least.
Stand up. I think Eric probably needs to go ask him where it'd be okay if he put him. I mean, you know, be polite, Eric. Be careful.
But yes, he is very, very tall, and he's doing a great job showing. Got a nice little black barrow there, and
again, this is class, 56 that we're on?
57, actually.
57. First class of the heavy division in the dark crosses, class 57. 2 more after this, and then we'll go into our division drive, so be ready.
4 pin back so far. They will probably pull 2 more and then start placing from there. They're going to go ahead and pin this young man in the blue. They were looking at him pretty hard earlier on, and they kind of came back to him. B5, they'll probably pin 1 more, and then that should make 6 for the top end of the class. I think they have 7 pulled back, Brandon.
Yeah, a little deeper class maybe than what they've been having in the dark crosses. So, typically the last couple of classes they've thrown 5 back and then made that 6th decision out in the ring. Now they've got kind of going to flip the script, and now they've got 7 pinned in, so they'll make that decision once they turn them back out. So finishing up with 8, 9, and 10, going to turn 3 out. Hope they're careful. They're going to send this kiddo out.
All of them did a phenomenal job showing. You didn't just because you didn't make a top 10 placing in this deep class, it's nothing to shake a stick at here. Y'all did a phenomenal job out there. For those of you watching who may know these kids, give them a big hug and tell them how appreciated they are, because they did a phenomenal job in this very deep set of dark crosses, that being class number 57.
Yeah, weight range in class 57, 280 to 286. So getting up into that heavyweight division, obviously, and good set of hogs.
Now moving on to the top 7, they'll pull all 7 of them out and place from 7th all the way down to 1st. Those of you just tuning in, we want to give a shout out to Taylor Fort and his crew for giving us a front row seat at home on the Lord's Day, and appreciate you guys tuning in with us. Hope you've enjoyed the ride so far with myself, Mr. Anderson, and Wayne Rohde. So thank you for sticking around with us.
Like you said, I got 7 back in this particular class, so we're going to redrive these 7.
Looks like Mr. Polick is grabbed the buttons now, so I think he's about ready to start placing. And this one, like you said, is so huge. When you have 7 out here and only 6 make the sale, you want to get them all right, but you dang sure want to get this one right, because it's going to keep a kid from making a sale slot. We always called that the crying hole. But with this deep of a class, it's good they have 7 of them out here just to make sure that they do get this right with this deep of a class. And a lot of really good hogs out here in this class.
And also your backpack with you as you enter those black gates. Folks, if you're walking through the hog barn right now, we do have exhibitors making their way to the ring with the project. During these main hours, you might want to just step aside, just stand still for a little bit, let those hogs come on through, and then you can continue to enjoy your visit to the ground.
Looks like the young lady in the black will be 7th.
7. He's doing 6 while he's at it.
Yep. Young lady in the white sweater was 6th. Down to our top 5 here. Young lady in the light pink was 5th.
I've got a favorite, but it's up to them, but I think I've got a favorite. So, good class. I think they're going to be able to sort through them a little quicker. I think the differences are a little bigger in the hogs that we've got out there. Still quality hogs, but I think differences are going to sort them a little quicker than the last group anyway.
There is one that's like definitely different in a sense of just how it's built. Like you said, there are 4 different types of hogs, a lot of good pieces to every single one of them in their own right, and you could almost argue any one of them at this point, but I'm like you, I think I have one that kind of rises to the top, in my opinion, and it's obviously it's not based on mine or your opinion or anybody else's but theirs, but I think from what we've seen, we've been kind of consistent with what they've been doing. Young lady's 4th. in the pink.
Exhibitors, just bring those barrels in slow. Got plenty of time. Try not to rush the gate here. Bring it in slow.
And then there were 3.
Now, and I think kind of gets to where do you start and what do you follow with here to kind of keep that same pattern they've been doing all day. What fits that mold?
Kind of an outlier out here that comes wide, goes wide, great shape, maybe gets a little tight spined, but kid gets his head up. That thing's got plenty of show bar look for me. And then another pair that are maybe a little better balanced and looser maybe, but I don't think are as massed up as that other one. So I think that's their dilemma, that first or third maybe. You see judges kind of get put in that deal, but they're going to hash it out and figure out what they think's best.
Yeah, it's either use one of them that's out here for first or third. You got to either do one or the other. I feel like you can't put that one in the middle. You either got to use him or put him third. And you can't argue it either because it makes perfect sense. He's going to use kind of that one for third, young man in the blue. I think Eric really liked that hog a lot. Kept going back to him and talking with Brandon there.
Built to run. I mean, just keeps going. Sound, very functional. Probably needs to be a little wider coming and going.
I agree. Now you have the 2 more pulled apart barrows here. Like I said, there is one that I really, really like. Be interesting to see which one he goes with.
And taking the time to make the right decision in his estimation. So appreciate that.
First time I've seen him say, hey, okay, y'all both walk away from me. I want to see the rear end here. Oh, I think he's made his decision on what he's going to do here just by that right there. Young man will be second, and young lady in the red is going to win class number 57 of the Dark Crosses. Congratulations to all those kiddos.
Anxious for these comments. Here is Eric Polish on the mic to top class 57.
Really nice class to go ahead and sort through here on the top end. And we got a really close pair out here. I'm not going to argue with you if you see it different than I do and then Brandon does. But we're in total agreement that the rear third of this black one wins this class for us. We love this guy's spread and density and just balance from the side. And this is one heavy, heavy featured, big legged kind of barrow that's got a unique look up through his front end. You get on top of this guy, there is so much spread coming out of that blade going into that hip. But it's his length of hip and it's his squareness from blade to knee or from hip hock to ground that wins this class. This guy is just more comfortable out here. He hinges looser and he takes a longer step from behind than the one in second. The one in second is an absolute creature. You talk about heaviness of structure, just big feet, big paws. This guy is really fresh, coming straight out of that blade into that back. Love that unique head, his skull shape, and the way he comes out of his chest. This guy, when that head comes up, he is opened up through his front end and through that center portion of his cage. This guy, compared to that black one, he gets a little shorter hipped, he gets a little rounder there, and when you watch this guy go away ever so slightly, he gets outside on that edges of that hock. We fix him there, lengthen that hip, and secure him to the ground. That one maybe wins the class. The young man got a really nice one coming out here in third, and he just runs out of steam in terms of just bone and feature compared to those other ones. Not quite as much up high, even though he still does have a big back and a big upper cage. This guy's got a really big hip and a big pin set. He runs downhill ever so slightly, and he's not as heavy duty at the ground as those top two. The young lady's got a really nice one coming out here in fourth. Here's one that's really opened up through the lower third of his whole entire body, and gives you a really good three-dimensional look down low. Big pin set, really good from behind. This guy gets out and he rolls. Where this guy gets concerning to us is just in that upper blade upper rib coming right out of his blade. He just gets a little peaked there. He's just not quite as pulled apart. He's not as dense in that upper rib and upper portion of his back compared to those other ones. Young lady's got a really nice, complete fault-free barrel here. Really sound, very functional. Good looking, good design. Just runs out of steam in terms of just feature and overall just stoutness. The young lady coming out here next has got a really, really big backed one. Love the center cage of this guy. He's a little more jammed up off either end, a little shorter face, a little shorter hipped, just a little rounder all the way through. We just like to extend that guy out ever so slightly. Likewise with the young lady, 7th place barrel coming out. Nice barrel, big back, big center cage, but again, one of those you'd like to lengthen up front. You'd like to lengthen his hip, give him a shot more feature at the ground, but really nice set of barrows here. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
Top 10 in Class 57 dark crosses. Class winner exhibited by Ryan Riddle from Lubbock County 4-H. Second place is Hunter Bednars from Lubbock Cooper FFA. Third place was Andon Usner from Fredericksburg FFA. Fourth place was Landry Anderson from Parrington FFA. Fifth place went to Brandon Barrows from Taylor County 4-H. Sixth place went to Lacey Seidenberger from Glasscock County 4-H. Seventh went to Karis Downs from Montgomery County 4-H. Eighth place went to Eli Tronchik from Shiner FFA. Ninth to Amber Woolard from Abilene Wiley FFA. And 10th place went to Michaela Myers from Vernon FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 57. First class to the heavyweight division of dark crosses. Of your Texas bred winner for Class 57 in just a moment.
And as we're waiting on that Texas bred class champion, moving on to class number 58 of the initial sort. 55 total head in class 58 of these dark cross barrows. Weight range is from 287 to 298.
So out of Class 57, your Showpig.com Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion goes to Eli Tronchek from Shiner FFA. Eli's barrow was raised by McKinley Showpigs of Conroe. Congratulations to McKinley Showpigs and Eli on his class winner, Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion in Class 57.
Is that Matt McKinley, I'm assuming?
Yes, that'd be Matt. Yep.
Good guy. Very good guy. Grew up showing with him, and like I said, like we talk about all these friendships you build over the years, and Matt's definitely been a good friend. His dad's a good man. Matt used to show red ones from us a long time ago, and like I said, him and I grew up showing together, and always been a good friend and ally in life, not just in the livestock show world. So just remember that when you're out there showing, you're going to make a lot of friendships out here with people that don't even live in the same area as you do. So that's what I love about our industry. Get to meet a lot of cool people and who become lifelong friends from that. For those of you just tuning in, we just finished up class number 57, moving on to class 58. 55 head in this class. This is the second of 3 heavyweight classes of these dark cross barrows. One more dark cross heavyweight division class after this one. At the conclusion of that last class, which is class number 59, we will judge our light, middle, and heavy, or division 1, 2, and 3 dark crosses for your champion and reserve of each division, followed by the overall selection of the champion dark cross barrow and reserve champion dark cross barrow here at the 75th annual San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Exhibit
kind of give everybody an update for those tuned in. We've got 10 pulled back so far in class number 58. We're about 3/4, if not a little bit farther, into our initial sort here. Don't have quite as many in the big arena as we had at the last class, but still a good handful. They're all kind of hanging out, waiting on the judges to finish up the sort so they get a secondary look. Several have come out of the big ring and ended up being on the top end of the class. Part of that, in the initial sort, sometimes your pig doesn't want to cooperate and don't necessarily get the look you wanted to set them up as. And going out in the bigger ring, they're allowed to kind of stretch their legs a lot more and allows these judges to kind of look at them moving as a group. Looks like they have 11 pigs pulled back now for the chance at 10 placings.
Try to go to Rosario? Good Travis? Oh, yeah. My bad, yeah. It's better now. It used to be like when they first opened up down there, it was like... But they... I haven't been to the...
Looks like they have 13 total pigs pulled back at this stage, and judges are now making their way to the big arena. All these kids have got their animals all groomed up, ready to go, and they're firing them up for a chance to have another shot to get pinned.
Next to last class here in the Dark Cross division. 9 classes in the Dark Crosses. Stay tuned. We got this class, one more, and then we'll go into those division drives. So as we finish, I know they progressively got stronger the other day in the Hampshires, and expect it to be that way in the Dark Crosses too.
Absolutely.
Barrows this year.
Looks like they're excusing all these exhibitors here on a job well done. Moving on to other shows. If you are, we wish you the best of luck. We still have 2 big majors left, Houston and Rodeo Austin. So if you guys are showing there, or you have a Lake County show, as some are kind of later in the year, in the show season anyways, we want to wish you guys the best of luck moving forward. Nothing but the best. Here we go. "14 pigs pulled back in this class, Brandon, and we're pulling them out one at a time. They really like you, they'll pin you back, and you'll end up being in the top end of the class.
What's the weight range here? Are these 300-pounders yet or not?
Not quite. We're very close. We're at 287 to 298, and there was 55 total head in this class. Those are still pretty big creatures out there. Last class is the biggest class of dark crosses, which is class number 59 at the conclusion of this class. And they're all 300 pounds, and there are 67 total head in that class. That is by far the biggest class of the day. If not, it is also the biggest class of Wave 1. Be a lot of heat in that last class, I would assume.
Yep, just like yesterday. We'll have a strong finish to the dark crosses. Top end here in the last middleweight divisions, and even the lightweights too, but middleweight divisions of the dark crosses have been very competitive, so anxious to see that division coming back out, and all of them as we crescendo to champion dark cross at the end of our day today.
He's pinned one back so far. I guess I say as soon as I said that, pinned back the young lady in the
yellow blazer. Here.
Yellow blazer as well, so that makes two now.
She's bright, pink and yellow.
I'm all about that as a judge standpoint. You know, you really like a hog and want to come find it later. You start looking at what the kid's wearing as well, and a lot easier to say I'm looking for the young lady in the yellow and pink blazer than somebody who's wearing all the same color shirts.
This one's got more of a Johnny Cash vibe right here.
Absolutely.
In black. Three kept back now here in class 58. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, sir. About 2/3 of the way getting through this initial look at these barrows here. Started with 55 head and down to 14, with 10 getting placing rosettes. Went ahead and pinned the young man in the pink checkered shirt.
It's a nice pig.
Mm-hmm. Like we've been talking about all day, a lot of good pigs out here, but even better showmen. At this show, it's very important that you're able to show your animal because there's so much competition in the animal side itself, but the showmanship goes a long way and also helps you potentially make your way up in the class as well by how you present that animal. That's almost an all-white-bodied bear, black head and white body. I've seen a few of those in my lifetime, but, you know, that's the first one I've seen today that looks like that.
Had one earlier that didn't have the black on his rump, had a black head and a white body, and actually had gray speckles all down his top line. But he didn't make it into the top 10. So these are dark crosses. We talked about what it takes to be a dark cross, dark red or dark black, 20% of their body.
So they do classify that then?
They do.
Another young man just got pulled back. That'll make 5. One more to go through after this young lady. And here we go. Now we've evaluated all 14. All 14 have made it to the ring here. And I think one more will do it potentially for a top 6 placing. That will make the sale. Like last class, we ended up pulling, I guess, was it 7, correct?
They did last class. They had 7, so they brought back out and made that final decision for that sale hole.
All these kids have some laser focus going on right now. And you talked about turning it on, when to turn it on, when not to turn it on. Now's the time to turn it on.
Yeah, it can't get very dim right now. Better be wheels up and hustling right now.
That's right. Young lady in the red shirt, red sweater is going to be pinned back. That'll make 6.
What's that black-headed hog with the black spot on his rump you were talking about?
Uh-huh.
Neat hog from the side.
I always like hogs that stand out like that, too. They have that cool characteristics about their coloring.
Yeah, you don't have to wear a bright shirt when you've got a bright pig.
That's
or a pig
right.
That sticks out. Yeah.
That is definitely the exception to the rule there, Brendan. So it looks like they've got their 6, and I do believe he's going to Dr. Griffin right now from Texas A&M, grabbing those buttons. So I have a feeling they're going to play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Kept 14, so unfortunately we're going to dismiss 4 pretty good hogs here.
Absolutely, and nothing to shake a stick out for those kiddos. It looks like he went ahead and placed the young lady in the kind of cream-looking shirt. She'll be 7th. Young lady in the yellow is 8th.
Nine. One more. Tenth place.
And there's 10, leaving 4 out here. I'm going to give a shout out to that young lady in that pink. She's had laser focus the entire time she's been out there. I mean, all 4 of them have been, but that girl in the pink just never gave up. But, you know, she had an outstanding hog, so did the rest of them, and wish them nothing but the best down the road.
Now we're ready to sort these top 6. Get us a class winner here in class 58. Give one more class after this in the dark cross division.
Be interested to see how these line up in comparison to, like we talked about, those top 3 in the last class. There was one that kind of was a little outlier there in those 3 and how they lined them up, and wanted to keep that same kind of pattern going on in that last class, see how these 6 kind of follow suit.
You know, our top weight is up to 300, so you don't really think, I mean, from up here where we're watching, these things don't look that big, but you get down on the ground, and you've been down there by them just like I have. I mean, these things are big hogs. It's an art to keep these things together at this level and this size, and so commend not just these hogs and these kids, but their show teams and their groups that help them get here. I mean, it takes a lot of effort to get a big one looking right.
Absolutely. And to be that mobile, you know, we talk about just having the look, but also being able to move as fluidly as these are here. Looks like he has his 6 buttons here. I have a feeling he'll probably go over to Mr. Ogle and they'll kind of talk a little bit about them all. And
they're calling that last class, and it is a big class compared to these others. These others run from 50 to 55 head. There's going to be 67 in our final class. So we'll wrap up our dark crosses after these final decisions are made here in class 58. We'll have class 59. You ever show any crossbred hogs? You always show breed hogs.
I showed some crossbreds. I actually I had a kind of a red dot on my back at our county and Hill District show. It's now called the Grandstands, but I had either Grand or Reserve Grand Champion 8 years in a row. So I had a lot of people who cheered for me and a lot of people who probably were like, okay, it's time to move on. But we raised some crossbred hogs, a breeder by the name of Mike Schneider. He used to get a lot of hogs from us, or we used to get a lot of hogs from him, and showed a few Delm hogs back in my day. Named one growler that I won our county show with, and had a couple Hampshires that did fairly well with at the major level, competitive. But you know as well as I do, red hogs was my I bled red hogs. I love those creatures. But it's fun to see these animals out here, and it's just such a tough game in this cross game, and see a lot of these kids coming back here and just do good every single year, and kudos to them and their breeders and their teams that they work with for being competitive year in and year out.
Again, we're down to a judging class. Got 4 head out here.
A little bit easier for me to do versus starting with 55. It's like, okay, I can judge 4 all day long, but these guys have 50 plus in every class, and they got to come down to this point. Do you have one in mind yet, Brandon, of these 4?
Yes, one of these 4. Yeah, I've got
One of these 4. That's a good.
Yes.
That is a good answer there. You'd make a great politician.
Diplomatic answer. Yes. One of the black and white ones.
Mm-hmm. Up-eared.
Yes.
Young man in the plaid shirt's going to get 4th. Kudos to him and his showing ability. Young man in the pink is 3rd, and he's down to 2. And both of these 2 got pinned back fairly quickly early on.
Now, if one of mine is this, can I say I was right? Or
yes, you got. I will say you have a 50-50 chance here.
Unopinionated, am I not allowed to claim it?
I got one in mind.
Johnny Cash and the bright. Oh, she's got a walking boot.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even know. She's walking around like she doesn't even.
Slowed her down one bit.
Not a bit. Kid yesterday that was wearing a back brace had 2 bulging discs in his back, and that didn't slow him down either. These kids are laser focused when they get out there. Doesn't matter what's going on.
I wonder if Eric wants a quarter. Second.
Johnny Cash got 2nd, and young lady in the pink and yellow blazer is your class winner in class 58.
Good class, good way to finish class 58. Here's our judge, Eric Polish, with comments.
Really nice pair out here to run in 1st and 2nd in this class. And Brandon and I settled on the young lady in the yellow out here. And you talk about one that he wins this class just based on range of motion and length of stride and length of hip. And you get on top of this one's spread and density up high is just unmatched in this class. I mean, that is a big bladed, big chested one. He comes at you really opened up. He handles himself extremely well. And this guy is extremely mobile and comfortable out here. He just wins this class based on just sheer power, mass, function at the ground. The young lady's got a really neat one out here, and just trendy, I guess, would be the word to describe this one. This one's short-backed. He's tall-shouldered. He's got spread and density up high. He's not as big in that upper rib coming right out of his blade as the one we just talked about. And you study this one as he goes behind. He just doesn't go comfortable enough off those rear 2. He wants to ridge and knuckle ever so slightly at the ground from behind. That's a really, really good kind of barrow. We hinge his hock and rear leg placement a little looser from behind. That decision gets a lot closer. Likewise with the young man coming out here next. Heavy structured one, gives you a really good look from the side. You like this one in terms of elevation and just show barrel proportions. You love the density and bone and foot size this guy has at the ground. He too's one we need to fix from his hock to the ground. He just doesn't go quite as comfortable and doesn't flex and drive off those rear 2 like that class winner did. The young man's going to be 4th out here. He's got a really neat one. Design and profile and soundness and functionability. Young man does a nice job sticking this one. He just runs out of steam. He runs out of gas in terms of width and rib and dimension all the way through, but a good kind of barrow to be 4. Young lady's a white barrow out here, just kept kind of working himself up. And when you first look at him, he just kind of looks a little plain, but I think that's more of his color because when you get right on top of him, there's a lot of pig there. That guy's bulky and dense to the center portion of his body and cage. He's got a big hip. He's got a really good hind leg. He's not as good up through that skull and head as those other ones are. I'd like to stouten him up through his features all the way around. That's where the young man's barrow coming out next is really, really good. You like this density, the bone, the head shape, the skull this guy has. Love the guy from his blade all the way into that hip and ham loin. He's got to get off those rear two better, hinge looser out of that hip and hock to get him higher. The young lady's black barrow, sound, functional, really good from the side, just runs out of steam at the ground, needs more power and density. The rest of these barrows coming out, really good barrows in their own right. Let's give these kids a nice big hand.
Placings in Class 58 dark crosses. Class winner, Ashlyn Stricker from Medina County 4-H. Second place went to Reese Sageville from Fredericksburg FFA. Third place went to Rob Thomas from Sinton FFA. Fourth to Wyatt Robbins from Sherryland Pioneer FFA. Fifth place went to Charlie Majewski from Washington County 4-H. Sixth place went to Jet Raymakers from Nazareth FFA. Seventh to Kendall Birch from Stephenville FFA. Eighth place to Carson Preble from Perryton FFA. Ninth place went to Hadley Lupton from Haskell FFA. And 10th went to Katie Stone from Pearland FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 58 dark crosses. We're now sifting in the back, or getting ready to begin sifting in the back of our final class of dark crosses. Class 59, weight range 300 to 300, so all at the max weight in Class 59 dark crosses. We'll have 67 head. Texas bred barrow. Showpig.com certified Texas bred registry class champion in Class 58 dark crosses was Ashlyn Stricker from Medina County 4-H. Congratulations. Her barrow was bred by Lackey Livestock of Haskell. Congratulations to Ashlyn and to Lackey Livestock for being the Class 58 Showpig.com certified Texas bred registry class champion.
All right, everybody. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Drum roll, please. This is our final class of dark crosses here at Wave 1. It's 300 pounds or bust. What I mean by that is all these pigs in this class turn in their weight cards at 300 pounds, so they can weigh up to 310 during the way back. 67 total head in this class. At the conclusion of this class, we will bring all the class winners from all 9 classes back and split them into 3 different groups. First 3 classes of dark crosses are in the light group, or the lightweight division, or Division 1. Second 3 classes were Division 2 or medium weight. And the last 3 classes, this being the final one of those last 3, will be your heavyweight or Division 3. We will pick a champion and reserve champion from each one of those divisions. Once we do that, we'll pull those division champions out and select an overall dark cross champion and reserve champion. So we appreciate everybody tuning in for the past 2 days with us. Have really enjoyed being up here with Mr. Brandon Anderson and my dad, Wayne Rohde. My name is Landon Rohde. We brought several people up here, Mr. Ferris, Brian Ferris, Chuck Rial, to kind of talk about, different things. Brian's the livestock coordinator for San Antonio, and Chuck Rial had been raising pigs for 40 plus 50, maybe longer than that. I don't want to give away his age or him get mad at me, but they've been in the pig business a very long time, and they've seen a lot of different things, and it's fun to pick those guys' brains a little bit out there. And then next wave, we're going to bring a couple breeders up here and a few ag teachers to kind of give their perspective on everything. So those of you at home who may not know anything about the industry or just here to support these kids, you kind of get to know a background on what makes these individuals tick and kind of their perspective on the industry itself. So excited for that. So stay tuned in for Wednesday and Thursday for wave number 2. Really enjoyed it. Started with 503 total dart crosses here today, and we're sorting the last class being class 59. So stay tuned with us. Enjoyed this ride with everybody at home, listening to me, my dad, Wayne, and Mr. Brandon Anderson. Thank you so very much. Just to give everybody update on this last and final class of Dark Cross Barrows here. This is the last of the heavyweights. We have a total of 9 pinned back. I believe actually there's probably 10. I hear the scale rattling down there. Pulling a total of about 13 to 14 is what they've been doing in these middle to heavier weight classes. All these barrows weigh 300 pounds, and we're starting with 67. This is by far the largest class at San Antonio of Wave 1. Next closest class was 61, so there's 6 extra barrows, which most of them were in the 40s to low 50s in class numbers. Thank you for tuning in. We've got 10. 10 will get placed and get ribbons or rosettes, nice rosettes, and the top 6 will make the sale in the Dark Crosses. We're almost finished sorting the 67 head here. Once we finish that up, the 2 judges will go to the big arena for the ones they pulled back for a secondary evaluation. They pulled 1 or 2 back every now and then, and some of those animals have gone up to make sale slots.
Wrapping up our day here with our final class here in the Dark Cross division before we start our division champions. Class 59 Dark Crosses, biggest class of Dark Crosses we've had, 67 head.
I'm going to give a shout out to these volunteers. You can see them on the screen right now. Look at them. They're still working even after the work is done over here, and give a shout out to them.
One of them was doing a little happy dance a little bit ago.
For your entertainment at home.
Last one for this wave, so. Give a little credit to this Poland bear out here, Poland-looking bear that didn't quite make the Poland show. Young lady's at least made it out to the ring to try to show her way into a holding pin. So
We've got 10 pulled back right now, Brandon. That'd be enough to place the class, but they're looking at these animals hard to see if they want to keep one or two back here.
I know they pulled one out as she got back in.
Oh, they
I
did?
think,
Oh,
I think
perfect.
they've got one more, maybe. But
That's what I get for not paying attention.
and that's what I'm here for, to help you out.
That a boy. Are you really sure you can't take off Wednesday and Thursday and join Dad and I?
I wished I could.
Me too.
I tell you, this is, I'm a nerd like this. I just love watching hog shows. I mean, I think everybody does, different things for enjoyment. And some people own a boat and go to the lake, and they have a cabin in the mountains. But I love watching hog shows and 4-H and FFA youth, supporting them. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
So
watching them compete, it's awesome.
it's a way to stay relevant once your kids get done. I mean, I spent a year after my son quit showing 3 years ago, and the first year I kind of was going through it blind. I didn't know what to do.
While they're
I didn't know
letting
what to
these
do with my
pigs,
free time and my extra money I had. So,
while they're letting these pigs out, I'll tell you, Brandon, what I've learned I'm 33, and I'm kind of at that age now where I'm watching these kids. Don't know who any of them are. I mean, I know a few from home or whatever, but don't know any of them. Then I hear their names in the back of my mind are, oh, I know their dad or I know their grandpa. Does that make me old now? Is that the transition age there or what?
that does happen. I don't know how some of these people got so old while I'd stayed the same age.
You blink and it changes real quick, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They're pulling these individuals out one at a time, and if they really like you, they'll send you back to your pen. They've historically pulled 6 back. 6 make the sale in the dark crosses. Then they'll place the rest of them from top up in that 7, 8, 9 hole and 10 hole. We'll see what they do here. I'm sure this is a very deep set here. Like you said, I think there's 13 now. They did end up pulling 3 back.
Pin the purple sweater back.
That was pretty quick.
Got to be that K-State purple.
Where's that Raider red out there?
It's not in the first hole, I know that.
I do know our teams are still in the Big 12, though, or whatever it's going to be. I don't know if they have 12 teams anymore.
Well, the Big 12 with 15 or 14 teams, yeah.
We all can't count.
This class will probably be like the Big 12, pretty competitive in the basketball season that's going on right now.
Oh, yeah, it's almost March Madness here. Oh, Miss Stacy Cosby at Anderson Shiro, she said she could fill in for you Wednesday and Thursday. She said she'd take off.
Well, she's got the time to take off. That'd be good. Probably be a much better upgrade from me.
We've got 2 pin backs so far, Brandon.
Again, we've talked about it quite a bit, but appreciate you guys tuning in to TaylorFort.com. Obviously, you found it, but pass it on. Second wave will be here. If you're looking for something to do or want to support 4-H and FFA youth, get on there and watch it. Also, encourage you to reach out to our sponsors. You see those sponsors coming across the screen. There are too many for me to read off, but if you know them, drop them a personal text and tell them thanks. If it not be for those sponsors, we couldn't be bringing this to you in the fashion that we are. Taylor and his crew, I know, have been down here for, I guess it'll be 2 solid weeks by the time they get done. They do all the junior shows and interns that come in, and it's an attrition on them, and they've been here a long time, and like I said, they couldn't support that team if they didn't have those sponsors. So if you know them, thank them for us.
Absolutely. And also, if you when you come to the shows and you see these people volunteering out here, they're volunteering their own time and hours, getting away from work, using their vacation to be here for these kids. If you happen to run into them or run by ringside and you see a volunteer out there, tell them thank you for all they do for these kids. They're not doing it for themselves. They don't get paid to do this. They want to be here and support these kids. So tell them what a good job well done they're doing. I know they'd appreciate that as well. Got 3 pin back.
3 back.
2 more to sort through, it looks like, in this class of 300 pounders, not kilos. I'm actually surprised, Brandon, with 67 in this class, they pinned back 10 initially and then pulled 3 more. I'm actually very surprised there weren't more pinned back. Remember the hamp drive yesterday, that last class, wasn't it like 19 or so that they pulled back in that last class?
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of thinking about. And I don't know if it's a difference in quality. I'm sure the top end will be very, very good, but maybe not as deep all the way down as that heavyweight Hampshire class was. But still a nice finish to our dark cross division.
Absolutely. It's been a fun one to watch. The quality, all you breeders out there, keep up the good work and keep giving these kids competitive projects. You should be proud of each and every one of them out here right now.
Still just got 3. Got them all out there now. Young lady showed herself out of the Dead Sea and made it into the top 4. Congratulations. Five in now. Okay, you stuffed 6 back now, so now he's going to start giving out buttons. So that's your 6th and final cell hole. We'll re-show and re-drive those top 6, but there's 7th, young man going in. 8th with the black hog, young lady in the white sweater. A few of these big hogs get a little cantankerous.
Yeah, they are. They're getting hungry, I think. Bigger you get, I've noticed that, and the bigger I've got, the hungrier I get, the more I want to eat.
Yeah, I'm trying to, everyone wants to be happy and healthy, and I'm trying to figure out which one is more important, because I think I'm going to have to choose between happy and healthy. Well,
and they also need to do a weigh back for me, because unfortunately these pigs have to weigh back, so they can't eat more than they're supposed to. Where me, I don't have a weigh back.
I'm glad they didn't weigh us back.
Looks like they finished up here. Congratulations to those individuals who didn't necessarily get a top 10 placing. Had a great animal, and we wish them nothing but the best down the road. Looks like we're getting ready for our final 6 pigs in the last class of the dark crosses here today.
Speaking of weight, they've got scales all throughout the barn. You can buy them at a discounted rate. I'm thinking about buying a set of scales, taking it back to my doctor, because his scales are incorrect, and I tell him that every time.
Mine weighs about 15 pounds heavy. I need them to recalibrate that. I'm right there with you. This is the 6th and final hog here in this last class, number 59. They're going to evaluate all 6. I know they get together and kind of visit about each individual hog and talking, which I love that about them. These 2 judges work so well together in this, and they're going to start with 6th place and work their way down until we have a class winner here. I'm excited, Brandon, to see them once we get all the divisions back out here, to see how they compare, not just by weight. Obviously there are going to be some differences from 250 to 300, but once we get them all out there again, to kind of see how they all match up and line up with each other.
And I think, you saw that in the Duroc breed this morning. I think it changed their opinion when they brought them back out. And certainly yesterday it was neat to see those Hampshires when they all came back out in parts and pieces and show this big. They can kind of find their pattern and stick to it, and then they can just amplify areas and when it comes to their champion and really find that specimen.
All right, Mr. Anderson, I think we're down to our top three here now. All three of these are really, really like-kinded creatures here. Not just how their look is coloration-wise, but, I mean, they are very similar in kind. It's crazy they're still that mobile at 310 pounds.
Shows what I know. There's a hog out here that I put second at his county in this top three. Ironically, that same county a long time ago, I judged it in a blue bear. I came down here and ended up being reserved at San Antonio, and I'd put him fourth at their county. So,
well, in your defense too, there was one at our county show that was further down and ended up getting second, I think, in class, and our county, I think they buried it like 7th or 8th. But you know, it's amazing what just going from a county show to having an extra 3 weeks or a month or whatever can do to change that animal, getting it right and getting it ready to rock and roll. And you probably helped them.
I like to
get
think
there.
my constructive criticism helped them. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, absolutely, and that's what it's about. You see sometimes people go to these jackpot shows and they win all these jackpots and they come here to a major show and they get buried. You just never know what's going to happen and how that pig and animal is going to grow up. He's going to drive these for a little while, I feel like.
Good finish. 3 good Barrows.
Absolutely.
All of them kind of excel in a different area or two, but the quality's all there. They combine a lot of good things for market hogs.
You know, and you talk about they excel in other areas, but the little flaws, I'm not even going to call them flaws, just little nitpicking things. It's like, okay, if I could raise this one up 1/4 of an inch, he'd be perfect. And that's what, I don't think there's such thing as a perfect hog other than what you can make on a computer screen. But, I mean, just the fact that we're sitting up here talking about him, Brandon, and literally nitpicking little bitty things. I wish his hair color was a little darker or a little lighter in this area or whatever. It's just amazing how we've come down to that in the top end here.
Interesting thing you said. You talked about we could generate it maybe on the internet, but is there a perfect hog? I mean, everyone's got a different opinion. That's why we have these shows. If everyone had the same opinion and we knew what the perfect hog was, we would need to have a show.
Absolutely.
So we do it, you know, I'm still convinced we do it to raise our kids, these projects, but we do it out here because we've got a different judge's opinion, and next week this same set of hogs could show and get lined up a little differently.
And, you know, you think about that, too. If we all had the same opinion, it'd be kind of boring, wouldn't it? Everything's a surprise out here.
I think so, yeah. So yesterday your dad and I discussed artificial intelligence a little bit. It was a deep conversation.
Wow, y'all got way off there.
Yeah, you'll have to go back and listen to it. It was interesting.
Here we go. Young lady in the blue is third here. They really like that young lady in the purple. Young lady in the pink, though, she's showing her butt off out here, isn't she? This is also the fun part right here, Brandon, getting to watch these two guys discuss these two hogs as a team, because they're a team out here and they know it too, and they treat each other as such. Like, we do this to help each other out so we make the right decision. And it's fun, as much fun for us to look at these hogs as it is to watch these two judges work together through this sort.
I feel like I should have a drum roll or something. I've got the theme song from Jeopardy on my phone.
Is that the one that goes do do do
Yeah.
do
Yeah. He'd appreciate that, wouldn't
do 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 do? I think we made a decision. Young lady in the purple is second, and the young lady in the pink wins class 59, the heaviest class of the market. Dark Cross Barrows here.
he? Here's our judge with comments.
Really, really close top pair up here, ladies and gentlemen. And this is an outstanding class. Top 5 or 6 in here are really, really unique, and there are some really good pieces. Young lady in the pink out here is going to win it for us. Here's one that when you study this guy compared to that one in second, both of these two are very good balance, very good built kind of hogs, very good from their blade back. We love their proportions. The one that wins for us wins just based on he's got a little more chest, he's got a little more spread up high, he's got a little more forerib in him. He's really a good pin kind of barrel. At the ground, this guy's bigger ankled, he's bigger footed, he's got a bigger arm in him, very sound, very functional. Love the head shape on this one. The young lady that's going to be second out here, love that when this guy goes away from you. I mean, that rear leg is really, really good. He hinges very loose. He handles it extremely well. This guy's really, really comfortable. Love his shape coming right out of his blade into that hip. When he goes to the ground, he just gets a little smaller at his ankle. He wants to be just a little squishy on that front foot, but those are two really, really good ones. The young lady coming out here in third, I tell you, young lady, I'm sorry this had to happen. I'm sorry you had to be third because you've got one that has some very, very unique pieces. You talk about one that is monster-legged, big-caged, big-chested, stout-skulled, and I mean, you talk about one that got show barrel proportions all day long. He starts fighting us, he starts breaking down, we start chopping a little bit too much behind, and we're just not comfortable out here in order to be able to win this class, win this division, and talk about winning the breed. The young lady coming out here next has got one that's extremely, extremely sound and mobile. Good job, young lady. Very functional at the ground, just gives up too much in terms of stoutness and feature all the way through. He'd like to lengthen his hip out ever so slightly. The young man coming out here next got a good built, good balanced one, very sound and functional. He too just gets out-horsed by the other ones in terms of spread, dimension, depth of heart, depth of rib. Young man coming out here next, likewise, really good pattern barrel, sound and functional. He's opened up, he gives you that three-dimensional look, and he's really rolled up in his 10th rib. Here's one or two that just doesn't have enough feature when he hits the ground to get him any higher. The young man coming out here next has got a really unique one in terms of head shape, skull. Really love the back this one has, but he too is one that starts winging him out, starts throwing him a little bit too much behind to go ahead and get him moved on up. Rest of these barrows coming out, really good barrows in this class. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
Finish up to our dark crosses, our top 10 placing in class 59 dark crosses. Your class winner exhibited by Blakely Burns from Randall County 4-H. Second was Kenley Rohan from Foster FFA. Third place to Cameron Gratz from Groom FFA. Fourth place to Aubrey Garner from Gymnet FFA. Fifth to Hagen Heisey from Lubbock County 4-H. Sixth place went to Nathan Van Beek from Dallam County 4-H. Seventh was Hunter Vallis from Oak Ridge FFA. Eighth place went to Shelby Albus from Chambers County 4-H. Ninth place went to Hunter Liska from George West FFA. And 10th place went to Clayton Adamits from Atascosa County 4-H. Congratulations to our top 10 in our final dark cross class, class 59. We'll now get loaded for our lightweight division drive. In the first three classes of dark crosses, we'll show in the lightweight division dark cross drive. Then we'll roll into the middleweight division dark cross drive, heavyweight division dark cross drive, and then we'll do an overall dark cross champion. Stay tuned. Your Showpig.com Certified Texas Spread Registry Class Champion in Class 59 was Kenley Rohan from Foster FFA. Kenley's barrow was raised by Brockman Farms, Montgomery. Congratulations to Kenley and Brockman Farms for their Class 59 Showpig.com Certified Texas Spread Registry Class Champion. All right, folks, gather in. We are getting ready to show for a lot of Dark Cross prizes. We're going to do our lightweight division first. We're ready to do that.
All right, folks, are you ready to select a lightweight division winner?
Hey, Wayne, I think you need one of them cowboy hats that's lighted up like that lady's over there.
Where do you see that at?
Front row over there.
Oh, yeah. Now, I guarantee you.
Your class
We maybe both need to be wearing that so we can get identified up here in the
out of class 51,
stand.
your class winner was Jenna Todd from Comal County 4-H. In class 52, your class winner is Ryan Schroeder from Anderson Shiro FFA. And your class 53 winner exhibited by Shane Glenn from Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to those three. Second in those classes on deck is second in class 51, Alice Norris from Abbott FFA. Braden Spees was second in class 52 from Levelland FFA. And class 53, second in that class, Brooklyn Van Dam from Dehanus FFA. Best of luck to these three young ladies here in the lightweight division, Dark Cross Drive. Yeah, I think you'd look good in that hat, Wayne.
Only if you did it with me.
I'll do anything once. Except skydive. I'm not going to skydive.
If you just now joined us, these guys have gone through 503 dark crosses to get to this point.
Yeah, in our Dark Cross division, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about our judge, our lead judge, Eric Polish. Done a very nice job through the Dark Crosses. Both those guys have cussed and discussed each of these classes, making sure they got the right 6 in the sale and the right 10 ribbon getters in each of those prospective classes. His associate judge for this breed, Brandon Ogle. I appreciate those guys and the conversation they've had. Certainly done a great job and sorted it through and gave us their opinion of these classes and really put a lot of thought into it.
Well, it just shows the passion of both of them, giving the kids the best looks and being fair to each and every one of these kids.
Been a while since I've seen these three, so they're kind of revisiting it.
Yeah, these got to go back to the pen and rest for a while.
Well, folks, let's put our hands together and congratulate these three young ladies out here for your champion lightweight Dark Cross Drive. I've got three outstanding barrows out here, and all three of these barrows are very, very good. All three of these barrows are opened up underneath and gives you that three-dimensional look. You get up on top of these guys, they are very, very good from their blade back. There's one out here I think wins this for us just in terms of elevation and balance and design. This one's very, very flexible. This one's very opened up. I love this one through his center portion of his cage. That's the one that wins it for me. The young lady right here in front is going to have your champion lightweight.
Your lightweight division Dark Cross is Jenna Todd from Comal County 4-H. Brings in Alice Norris, who's second in that class to show for reserve champion.
We're on the ball and got your back.
and bring second in from that class. Again, that's Alice Norris from Abbott FFA, now showing for reserve champion lightweight division Dark Cross.
We dropped that young lady's second place barrow in, and you talk about one that's got feature and got bone and just density and mass. This guy's really opened up and square. Maybe not just quite as extended off either end as what we'd like or what we think's ideal. Maybe gets a little rounder from behind, but that is a very, very good one. It makes our decision a lot closer out here between the three. The one we keep coming back to is the one that's built very similar to the one that we just used in terms of height to shoulder, elevation, and extension. Very, very functional at the ground. This one wasn't quite as stout featured as the one we used, wasn't quite as good in his center cage, but you get on top of this one, he is phenomenal from his blade back. The young lady right here in front of me is going to have your reserve.
And congratulations to Shane Tate Lynn, Ellis County 4-H.
Reserve champion comes out at Class 53, Shane Glenn from Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations. Again, our lightweight division Dark Cross champion exhibited by, now we understand it's Peyton Todd, Comal County 4-H. Reserve champion division is Shane Glenn from Ellis County 4-H. The reserve? Shane Glenn.
So did I get the wrong name?
No, I don't know. That's it. They put first and last name on there, so it's Jenna Peyton Todd, but she likes to go by Peyton.
Oh.
What they text us.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, I always take the first name there, so I don't know her. So it's Peyton. Peyton Todd,
Comal County, what is that?
New Braunfels.
Shane Glenn, that is
Ellis County is up by Waxahachie.
I met her dad.
Hmm?
I met her dad.
Oh,
at
really?
the showcase.
Oh, wow.
Kids in this line are at this time moving our first and second place barrows from classes 57, 58, and 59. Return to holding tank for station for our heavyweight division champion round. First and second place barrows from classes 57, 58, and 59 return to the holding tank for station
So
for
the
our
rest of
heavyweight
them are on
division
this
champion
side.
round.
Okay, folks, we're getting ready for our middleweight division Dark Cross drive. Class 54, 55, and 56 represented here.
All right, folks, we're ready to proceed on with the selection of our medium weight division champion. Your class 54 winner.
Class winner in Class 54, exhibited by Braylon Myers from Mundy FFA, comes out first. Second in that class, Corbin Earhart from Lubbock County 4-H. Out of Class 55, class winner exhibited by Matthew Gober of Haskell County 4-H. Second in that class, Maddie Barnick from San Patricio County 4-H. Class 56 class winner exhibited by Jayton Vergara from Leveland FFA. Second in Class 56 is Emma Myers from Mundy FFA. So the stage is set here in the middleweight division of the Dark Crosses. Again, we talked about the depth of those three particular classes and how good they were. So exciting to get this group back out and see how they compare up. So in their respective classes, they stuck out to these judges, and then when they get them out here, maybe makes a different story when you get them out comparing from different. Not that there's a huge weight difference in these, but 3 different weight divisions. Again, middleweight division, champion drive, and the dart crosses. Well, just like the lightweights, certainly putting plenty of discussion and thought into it.
Yeah, they're somewhat similar, but yet there's some differences there. They got one that's a tank there in the green. She's definitely got the widest chest floor, chunk with the most meat. You got 2 others. Got that real pretty one there on the fence line there. You got one kind of fits kind of in between the 2 a little bit.
Yeah, I thought I knew what I wanted to do. I mean, if I were in their shoes, but sure, one of those priority calls.
Yeah, it comes down to personal preference now.
So is this Beauty or the Beast? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, yeah. You got a little less chest floor in that solid black one, but got that long stride and prettiness. He's kind of prancing around that ring, and you got the one that's kind of in between them both, the Beast and the pretty one.
I don't agree with how you read them. I thought we were getting out of here early tonight.
Well, are you going home tonight yet?
No, I'm flying out tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I've got a day off tomorrow. Celebrate President's Day. Here we are with our decision. In the middleweight dart cross.
Let's hear what they got to say.
Folks, let's put our hands together for these 3 individuals out here for your champion middleweight crossbred drive. just to talk about each one of these here just for a minute. The young lady in the green out here wins the first class of middles, and you love this one in terms of just mobility, and this one's so comfortable. He is stout featured. He is opened up. He's big chested. You love the center cage this guy has. A little softer made than the other two out here, but this guy handles it extremely, extremely well. The young man that wins the second class in there, you got one that's really sharp fronted, really rolled up in his back. Love the center cage this guy has and just the overall spread and density. Is he opened up enough through his chest and front knee compared to those other two? I don't know. And you'd like to give him just a little more ankle and front foot size comparatively to the other two. The young man's black one that wins that last class. I mean, you talk about a sharp-fronted one that is big-backed. He is heavy-legged. Just gets out here and handles himself extremely well. It gets extremely close between this pair out here. I'm not going to argue with you if you like them a certain way. I mean, because it's a coin toss to me. The one I keep coming back to, and the one Brandon and I have talked about, is this one, what we need to use? I don't know. If this one had a belt, it'd be an easy decision for me. The young man's black one's going to be your champion middle.
Congratulations to our champion middleweight division exhibited by Jaden Vergara from Levelland FFA. Now bring in Emma Myers from Mundy FFA to show for reserve champion middleweight division.
The young lady's second place barrel comes in here, and that's a good kind of practical kind of barrel. You love just the stoutness of skull he has, the spread he's got up high, maybe not quite as rolled up as some of those other ones, and maybe just not quite as powerful as he comes and goes through the lower third of his body cavity. The one that we like second best out here is the one, I think, that pushed that solid black one for your champion. The one that's second best out here, in our opinion, is the young lady's green shirt here in the Class 1 is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
So there you have it in a very competitive middleweight dark cross division drive. Your champion is Jaden Vergara from Levelland FFA. Reserve champion in that middleweight dark cross comes out of the lightest weight class in it, Braylon Myers from Mundy FFA. Very competitive drive there in the middleweights. So fixing to reload them, and we'll do the heavyweight division drive, and as soon as that's complete, we'll do our overall dark cross division drive. We're getting them loaded for our heavyweight dark cross division drive. I think we're ready. And this will be class 57, 58, and 59. Out of class 57, your class winner exhibited by Ryan Riddle from Lubbock County 4-H. Class 58 exhibited by Ashlyn Stricker from Medina County 4-H. And out of class 59, class winner exhibited by Blakely Burns, Randall County 4-H. Second in each of those classes and on deck in class 57, second was Hunter Bednars from Lubbock County, or Lubbock Cooper 4 or FFA. Second in class 58 was Reese Sagebill from Fredericksburg FFA. Saugaville. Yeah, I would have never guessed that was Saugaville. Yeah.
Oh, no.
And second in class 59 was Kinley Rohan from Foster FFA. My interpreter said that's Saugaville.
Oh, yeah. That's one of those Fredericksburg Germans.
Anticipation's building here, the heavyweights, and then we'll come back and do our champion dark cross drive.
Folks, let's put our hands together for these three young ladies out here. We talk about this heavyweight division, how salty it was. I tell you what, we got three really, really good ones out here, and I'm not going to argue if you like them a certain way than what Brandon and I see them, but there's one out here we keep coming back to, we keep following into. You talk about one that is so good up high, so good at his chest. This one flexes and drives off his rear too extremely well. You talk about one that is balanced and good built from the side. We really, really like this barrel. This barrel does so many unique things, so good, a very, very good kind of barrel. Young lady right in front of me is going to have your champion.
Champion heavyweight dark cross comes out of class 59, exhibited by Blakely Burns from Randall County 4-H. Now bring in second from that class, Kinley Rohan, to show for reserve champion.
That young lady's second place barrel comes out, and I mean, that is an elite one, folks. I mean, you talk about one that love the head and skull that one has, and from the side he balances so well. Where we really got to appreciate this one is when you get right in behind him. He hinges so well, and his angles are so good from behind. That's a big bladed, big topped one that's really square. We saw that one in class with the other one just being just a little bit more down and a little squishier up front. But when you compare that one to the other two in terms of depth of body, depth of cage, and uniformity to fore-rib of flank, and you look at that skull and that balance that one gets out here that he possesses, this one gets out here and floats. We like that one second best. We're going to keep that pair together.
Reserve champion heavyweight dark cross comes out of the class 59 as well, exhibited by Kenley Rohan from Foster FFA. So that concludes our heavyweight division dark cross drive. Now we'll reload and get ready to do our overall dark cross division champion of the 2024 San Antonio Livestock Show. Been a pretty good day, Wayne.
Yes, it's been a really deep day. These guys have evaluated 893 barrows today. This is the biggest day of the first wave. Yesterday was 787, and today 893, for a total of 1,675 total, and really a good day. I mean, you know, yeah, I think you could see that these guys on both days really worked hard together. They wanted to ensure that they analyzed each and every one of the pigs, and that each and every one of them got a fair shot. Because if you stayed with us yesterday or today, you saw they put quite a few back in the pens, and even took them out of the big arena as well. And they weren't prideful if they took them out of there, because some of those ended up being up in the top 6 and made the sale. So, you know, it just shows their character in trying to give all of these kids a fair shot. In this dark cross deal, not only does the champion go to the grand drive next week on Thursday, but it also wins the breed champion wins a $10,000 scholarship. So here we go for the overall dark champion drive.
Out of your lightweight division, that lightweight division dark cross champion exhibited by Peyton Todd from Comal County 4-H. Out of the middleweight division, bear exhibited by Jaden Vergara from Levelland FFA.
And your heavyweight division champion, Barrows.
With the largest cheering section, your heavyweight champion dark cross exhibited by Blakely Burns from Randall County 4-H. Best of luck to these three young folks. Again, this will be our final two selections, the champion dark cross and reserve champion dark cross overall of the 2024 San Antonio Barrows Show.
Folks, let's put our hands together for these individuals out here for your champion dark cross drive. I think we got three outstanding ones, and when you get them all out here, they fit together extremely well. You know, they're all really stout-featured ones that handle their feet and legs very, very well. And, you know, we talk about, Brandon and I talked about, you know, building these things from the ground up, and we got to set the foundation to get all the stuff that we want to boil into these things, you know, because we're starting to get them freakier and freakier and freakier. And I tell you what, we got to have a foundation. We got to have a good running gear, and all three of these do that. There's one out here, I think, just overwhelms everything else. Love the balance, love the design, love the overall just density and mass this one has, with still having a really good running gear, stout scold, really, really good look. Young ladies heavyweight's going to be your champion dark.
Your champion dark cross comes out of the heavyweight division, exhibited by Blakely Burns, Randall County 4-H. Now bring in reserve champion heavy dark cross, Kenley Rohan from Foster FFA to show for reserve champion dark cross.
Young ladies, reserve heavy comes in here and really fits in with these other three or these other two out here. And we talked about this one earlier about how sound and flexible he is and how good scold he is. Really love the shape this guy has. He really fits in with that one we just used. We're going to keep the heavyweight pair together. She's going to be a reserve dark.
Reserve dark cross also comes out of the heavyweight division, exhibited by Kenley Rohan from Foster FFA. Congratulations to our champion and reserve champion dark cross. Again, champion Blakely Burns, Randall County 4-H. Reserve Kenley Rohan from Foster FFA. Again, now we're done with wave 1. So wave 2 will begin on Wednesday morning, correct? Yeah, Wednesday and Thursday.
Yes, sir. It'll be Wednesday and Thursday, and it'll be all the white ones coming in. And so anyway, we've really enjoyed our time with our listeners, and Brandon really enjoyed my time.
Primo feeds, sources, tests, and delivers high-quality ingredients to its 7 state-of-the-art feed mills across America. Once ordered, logistics specialists organize your fresh feed for delivery, while trucking partners ensure swift and reliable delivery to your doorstep or a nearby retailer. Experience Primo Feeds at